Chapter 871 Su Sen, who abandoned his nationalistic sentiments. National dignity? Su Sen's heart was completely shrouded in darkness at this moment. Faced with Lin Xian's rebuke, he merely curled up a sinister, disdainful smile. What use is this kind of thing to me? As long as I can gain enough power, as long as I can rise above any authority, that's enough. Su Sen, you are truly beyond saving. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Right now, you're just playing with fire and getting burned. Do you really think that the descendants of those evil sects in Japan truly want to help you, to help your Su family? They are just using you. Once you lose your value, your Su family will suffer a more miserable fate than anyone else. Boy, you don't need to sow discord. I will not betray my master, nor will I believe what you say. Su Sen sneered coldly. In his view, Lin Xian was just trying to sow discord. As long as he remains loyal, how could that lord abandon him? He will only grant him even greater power. If it weren't for that great man, how could Su Sen have risen from a mere martial venerable to possess such strength today? If it weren't for that person, how could the Su family have risen from a third-rate power in Yanjing to become a dominant force today? It was the adults who gave him all of this. He also believed that as long as he did his best for the adults, they would give him even more. Su Sen, it seems you have completely fallen into the demonic path. Lin Xian looked at the sinister and manic look in Su Sen's eyes, and his own gaze turned completely cold. Today, let him kill Su Sen here and now, so as to prevent any further trouble. The reason he let Su Sen go before was, Firstly, it's out of respect for the former head of state. Secondly, he also took into account the instability in the country. According to the old leader, if he really kills Su Sen at Jiufang Pavilion, it will inevitably give the mysterious force behind Su Sen a reason to attack the Great Xia Kingdom. However, as things stand now, Su Sen must not be allowed to live. Keeping him alive will inevitably lead to endless troubles. If the old head of state knew, he would no longer have any reservations and would have the same thoughts as him. Colluding with the enemy and committing treason. This is unacceptable in any country. Besides, our Great Xia dynasty has a civilization that has been passed down for 5,000 years. How could we possibly be afraid of the remnants of this mere evil sect from Japan? The reason why those remnants dared not show themselves in the Great Xia openly, and why they had been sending people to lie in wait in the Great Xia for 15 years, was because they were afraid of the strength and power of the Great Xia army. Boom! Thinking of this, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Lin Xian, causing the surrounding air to buzz. With a burst of energy, Lin Xian stepped forward. A surge of powerful true energy swept through, causing the candles around the dungeon to shake violently. Su Sen's gaze was sinister. This kid is indeed at the late stage of martial emperor level. His cultivation level has also reached the heavenly supreme level. This arises from a late-stage martial emperor? Zhao Lingshan stared blankly at the powerful aura emanating from Lin Xian. Before this, she had no idea that Lin Xian possessed such terrifying strength. Previously, at Su Baimo's wedding, Lin Xian displayed the strength of the early stage of martial emperor, which greatly shocked her, making her marvel that Lin Xian was a martial arts prodigy who was only seen once in 1,000 years. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's true strength was actually at the late stage of martial emperor. Such talent, throughout the entire 5,000-year history of the Great Xia Kingdom, and even in the present world, has never been seen before. Is this guy a monster? 872, Chapter 872 Su Sen's Scheme. Boom! A powerful aura filled the entire Su family dungeon. The candlelight around them flickered. The ground trembled slightly. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a wind blade formed from true qi slashed directly at Su Sen. Once he made his move, Lin Xian showed no mercy. He intends to kill Su Sen right here. Su Sen, having witnessed Lin Xian's prowess, quickly dodged the sharp blades of true energy before him. At the same time, a deeply hidden sense of conspiracy was surging in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian wanted to kill him. Similarly, he also knew that Lin Xian's primary goal, besides killing him, was to save people. He has made sure everything goes perfectly. His intention was to lure Lin Xian into making this choice. Therefore, when faced with Lin Xian's attack, he chose to retreat instead of immediately taking Zhao Lingshan and the others hostage. Lin Xian frowned as he watched Su Sen retreat rapidly. He also noticed the strangeness of Su Sen's behavior. This guy kidnapped Zhao Lingshan and Sisi to use them as hostages for him. However, this guy actually chose to give up holding Zhao Lingshan and the others hostage at this moment. This made him feel very strange. He didn't think Su Sen would panic and act recklessly. I don't believe this guy doesn't have other intentions. Unexpected events must be sinister. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. After forcing Su Sen back, he did not rush to save the person immediately. Su Sen also noticed Lin Xian's actions. Immediately, a gloomy glint flashed in his eyes. Has this kid noticed something? However, even if he noticed it, it wouldn't matter. Because, he has no choice but to save this person. He had already planned everything. Su Jia, listen to my command, release the poison gas. Su Sen let out a low growl towards the outside of the dungeon. The powerful voice, enveloped in true energy, resonated like a morning bell and evening drum. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, grenades filled with toxic smoke were thrown in from all sides through the iron-barred windows. Purple poisonous smoke erupted rapidly, spreading throughout the entire dungeon. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. This poison, of course, had no effect on him. It couldn't even hurt a martial venerable grandmaster. However, it still had considerable toxicity for Zhao Lingshan, who was at the martial king level. The most crucial ones are Wang Sisi and Tang Lan. The two of them had no cultivation whatsoever, they were just ordinary people. Therefore, they were unable to circulate their inner energy to resist the invasion of this poisonous gas. If too much is inhaled, it could be life-threatening on the spot. That despicable old man. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, a sharp killing intent surging in his eyes. However, seeing the poisonous smoke rapidly spreading in the dungeon, he couldn't care less about dealing with Su Sen anymore. Similarly, they no longer had time to think about whether the old man had set a trap. He had to rescue Wang Sisi and the others as soon as possible. Swish, swish, swish. With that thought in mind, Lin Xian immediately unleashed 3 sharp wind blades. The wind blades had extremely strong penetrating power and hit the iron chains binding Wang Sisi and the other two with great precision. Ta-da! A crisp metallic sound rang out. Instantly, all the iron chains on the frame were shaken off. Wang Sisi and the other two were instantly freed. Quickly cover your mouths, I'm taking you out. Lin Xian gave a low shout and appeared in front of Wang Sisi and the other two like lightning. Surprisingly, Su Sen did not intervene when he saw this scene. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his lips. 873, Chapter 873 No one can leave. He knew Lin Xian would make that choice. If this kid touches any one of Zhao Lingshan's 3 bodies, he's finished. Su Sen, enveloped in purple poisonous smoke, now had an even more sinister look in his eyes. Lin Xian had no time to think about anything else. Even though he knew it was a trap set by Su Sen, he still had to get Wang Sisi and the others away from here as soon as possible. Following Lin Xian's instructions, Wang Sisi and Tang Lan quickly covered their mouths. Zhao Lingshan held her breath and circulated her inner energy to resist. As the Queen of Wu, she was able to withstand the poisonous gas for a short time without any problems. Zhao Zhanxiao, stay close to me. After giving a hurried reminder, Lin Xian put one arm around each of Wang Sisi and Tang Lan's slender waists. Both women had incredibly soft waists, each one easily encircled by a hand. However, Lin Xian had no time to appreciate its delicate and supple nature. After embracing the two women tightly, he unleashed his inner energy, stomped his foot on the ground, and sped away towards the outside of the dungeon. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan followed closely behind. Su Sen stood amidst the thick smoke, watching Lin Xian lead the two women out of the dungeon, his sinister gaze growing even more intense. His goal has been achieved. Boom! At the entrance to the dungeon, a surge of true energy erupted. The martial arts masters guarding the dungeon entrance were instantly killed by Lin Xian's fierce true energy, their chests collapsing. Lin Xian carried the two women outside safely. Do you feel any discomfort in your bodies? Lin Xian quickly inquired about the two women's physical condition. Holding Lin Xian in his arms, the two girls blushed slightly, then shook their heads. That's good. Lin Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and released the two women. Why didn't Susan chase after them? At this moment, Zhao Lingshan, who was following closely behind, glanced at the dungeon passage behind her that was completely silent, and couldn't help but frown. This guy went to great lengths to capture them here, how could he let them leave so easily? That old guy is definitely up to something. Lin Xian's gaze was somber. Currently, he is unaware of Su Sen's conspiracy. However, the fact that this guy let them leave the dungeon so easily made him feel that there must be something fishy going on. The poisonous smoke that was just released was specifically aimed at Wang Cici and Tanglan. The goal was to prevent him from thinking and force him to take measures to get them out of the poisonous dungeon. However, he had just checked on Wang Cici and Tanglan's bodies and found that they had not been affected by the poisonous smoke. So, what exactly does this old guy want to do? Just as Lin Xian was pondering where the problem lay, Su Sen's figure slowly appeared at the entrance to the dungeon, where poisonous smoke billowed. He looked at Lin Xian and the other three, who were now unharmed, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Lin Xian saw this and his brows furrowed even deeper. There was definitely a problem. Heh, kid, you must be wondering why I let you leave the dungeon so easily, right? At this moment, Su Sen let out a cold laugh. He looked at Lin Xian, appearing confident of victory. Old man, tell me about your schemes and tricks. Lin Xian stared at Su Sen, his tone equally cold. He knew this was Su Sen's scheme. You really did sense it. Su Sen smiled again. The laughter was filled with coldness and bloodlust. He could immediately return all the humiliation he had suffered at Jiufang Pavilion just hours ago. He was going to smash every single bone in this kid's body. Today, no one can leave the Su family. 874, Chapter 874 Soul-Stealing Powder. Kid, you're very smart. Su Sen revealed a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness and ferocity. However, you still can't escape my grasp. You are now poisoned by my soul-stealing powder. You will lose all your power within 1 minute. Within an hour, your blood will flow backward. Within 2 hours, all your meridians will be severed. And then, become a useless person forever. Soul-snatching powder? Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, they had also considered the domineering nature of that poison. It was a colorless and odorless poison. Those who take the medication will experience the symptoms described by Su Sen above. That was an extremely potent poison. However, precisely because of its potent medicinal properties, the conditions for triggering the soul-stealing powder are extremely demanding. It must be dissolved in water and taken before it will take effect. Once dissolved in water, the originally colorless and odorless soul-stealing powder will immediately turn deep red, staining the entire glass of water red, and will also have an extremely pungent medicinal smell. Ordinary martial artists naturally possess a certain ability to identify poisons. Poisons like the soul-stealing powder, which turn dark red and emit a pungent odor when dissolved in water, would not be taken by anyone who has not simultaneously lost their sight, smell, and taste. Unless, of course, they were forced to take it. But how did he get infected if he didn't take the soul-stealing powder dissolved in water? Could it beta poisonous fumes from earlier? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. Su Sen saw this and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. It seems you've already realized it. That's right. Right, it's the poisonous smoke you just came into contact with. Those toxic fumes are not ordinary toxic fumes, they are toxic fumes that I specially prepared for you. When I brought Zhao Lingshan and the others to the dungeon, I sprinkled soul-stealing powder on each of their clothes. As long as you touch it, you will be infected. As for the poisonous smoke, it is the medium that activates the soul-snatching powder. I know that as a martial artist, you can isolate yourself from this poisonous smoke. But just because you can do it doesn't mean that the others can do it. And once even one of them inhales this poisonous smoke, it will immediately trigger the effects of the soul-stealing powder on their bodies, causing anyone who has come into contact with them to have the effects of the soul-stealing powder penetrate their skin pores and enter their bloodstream. So kid, you're about to die now. But don't worry, after I capture you and smash every bone in your body, I will take good care of your friends. I bet you haven't touched them yet, have you? The taste of a virgin must be absolutely amazing. At this point, the black aura in Su Sen's eyes suddenly solidified. He stuck out his somewhat scarlet tongue and licked his lips, his gaze towards Zhao Lingshan and the other two women filled with greed and drool. How so? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan and the other two women turned deathly pale. However, they weren't worried about their own situation, but about Lin Xian. Especially Wang Cici and Tang Lan, who had just had close contact with Lin Xian, looked at him with deep self-reproach and guilt. If Lin Xian hadn't been trying to save them, he wouldn't have gotten infected with the soul-stealing powder. In fact, Lin Xian must have seen through Su Sen's intentions long ago, but he still chose to take action without hesitation and rescue them from the poisonous smoke. They dragged Lin Xian down with them and ruined him. 875, Chapter 875 does not represent. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. The three women's voices trembled with self-reproach. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes immediately turned red. They never expected things to turn out this way. According to Su Sen, after Lin Xian's body was invaded by the poison of the soul-stealing powder, his blood and qi would reverse within an hour, and his meridians would be severed within 2 hours. They simply couldn't imagine what that scene would be like. Saying sorry to me is just a trick by that old fox. Lin Xian smiled casually at the three women and said, besides, although the soul-snatching powder is extremely potent, it's not insurmountable. You don't need to worry about me. Do you have a solution? Upon hearing this, Wang Cici and the others' eyes immediately lit up with surprise and delight. Hee, don't listen to that kid's nonsense, he's just trying to comfort you. Su Sen interrupted with a cold laugh. The soul-snatching powder is extremely potent, and there is no antidote in the world that can neutralize its toxicity. There is no antidote? The three women's eyes immediately trembled with shock. That's right. Su Sen's lips curled into a sinister smile as he said, enunciating each word clearly, therefore, that kid is doomed to die today. As for you, I cherish you too much to bear. Rest assured, I will never harm a hair on your head. You old pervert, even if I die, I won't let someone like you touch me. Zhao Lingshan's beautiful eyes flashed with malice, and she clenched her teeth. If Lin Xian gets into trouble, then she will choose to commit suicide here today. Hee, Miss Zhao's temper is as fiery as ever. It seems your grandfather hasn't disciplined you properly. Su Sen smiled sinisterly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Lingshan's alluring body, a wicked glint in his eyes. However, I'll have your grandfather teach you a lesson later, so you'll know what a woman's virtue and baseness truly mean. Women are nothing but lowly servants born to serve us men. You old dog, I'll kill you. Zhao Lingshan's fiery temper flared up instantly, and she was about to rush up and fight Su Sen to the death. Zhao Zhanxiao, don't act rashly. Lin Xian shouted to stop him. With Zhao Lingshan's strength, she was no match for Su Sen at all. Rushing in would only be a pointless death. But Lin Xian, that guy must have the antidote to your soul-stealing powder. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth. She also knew that she was no match for Su Sen. But right now, all she wants is the antidote from Su Sen. Even if it costs her her life. Commander Zhao. Lin Xian's gaze softened. He knew that Zhao Lingshan wanted to save him. However, there is indeed no antidote for the soul-stealing powder. But that doesn't mean he'll die here today. That doesn't mean he's incapable of getting Zhao Lingshan and the others out of there. Lin Xian, didn't that old guy say you'd only lose your cultivation in 5 minutes? Only 1 minute has passed. You'd better leave now and don't worry about us. Zhao Lingshan focused her gaze and spoke to Lin Xian. It's better for one of them to leave than for all 4 of them to be left behind. Moreover, she absolutely could not let Lin Xian fall into that old man's hands. Otherwise, what awaits him is endless torment from that old man. Trying to leave? Upon hearing this, Su Sen's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a wave of his hand, he shouted into the night sky, "Family leaders, stop hiding, show yourselves and join me in suppressing that brat here." 876, Chapter 876. 5 people joining forces. Boom boom boom. As Su Sen's voice faded, suddenly, a strong wind arose in the night sky. 4 powerful auras rose into the sky from the 4 corners of the east, west, south, and north. 4 figures appeared in the Su family's backyard, appearing in the air above them. Each of them possessed the strength of an early-stage martial emperor. The highest realm is that of humankind. When Zhao Lingshan and her companions saw those 4 familiar faces, they were immediately filled with surprise. They were actually the heads of the 4 great families of Yinjing, Zhao, Xian, Sun, and Li. Why would these people choose to collude with Su Sen? Zhao Lingshan was the most surprised. Lin Xian's gaze, however, was filled with calm. Because he already knew that these 4 great families had participated in the massacre of the Lin family years ago. However, to his surprise, these 4 people also sided with the evil faction in Japan and chose to aid and abet evil. Su Sen, we heard what you just said. We can help you deal with that brat Lin Xian, but isn't it a bit too shameless of you to target Zhao Lingshan and the others? At this moment, the Zhao family head spoke first. It is utterly shameful that the head of a prestigious family would harbor such wicked thoughts towards a young, innocent girl. Patriarch Zhao, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to help me suppress that brat Lin Xian and complete your mission. Su Sen sneered, unconvinced. The Zhao family head frowned despite his dissatisfaction. He still said, Su Sen, Zhao Lingshan is a military academy in the provincial capital and the future female general of our great Xia kingdom's war zone. I assent what you're doing a bit inappropriate? There is nothing wrong with it. Su Sen said in a deep voice, a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Patriarch Zhao, I advise you to focus your attention on that kid. If we let him escape today, and it gets back to the adults, you all know what will happen when they blame us. As for Zhao Lingshan and the other 2, I will handle them myself. Do you think they'll let them leave after they find out what happened? The head of the Zhao family paused for a moment. Indeed, we cannot let them leave. However, watching Su Sen defile these 3 young women, he felt an indescribable sense of oppression. In particular, one of these 3 is the future of their great Xia kingdom. If she falls into Su Sen's hands, she will face utter destruction. However, they dared not disobey the adults' orders. With Su Sen backed by a powerful figure, the Zhao family was equally unwilling to offend him. Patriarch Zhao, so all you need to do is assist me with my tasks. Su Sen gave a sinister smile. The head of the Zhao family took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. His gaze, along with that of the other 3 family heads, focused on Lin Xian. Right now, capturing Lin Xian to prevent any unforeseen complications is the most urgent task. Lin Xian looked at the 4 heads of aristocratic families who had locked their gazes on him. He had overheard their conversation with Su Sen. It seems they have indeed sided with that faction. However, compared to Su Sen, they seem to have had less contact with the evil factions in Japan. In particular, the head of the Zhao family seems to still possess some conscience. He never expected that the 5 great families would join forces tonight. If it were just Su Sen alone, even in his current state, killing him here would be no problem. However, if these 4 people were added, then, the situation will become quite tricky. Even breaking through will likely be extremely difficult. He must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. 877, Chapter 877. Don't listen to his nonsense. The Su family's backyard. The atmosphere froze. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at Su Sen and the 4 heads of prominent families. Su Sen sneered and stared at Lin Xian. Boy, with 4 family heads helping me today, you won't be able to leave here even if you have wings. Lin Xian remained expressionless and did not respond. His gaze fell upon the Zhao family head from before, and he said in a solemn voice, Zhao family head, although I don't know why you colluded with Su Sen, there is something I have to tell you. He decided to find a breakthrough by approaching the head of the Zhao family. Just based on what he just said, it shows that he still has a conscience. What's up? The head of the Zhao family frowned. The other three family heads also kept their eyes fixed on Lin Xian, fearing that he might resort to some tricks. After all, even if a heavenly sovereign is currently suffering from the soul-snatching powder, he must not let his guard down. Patriarch Zhao, I know you were all involved in what happened to the Lin family 15 years ago. Lin Xian spoke, his voice low and deep. However, I don't know if you know that the mastermind behind this massacre, the one you call the Lord, came from the evil faction of Japan, from their former remnants. An evil sect from Japan? The four exchanged glances. After thinking for a moment, I remembered the story recorded in my family's ancient books about something that happened more than 2,000 years ago. That was a massacre targeting the entire world. The mastermind behind that event was an extremely evil force from Japan. People call it the heretical sect of Japan. Each member of that evil sect cultivates an extremely strange and evil technique, relying on absorbing the essence and blood of martial artists to enhance their own cultivation. There are even rumors that they directly use women to refine their essence, and after having intercourse with them, they seize the essence in their bodies to nourish their own meridians and primordial spirit. That evil sect was clearly wiped out by experts from all over the world more than 2,000 years ago. Those evil techniques were also destroyed. Why would it reappear in the world now? Patriarch Zhao, it seems you've all heard of him. Lin Xian looked at the horrified expressions on the four people's faces and said. He was now certain that the four of them were unaware that the master they spoke of was a remnant of the former evil sect from Japan. Boy, you mean that the Lord and the forces behind him are remnants of the evil faction from Japan? The head of the Zhao family couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, then haven't they been aiding and abetting evil all these years? That's right. Lin Xian answered. The pupils of the four people suddenly contracted. Zhao Jia, you guys, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. He's just trying to sow discord among us. Seeing that things were going badly, Susan immediately roared, how could that lord be a member of the evil sect of Japan? That evil sect was wiped out more than 2,000 years ago. You must not listen to that brat slander and fall into his trap. His roar instantly brought the four members of the Zhao family to their senses. Yes, that evil sect from Japan was wiped out more than 2,000 years ago. Even if some escaped back then, they were just small fry and could never amount to anything. Besides, more than 2,000 years have passed. If the evil faction of Japan back then could really rise from the ashes, it should have risen from the ashes long ago. Why did it take so long? For over 2,000 years. So many dynasties rose and fell. Even if it's about accumulating strength, it shouldn't take this long. Moreover, if the remnants of the evil faction truly intended to make a comeback, why would they have only targeted the Lin family for the past 15 years? Back then, shouldn't those guys have had enemies all over the world? However, they had never heard of the evil faction taking any action against other forces. 878, Chapter 878. Give us an explanation. Susan, we're not 3-year-olds. We won't fall for that kid's divisive tactics so easily. The four members of the Zhao family sneered. After thinking it over, they also didn't believe what Lin Xian said. How could that person be a remnant of the evil faction in Japan? In fact, the adult should have absolutely no connection with the evil factions of Japan. That's good. Su Sindao breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unsure whether the adult was the descendant of the evil sect from Japan that Lin Xian had mentioned. But if that's true, the four members of the Zhao family will definitely choose to betray them. Without the assistance of four powerful figures, capturing Lin Xian alive will not be an easy task for him. It will take at least a few more minutes for the effects of the soul-snatching powder to take hold. During these few minutes, Lin Xian's cultivation level would be continuously weakened due to the poison of the soul-stealing powder. However, he is now ultimately at the heavenly supreme realm. A heavenly sovereign is not someone he can easily contend with. To ensure everything goes perfectly, all five of them must work together. Only by joining forces can we completely suppress Lin Xian. Thinking about this. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Susan immediately issued an order, for family heads, quickly follow me and suppress this brat. That way, I can explain myself to the adults. Kindness. The four nodded. Without further delay, four powerful energies erupted from their bodies, preparing to launch a joint attack on Lin Xian. Lin Xian saw this and his expression became slightly serious. But a sharp glint still flashed in his dark eyes as he said, "For patriarchs, it seems you've chosen to aid and abet evil. Aiding the wicked? Kid, don't try to sow discord among us, we won't believe you." The four family heads sneered. "Whether you are aiding and abetting evil, you will know in the future, and you will regret what you have done today," Lin Xian said coldly. Hee, alright, then we'll have to wait and see." The four men sneered, "But before that, you should worry about yourself first. If you offend that person, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough to make you lose them." "Heh, it seems you're also willing to be the lackeys of the Japanese." Lin Xian's gaze turned cold. These spineless people have truly disgraced the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. It is because of such traitors that the great rejuvenation of the nation has been repeatedly hindered. "Who are you calling a lackey of the Japanese?" The four members of the Zhao family immediately turned angry. "Isn't that so?" Lin Xian retorted coldly, "Can't you sense anything strange about Su Sen's aura?" "Strangeness?" The four members of the Zhao family frowned upon hearing this. Before Lin Xian spoke, they hadn't really paid much attention. However, after Lin Xian said that, they did indeed sense a difference in Su Sen's aura compared to before. The aura, besides being somewhat dark, also carried an indescribable chill. Could it be that that person is truly a remnant of the evil faction in Japan? Su Sen has now begun cultivating that evil and strange technique, which is why his aura attributes have changed. Thinking about this, the four men immediately looked at Su Sen with serious expressions and questioned him. "Su Sen, there is indeed a problem with the energy within your body. What exactly is going on? Please give us an explanation." 879, Chapter 879 should be the final battle. Su Sen's pupils contracted slightly. His expression turned somewhat unpleasant at that moment. These guys, as expected, all lack willpower and were easily swayed by that kid's few words. But he did indeed learn a new technique today. That skill was bestowed upon him by the master. However, all he was given was a fragment of the scroll. To obtain the subsequent techniques, one needs to gain more approval from adults. However, after completing only the first chapter, he felt his strength increase rapidly. The shackles that had plagued him for 2 whole years began to loosen under the influence of that technique. That's why he was only at the mid-stage of Emperor Martial just half a month ago. However, now, it has begun to gradually transition towards the later period of Emperor Wu's reign. If things go as he predicted, he will successfully advance within 6 months at most. However, if one were to follow the instructions in the manual, one would find a female martial artist who is still a virgin, and use her as a furnace to absorb her internal energy. In that case, not only will his cultivation speed be improved, but he will also gain access to the other party's entire cultivation level. Therefore, he wanted to use Zhao Lingshan as the subject of his experiment. Putting aside Zhao Lingshan's graceful figure, she is the most talented female martial artist in the Great Xia Kingdom. She was the most important vessel for him. His cultivation progress will definitely be several times faster than finding an ordinary martial artist. Besides, he also wanted to experience the tightness of the top female combat academy in their Great Xia Kingdom. Absolutely wonderful. Thinking of this, the black aura deep in Su Sen's eyes twitched violently a few times. More and more evil thoughts were uncontrollably emerging in his mind. Today, he not only wants Zhao Lingshan, but also Wang Cici and Tanglan. Patriarch Xiao, don't believe that kid's instigation. Su Sen explained, the reason my aura has changed is because I was injured by that kid just now, and I'm so angry that I'm in a bad mood. In order to be able to join the battle as soon as possible, I recently took medicine to forcibly suppress my injuries, which is why my aura is somewhat weak and dim. It is you who keep wavering. If the adults found out, what do you think they would think of you? You should be aware of the adults' strength, and you don't want your families to follow in the footsteps of the Lin family, do you? Just a few words. The 4 members of the Zhao family trembled at this thought. Call. He let out a heavy sigh. Immediately, their hesitation vanished.
So, hurry up and get started with me,
Su Sin said in a deep voice.
Kindness.
The four nodded, then turned their cold gazes toward Lin Xian.
Oh.
Seeing that the four of them ultimately chose to stand on the same side as Su Sin out of fear of that master, Lin Xian gave up on trying to persuade them. It seems that a battle today is inevitable. He was already prepared to die in battle. With his back to Zhao Lingshan and the other two women, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Zhao Zhanxiao, Tang Lan and Cici are in your care.
I'll hold them off here, you take them away quickly. Take them to Jiufang Pavilion to find the Black Emperor and Han Feng. Lin Xian, what are you going to do?
Zhao Lingshan was startled.
I'm fine.
Lin Xian shook his head. Even when faced with a desperate situation, his face remained completely expressionless. Zhao Zhanxiao, these few people can't do anything to me for the time being. While I keep them occupied, take Cici and Tang Lan and leave quickly.
After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward.
A fierce fighting spirit emerged in his dark eyes. This should be his last battle.
880, Chapter 880. Let's go. Lin Xian, are you going to stay behind alone?
Zhao Lingshan was suddenly startled.
Kindness.
Lin Xian, with his back to Zhao Lingshan and the other two women, nodded. That resolute figure standing there at that moment sent a shiver down the spines of the three women. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth. It's all her fault for being useless, she couldn't help at all.
Wang Cici and Tang Lan's eyes instantly turned red.
They are the ones who ruined Lin Xian. If it weren't for them, Lin Xian wouldn't have been poisoned by the soul-stealing powder.
Alright, there's no time to say any more now. Lin Xian took a deep breath. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhao Lingshan, a smile in his eyes that seemed to be a farewell, or perhaps a plea. Zhao Zhanxiao, you must bring Tang Lan and Cici back with you.
Kindness. Zhao Lingshan nodded emphatically.
Even if it costs her her life, she will definitely bring them to Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xian.
Tears welled up in Wang Cici and Tang Lan's eyes. At that moment, a sense of dread welled up in their hearts. It seemed that this was the last time they would see Lin Xian.
Wang Cici's delicate body trembled violently. Tang Lan had no memory of Lin Xian.
But at that moment, she suddenly felt a strong sense of tearing in her heart. It was as if her heart had been suddenly ripped open with a knife. In my mind, fragmented images gradually flashed by and emerged.
Zhao Zhanxiao, let's go.
At this moment, Lin Xian spoke in a low voice.
Time is running out for him. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. You must hold on.
Zhao Lingshan also made a decisive decision.
She couldn't let down the opportunity that Lin Xian had fought for them. Staying means total annihilation. Moreover, their presence here would only hinder Lin Xian. Right now, if they can return to Jiufang Pavilion in time to get reinforcements, there might still be hope. Lan, Cici, let's go. Zhao Lingshan looked at the two women. Kindness. Wang Cici and Tang Lan nodded emphatically.
They also knew that staying here would only be a burden to Lin Xian.
Go straight out from here.
A cold glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes.
Boom.
After saying that, he threw a punch, blasting a huge hole through the backyard wall. Currently, the main gate of the Su family is surrounded by Su family guards, and with Zhao Lingshan's strength, she has no way to break through.
Go to the backyard, there are no guards there at the moment. You must hold on, wait for me to return with reinforcements.
Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth, grabbed Wang Cici and Tang Lan's hands, and unleashed her inner energy at full force, running swiftly towards the outside of the courtyard.
Don't let them leave.
Upon hearing this, Su Sin immediately shouted.
He hasn't even had a chance to enjoy these three women yet.
Besides, letting them go would cause endless trouble. If they were to go to Jiufang Pavilion to inform them, the situation would not be unsolvable, but it would become quite troublesome. What he needs to avoid as much as possible right now is this kind of unnecessary trouble.
Boom boom boom.
Upon hearing this, the four family heads, Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li, exchanged glances and unleashed their true energy, attempting to stop Zhao Lingshan and her companions from leaving. Although they did not want to harm women, things would become very complicated if they let them leave.
This is something they don't want to see. Your opponent is me.
Just as Su Sen and his group of 5 were about to make their move, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the night sky.
Boom!
Lin Xian took a step forward, his internal energy surging and blocking the path of the 5 people. As long as he has a breath left,
he won't let anyone pass by him. Chapter 881 Fighting to the Death.
Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Despite being poisoned, he was still able to withstand the poison for 5 minutes thanks to his strength.
5 minutes should be enough.
Enough for Zhao Lingshan to successfully escape with Tang Lan and Cici. As for the 5 people in front of us, perhaps, given his current state of being afflicted by the soul-stealing powder, he is no longer able to kill them. However, there is still a chance to fight to the death and take down Su Sen.
Thinking about this, Lin Xian's sharp gaze immediately locked onto Su Sen. A strong killing intent surged from his dark eyes. Colluding with traitors. They can't keep them.
Su Sen also sensed Lin Xian's murderous intent locking onto him. At that moment, a chill unexpectedly crept into my heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was currently suffering from the deadly poison of the soul-snatching powder and that his cultivation had been severely damaged, he still felt a chill run down his spine.
What's causing this feeling?
Su Sen was puzzled.
However, I didn't think about it too much.
Watching Zhao Lingshan and the other 2 women disappear from his sight, he shouted urgently, "Patriarch Zhao, you go and bring those 3 back, we'll deal with this kid."
Kindness.
The head of the Zhao family nodded. Although unwilling, I had no choice but to take action at this moment. Because once Zhao Lingshan and her group successfully reach Jiufang Pavilion, things will become quite troublesome.
Boom!
The Zhao family head lightly touched the ground with his foot, ready to give chase. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure stood in front of the wall in the backyard that he had just blasted down.
"Hey kid, get out of my way."
The head of the Zhao family rebuked him sternly. Lin Xian ignored him, his cold gaze fixed on the Zhao family head before him.
He said he wouldn't let anyone get past him. Let's attack together and take out this brat first.
Su Sen made a decisive move, a deep, sinister glint in his eyes. The other 4 family heads exchanged glances, then immediately activated their true energy and charged towards Lin Xian.
Boom boom boom.
The surging wind of the fists howled towards Lin Xian like a sudden storm. Under such an offensive, even the surrounding air was completely compressed and blown away, and the surrounding wind swirled backward. Lin Xian's gaze turned cold as he faced the onslaught of the 5 men. He took a slight step back with his right foot, and his body suddenly fell silent.
What a pretentious show-off.
Su Sen arrived first, and when he saw Lin Xian, who was still trying to strike a counterattack, a strong sense of mockery flashed in his eyes. Previously, when he was alone, he was somewhat wary of Lin Xian. But now, the 5 of them are attacking together, and Lin Xian is currently suffering from the deadly poison of the soul-stealing powder.
In his view, this kid was just at the end of his rope. Boom!
Su Sen's surging fist wind slammed into Lin Xian's face like a cannonball. He went all out from the start, and his eyes flashed with ferocity. He wanted to repay Lin Xian for the humiliation he had suffered at Jiufang Pavilion in this way. Lin Xian remained expressionless, staring at the ferocity in Su Sen's eyes.
Just as Su Sen's fist wind was getting closer and closer to him,
a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his sharp lips.
Bang!
A faint popping sound came from the soles of Lin Xian's feet.
Click!
The next moment, the ground beneath his feet cracked open like a spider web, revealing deep fissures. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted within Lin Xian's body, like a volcanic eruption.
Boom!
He raised his clenched right fist and, to Su Sen's horrified surprise, slammed it hard into his chest.
882, Chapter 882 The Sacred Realm? Boom!
Lin Xian's lightning-fast punch, like a sharp blade suddenly drawn from its sheath, exceeded all expectations, including Su Sen's. He didn't expect that this kid would still be able to attack so quickly after being poisoned by the soul-stealing powder. Lin Xian's punches were astonishing. Moreover, that fist was extremely hard, enveloped in true energy, it was like steel, and it slammed heavily into Su Sen's chest. Not good. Su Sen's pupils contracted sharply. But when he thought that Lin Xian was only at his last gasp, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Court death. He let out a ferocious shout. Su Sen, who had originally aimed his fist at Lin Xian's face, now turned his gun around and angrily slammed it at the oncoming fist. Bang! Their fists collided. A deafening roar, like muffled thunder, echoed in midair. As expected, the evenly matched contest did not materialize. Click! A crisp cracking sound came from Su Sen's arm. Ah! The next second, a scream rang out. Su Sen's entire right arm suddenly shattered with a series of dull thuds, as if it had burst open. Then, it broke into several pieces. Put! With his arm severed, Su Sen's face flushed a sickly red, and a mouthful of blood gushed uncontrollably from his throat. Its body, under the enormous impact, was sent flying backward like a cannonball, scraping the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. This? The sudden turn of events left the four family heads, Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li frozen in place, as they were about to take action. They all stared at Lin Xian with blank and incredulous eyes. Looking at this kid in front of me, who was clearly poisoned by the soul-stealing powder, yet still unleashed the power of a heavenly supreme. At this moment, they even doubted whether the kid had been poisoned. Cough cough. As the four were filled with surprise and doubt, Su Sen, who was some distance away, let out a violent cough. He struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Crimson blood clung to the corner of his mouth, and his right arm hung limply down. His gaze was filled with horror as he looked at Lin Xian. Impossibly a brat, you were clearly poisoned by the soul-snatching powder, how could you still have the strength of a heavenly supreme? That punch just now contained the power of a heavenly sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so badly injured. Patriarch Su, could it be that you didn't actually manage to poison that kid at all? At this point, the head of the Zhao family also raised questions. There was a clear hint of panic in his eyes. If that kid hadn't been poisoned, with his heavenly supreme strength, he would have been far beyond what they could possibly contend with. In particular, Su Sen has now been severely injured and has lost almost half of his combat ability. Upon hearing this, the other three family heads also looked at Su Sen, their gazes flickering uncertainly. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I have definitely succeeded. Su Sen roared, his eyes contorted with rage, that kid has definitely been poisoned by the soul-snatching powder, but why? Could it be? At one moment, Su Sen's pupils suddenly contracted violently. A terrifying thought formed in his mind, causing his face to turn deathly pale and his body to tremble uncontrollably. That kid's strength could not have already surpassed that of the heavenly sovereign. We have arrived at Holy Land. 883, Chapter 883 The Power of the Saint Realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Sen murmured in horror at this moment. How could that kid possibly have entered the Saint Realm? That's the pinnacle of martial arts. That's a realm countless times greater than that of an ultra-supreme powerhouse. Upon reaching that level, the physical body truly transcends the ordinary and attains sainthood, possessing the ability to walk on air. That is the realm that all martial artists dream of. Similarly, it is also the realm where the dreams of all martial artists are shattered. Looking back over the long river of time, how many martial artists, hailed as prodigies and geniuses, have devoted their entire lives to this saintly realm yet still failed to break through its barrier? How many prodigies and geniuses, after failing time and again to break through to the saint realm, ultimately died with regret? Emperor Wu, the martial saint. The two differ by only one character. But the gap between them is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Many geniuses reach the pinnacle of martial emperor and the realm of heavenly supreme in their 30s or 40s. But how many people can ultimately take that step, successfully break through the barriers, and enter the hall of martial sainthood? It can be said that advancing from martial emperor to martial saint requires not only talent, but also extremely strong comprehension and luck.
All three are indispensable.
Otherwise, one might spend their entire life merely touching the threshold of a martial saint, without ever being able to break through it. Furthermore, even with the blessing of good fortune, those geniuses who eventually break through the barriers and advance to the martial saint level are at least 50 years old.
That's already quite young, and quite extraordinary.
Looking at history in the present world, there are very few people who can reach the saint state at the age of 50. Even that lord, as far as he knew, only succeeded in advancing to the martial saint level at the age of 50. Furthermore, it took him nearly 100 years to finally comprehend all the mysteries hidden within the saint realm and advance to the ultimate hall, the late stage of martial saint. Combined with the cultivation technique he is currently practicing, he has become the strongest being in the world today. Even the sect leader of a hermit sect would probably be no match for him. However, even such a super figure was over 50 years old when he advanced to the martial saint realm. But Lin Xian, who is standing in front of him now, is only 27 years old.
A 27-year-old martial saint. This was something he never dared to dream of. That's an example that has never appeared in the 5,000 years of civilization. Moreover, as time goes by, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the world today is undoubtedly much thinner than it was thousands of years ago, and rare and precious natural treasures have become extremely scarce. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of breaking through to the martial saint realm. Impossible. This kid must have used some method to temporarily suppress the poison of the soul-snatching powder, that must be it. Su Sin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a ferocious glint. While Su Sin was shocked by this, the other four family heads, who had come to their senses, suddenly realized something. Immediately, pairs of eyes fell on Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian knew what these people were thinking, but remained expressionless. He looked at Su Sin, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. In the distance he realized that his punch hadn't killed him. That guy was actually able to stand up. It seems that the soul-stealing powder has indeed had a significant impact on him. Lin Xian murmured to himself. Knowing that he didn't have much time left, he decided to unleash his last bit of power to annihilate Su Sin in one fell swoop. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, his clothes moved without any wind. An indescribable, vast power surged from the deepest part of Lin Xian's body, causing the earth to tremble at that moment. That is? Su Sin and his four companions' expressions changed drastically.
Looking at the strange fluctuations emanating from Lin Xian's body at this moment. At that moment, they all thought of the same thing without prior arrangement.
That is the power of the Saint realm.
884, Chapter 884 Half-Saint. That is the power of the Saint realm.
Lin Xian, that kid, actually stepped into the Saint realm?
At that moment, Su Sin and the others felt a violent tremor in their hearts. His eyes were filled with deep horror.
How is this possible?
Su Sin murmured blankly, as if struck by lightning. A 27-year-old Saint realm expert, a 27-year-old early-stage martial saint expert. Such talent, such a speed of cultivation, he had never heard of anything like it. Even the most outstanding geniuses and reclusive sects cannot compare to him.
Wrong.
At one point, Su Sin suddenly noticed something was amiss. He carefully sensed the vast energy emanating from Lin Xian's body. Despite the exceptionally refined nature of that aura, which even emitted a faint, radiant glow. However, there is still a considerable gap between it and the true sacred realm.
Half-saint.
That kid is only at the half-saint level. A half-saint, as the name suggests, is someone who has only 1 foot in the door of becoming a martial saint. Strictly speaking, it is far from being considered a sacred realm. He is far superior to those who touch the threshold of martial saint but are unable to break through. However, they cannot compare to those who have truly entered the realm of sainthood.
The difference between the two, whether in terms of advancement in realm or in terms of strength, is vast.
However, even though Lin Xian has only stepped 1 foot into the martial saint realm, it still made Su Sin feel extremely shocked.
Keep in mind, the other person is only 27 years old. However, he had already gained some understanding of the martial saint realm. One day, he will surely be able to break through the barriers and enter the true realm of sainthood. He was now facing a super genius who could potentially reach the level of a martial saint at any moment. At this moment, Susan harbored a murderous intent towards Lin Xian. This child must not be allowed to live today. Don't panic, everyone, that kid is only at the half-saint realm, far from being a martial saint. Susan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he looked at Lin Xian. Now, everyone, please join me in suppressing that brat. The reason that kid can still unleash such a powerful aura is simply because he's relying on his strength to withstand it. He can't maintain this state for long. And now, this should be that kid's last desperate gamble. As long as we join forces to hold him off, that kid will have no chance to fight back. So he was a demigod. The four family heads, Zhao, Xin, Sun, and Li, exchanged glances, and their panicked hearts instantly calmed down. Even so, they still dared not let their guard down, and their gazes toward Lin Xian were filled with deep amazement. At the age of 27, he entered the realm of a semi-saint. This child can be called a martial arts prodigy, appearing once every 5,000 years. Unfortunately, he no longer has the room to grow further. Whatever the reason, they must get rid of him today. Firstly, they dared not disobey the orders of that person. Secondly, all four of these powerful families had participated in the siege of the Lin family 15 years ago. Letting Lin Xian leave is tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. So, let it stay forever. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the thought was uttered, the internal energy of the four family members exploded, soaring to its peak at that moment. They dared not underestimate a semi-saint level expert. When they make a move, they go all out. Fortunately, the poison of the soul-stealing powder greatly weakened Lin Xian's strength. Otherwise, even if the five of them joined forces today, they probably wouldn't last more than a few rounds against Lin Xian. But for now, that's the end of it. They'll take that kid's life. 885, Chapter 885, Trapped Beast. Rumble. A surge of true energy coursed through the air above the Su family's backyard. Su Sen and his five men unleashed their full power. As the five auras converged, they seemed to coalesce into an invisible, vast ocean above their heads. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the vast ocean. The combined aura of those five people had, to a certain extent, surpassed his. If he weren't currently relying on his semi-saint level to hold on, he would probably have no choice but to surrender. Even so, under the influence of the soul-stealing powder, he could still feel the stinging pain and weakness in his body. This strike might be his last. He has to kill Su Sen. A deep, cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes after his internal energy had accumulated to its maximum. He forcefully stomped his foot on the ground. Bang! As Lin Xian's foot landed, the ground beneath their feet caved in. His figure transformed into a whistling gust of wind, appearing suddenly in front of Su Sen. Boom! Without any hesitation, the fist whistled and flew straight towards Su Sen. You little brat! Su Sen's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint as he stared intently at Lin Xian in front of him. He knew this kid wanted to kill him. If he were alone today, he might have really succeeded. However, with the five of them working together and this kid suffering from the deadly poison of soul-stealing powder, even if he has the cultivation of a half-saint, he can't cause any trouble. Thinking to myself. A ferocious look flashed in Su Sen's eyes, and then he reached out and grabbed at the void in front of Lin Xian. As Su Sen made his move, the other four family heads also reached out and grabbed at the void. Rumble. In an instant, thunder roared throughout. Five powerful auras surged out, forming a pentagonal shape, like an invisible spatial cage, trapping Lin Xian inside. Lin Xian frowned. He hadn't expected that these guys could cooperate so well, and that they could even join forces to unleash martial arts techniques. However, this further illustrates the close relationship between these five guys. Each of them was partly responsible for the tragedy that befell the Lin family back then. A chill ran through Lin Xian's eyes. The next second, the power of the punch suddenly intensified,
and it slammed wildly towards Su Sin in front of him.
Bang! A punch landed, unleashing a deafening roar like muffled thunder.
However, this punch failed to cause any damage to Su Sin, it merely slammed into the spatial cage created by the 5 people working together. As the fist struck, a violent ripple spread across the entire invisible spatial cage. However, there were no signs of breakage. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The martial arts technique these guys used together was quite troublesome. The fusion of these 5 people's true energy was already enough to rival the late-stage martial emperor. If he were at his peak, he could easily dismantle a move of this caliber with a single strike. However, now, as the poison of the soul-stealing powder continues to take effect in his body, his true energy is being depleted at a rapid pace, and it seems that he can no longer support a powerful attack.
That punch was already my limit. Hee, kid, just surrender obediently with your current strength, you can't break through the combined attack of the 5 of us.
Su Sin looked at Lin Xian, who was now like a trapped beast, and let out a sinister sneer.
Now, they have completely taken the initiative.
Next, all we have to do is wait for the poison of the soul-snatching powder to take effect in Lin Xian's body until that kid is completely exhausted.
886, Chapter 886 still has energy. Boom boom boom.
A powerful surge of true energy swept across the night sky. An invisible cage, created by Su Sin and his 4 companions, trapped Lin Xian within it. Lin Xian remained expressionless. A pair of dark eyes stared at the cage before him, where true energy surged. Instead of charging madly at the cage like a trapped beast, he calmly observed the cage's condition, searching for a weak point to break through.
Even the strongest shield has its weak point. Once these are identified and destroyed, the cage's constraints will naturally be released.
What he needs to do now is to conserve his internal energy as much as possible in order to prepare for the next powerful attack.
Because he can only launch 2 more attacks like the one just now.
In other words, he only had 2 chances to make a shot. Once, they need to save it to break through the true energy cage created by the 5 people working together. On another occasion, a fatal blow needs to be dealt to Su Sin.
Su Sin must not be allowed to live.
Lin Xian also harbored a murderous intent towards Su Sin.
Hee, to remain calm under these circumstances, it seems I have indeed underestimated you.
Su Sin smiled sinisterly as he looked at Lin Xian, who was still able to remain calm even at this moment. However, the more this happened, the more determined he became to get rid of the boy. Such talent, such temperament. If he cannot keep Lin Xian here forever today, he will inevitably suffer the latter's crazy revenge in the future. The retaliation from a semi-saint level expert is far beyond what the Su family can withstand. Although the poison of the soul-snatching powder has already taken root in that kid's body, it cannot be ruled out that it can definitely be neutralized. Because of the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder, it is specifically targeted at martial artists below the saint realm. When facing a martial artist who has reached the saint level, the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder is negligible. Because after a martial artist enters the saint realm, their physical body, internal organs, and meridians undergo extraordinary transformations. This transformation makes even a martial saint immune to all poisons. That's true immunity to all poisons. In his past training with his master, Lin Xian had been subjected to 49 kinds of poisons and medicinal herbs every day, which made him almost immune to all toxins. However, immunity to potent poisons like soul-snatching powder is still impossible. However, because his body has a strong resistance to toxins, he has managed to hold on until now even after being invaded by the soul-stealing powder. Otherwise, even with his semi-saint level strength, his internal energy would be almost exhausted, so how could he maintain a certain level and wait for the last 2 opportunities to strike?
Kid, still putting up a stubborn resistance?
Su Sin looked at Lin Xian, who was still struggling like a trapped beast, and a sinister sneer crept onto his lips. In his view, Lin Xian was just making a last-ditch effort.
Moreover, almost 5 minutes had passed. It seems that the boy's internal energy is almost depleted. It's time to take him down in one fell swoop.
A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Su Sin decided to stop wasting time with Lin Xian. He suddenly stretched out his hand, gathering true energy in his palm, and grabbed at Lin Xian fiercely.
Now!
Lin Xian looked at Su Sin, who couldn't hold back any longer and attacked him first, and a sharp look suddenly appeared in his calm eyes.
Creak!
His right hand clenched into a fist.
Boom!
The next second, a surge of powerful true energy erupted directly from Lin Xian's previously dormant body.
Then, he aimed a powerful blow at Su Sin, who was coming straight at him. What? Su Sin's pupils suddenly contracted. This kid actually still has so much energy left? 887, Chapter 887. The oil is exhausted and the lamp is dying.
Su Sin stared in horror at the gust of wind from the fist hurtling toward him. How come this kid still has energy left?
Bang! Bang!
Without giving anyone much time to think, Lin Xian's fierce punch struck Su Sin squarely in the chest.
Put!
A punch landed squarely on Su Sin's chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his throat. It even contained fragments of internal organs. Clearly, Lin Xian held nothing back with this punch. He was aiming to take Su Sin's life. Furthermore, due to Su Sin's carelessness, he did not take any countermeasures and was hit squarely in the chest by Lin Xian's punch. However, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at Su Sin, who was vomiting blood.
Under the influence of the soul-stealing powder, his strength was once again greatly weakened.
As a result, his powerful attack just now failed to kill Su Sin directly.
Damn it!
Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a chill surging in his eyes.
Boom!
He once again channeled the remaining true energy within his body, preparing to launch his final attack.
You dare, kid!
Su Sin saw this and, seeing the chilling killing intent in Lin Xian's eyes, let out a sharp roar. This was the first time in his life that he truly felt the approach of death.
Boom!
Lin Xian ignored him, his dark eyes surging with murderous intent. Immediately, the punch that contained all his strength slammed into Su Sin's chest again.
Patriarch Zhao, save me!
Su Sin let out a terrified scream.
You dare, kid!
Upon seeing this, the 4 members of the Zhao family immediately let out a stern shout.
Boom boom boom!
The next moment, the 4 of them attacked together, unleashing a torrent of energy at Lin Xian.
The bolt of lightning, like a drawn blade, sliced horizontally towards Lin Xian.
Creak! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, watching as the horse struck Su Sin before he could. Therefore, he could only switch from offense to defense, protecting his true energy around his body while retreating rapidly.
Swish! In the blink of an eye.
Lin Xian then distanced himself from Su Sin and the others. Lin Xian landed firmly on his feet, his face expressionless. However, only he knew at this moment that the true energy in his body was almost exhausted. He couldn't possibly repeat that kind of offensive and defensive maneuver a second time. He missed his only chance to kill Su Sin. Hateful!
Lin Xian clenched his fists.
Huff huff. On the other hand, Su Sin, who had escaped death, was panting heavily, still shaken. Cold sweat had soaked the back of his clothes.
Thinking back to what just happened. He was almost killed by Lin Xian. That brat! Su Sin's white teeth clenched tightly together, his body trembling violently from the ferocity of his expression.
His gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. The ferocity creeping into his eyes seemed to want to tear Lin Xian to pieces.
Lin Xian's gaze was icy.
He wanted to make another move, but the opportunity had already passed.
Kill him, Patriarch Zhao, kill that brat for me. Su Sin roared menacingly at Lin Xian. Su Sin, you should do this yourself.
The 4 members of the Zhao family twitched at the corner of their eyes. Having witnessed Lin Xian's strength, they were clearly deeply wary of him.
They didn't want to end up like Su Sin, who almost got killed.
What's there to be afraid of? That kid is already at his last gasp. He's just putting on a brave face.
Su Sin roared. Su Sin, if you want to go yourself, we're not going to be the unlucky ones.
The 4 members of the Zhao family changed their expressions and refused.
You? Su Sin's expression froze. Ha, old man, why don't you come and try it yourself?
At this moment, Lin Xian also let out a cold laugh. On the surface, he still maintained a calm and composed demeanor.
In reality, he was completely exhausted.
Under the corrosive effects of the soul-stealing powder. He now finds it very difficult to even stand.
888, Chapter 888 Disagreement. You little brat.
A ferocious glint flashed in Su Sen's eyes. But to be honest, he didn't dare to act rashly. He wasn't sure if Lin Xian had any other tricks up his sleeve. Just now, because of his carelessness, he was almost killed by Lin Xian. Maybe that kid is waiting for him to come over so he can give him another fatal attack.
Old man, you're too scared, so you're letting your ally take the fall for you?
Lin Xian looked at Su Sen, who dared not step forward, and the cold smile on his lips grew even stronger. At the same time, he was also looking for an opportunity to leave. Right now, the true energy within his body is about to be exhausted. He could even feel the corrosive pain caused by the soul-stealing powder penetrating his meridians. He's only managing to keep a straight face because he's putting on a brave face. He knew that if he gave himself away even slightly, these 5 guys would immediately attack him. You! Faced with ridicule, Su Sen's expression changed again. A deep, sinister light surged in his eyes. However, he dared not take another step forward. He clutched his chest tightly with his hand, and with each breath, a tearing pain shot through his chest. Lin Xian's punch just now almost shattered his sternum, and several of his ribs were broken. If it weren't for the poison of the soul-stealing powder, which greatly weakened Lin Xian's strength, that punch just now probably killed him. Su Sen's hesitation and fear were noticed by the 4 members of the Zhao family. They immediately expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Su Sen. This old bastard kept saying that Lin Xian's strength was no longer enough, and told them to hurry up and capture that kid. But he himself was too cowardly to go up, clearly because he was wary that Lin Xian had a backup plan. Su Sen, we've finished what you asked us to do now, we'll leave the rest of the job to you. The 4 men spoke, their voices low and dissatisfied. You? Su Sen's expression changed again. What's wrong, Patriarch Su? Didn't you just keep saying that kid was already done for? Why didn't you go and do it yourself? The 4 family heads raised an eyebrow and said in a sarcastic tone. Can't you see how badly I'm injured? A surge of dark anger welled up in Su Sen's eyes. Heh, that only further illustrates the danger that kid is in. Patriarch Su, are you trying to make us take the fall for you? The 4 family heads sneered. Don't forget, capture that brat. This is the Shadow Protector's order, and the Master's order. Su Sen gritted his teeth and said that he had no choice but to bring up the Shadow Protector and the Lord. You don't need to scare us with Shadow Protector and the adults. We have already done what we should do. What follows is what you, Su Sen, should do anyway. The 4 family heads scoffed, unmoved by Su Sen's words. If this mission fails, Su Sen will be the first to be punished. That old guy must be even more anxious than they are right now. Besides, as long as they stall for time, they can wear Lin Xian down sooner or later. There's no need to choose to fight him head-on at this point. It was because Su Sen and Lin Xian had a grudge that Su Sen tried every means to grind Lin Xian to dust, which is why Lin Xian was so badly injured. They didn't want to become Su Sen's scapegoats, getting hit by Lin Xian and ending up paralyzed. Good, very good. Su Sen laughed in fury, his eyes filled with sinister intent as he looked at the 4 family heads. None of you are going to step forward, are you? Then don't blame me for reporting you all to the adults when the time comes. 889, Chapter 889 Provocation. Su Sen, stop threatening us with the adults. Su Sen's words immediately provoked the dissatisfaction of the 4 family heads. You have a deep-seated hatred for that kid. If you want to go, then go yourself. Our task is simply to keep that kid occupied. Can't you see how badly I'm injured? Su Sen's face was contorted with rage. If I hadn't been injured, I would have broken that kid's arms and legs long ago. Heh, you said you were injured like this, so you want us to end up like you? The 4 family heads sneered, their gazes toward Su Sen growing increasingly displeased. Among them, the Zhao family head had the biggest grudge against Su Sen, and his sneer was particularly grating. If we had known you were such an ungrateful person, we shouldn't have saved you just now. Zhao Gang, you better explain yourself clearly. Who is ungrateful? Su Sen's face was gloomy.
Isn't that so?
Zhao Gang scoffed, if you really cared about us, you wouldn't have asked us to take this risk for you.
5 minutes have passed.
In theory, the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder had already fully manifested in Lin Xian's body. Furthermore, after the several major expenditures just now, that kid's strength should indeed be almost depleted.
However, theory is still just theory.
No one knows whether Lin Xian still has spare strength or is hiding other methods. Because that kid can't be judged by common sense. Otherwise, they will suffer a great loss like Su Sin just now. After all, one can reach the semi-saint realm at the age of 27.
This is inherently an impossible thing.
They dare not take that risk.
You? Su Sin was so angry that he couldn't speak.
These guys, as supreme experts, are actually so afraid of death.
Patriarch Su, you let others go but you don't go yourself, and then you blame others. I assent that a bit inappropriate?
At this moment, Lin Xian's cold laughter rang out again in the air and under the night sky. His voice was filled with sarcasm. His body had reached its limit. He must take this opportunity to sow discord among the people and then use it to leave.
He can't delay any longer.
If he continues to let Zhao Gang and the other three keep an eye on him and keep wearing him down, he will be completely worn down in 2 minutes at most. Kid, don't try to sow discord between us, I know you're just putting on a brave face.
Su Sen's face was gloomy as he glared fiercely at Lin Xian.
Is that so? Then you are welcome to try me, Patriarch Su, and see if I am really as you say, just to spend force.
Lin Xian gave a nonchalant sneer.
After speaking, he took a small step forward, assuming a ready stance.
Su Sen's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a half step back.
Despite what he said earlier, having suffered 2 defeats at Lin Xian's hands and almost been killed, he was still quite wary of Lin Xian in front of him. Su Sen's half step back only intensified the contempt in the eyes of Zhao Gang and the other 3. That old bastard was just using them as guinea pigs to shield himself.
Otherwise, why would he back down? Didn't he keep saying that Lin Xian was already at his last gasp?
The more the 4 thought about it, the more dissatisfied they became. Lin Xian saw this and knew that he had completely provoked the 4 people's emotions. He immediately made his mocking laughter even louder. Patriarch Su, do you dare not?
Didn't you just say I was at my last gasp? Since you yourself are not sure, what is the meaning of your rush to push out several family heads? 890, Chapter 890. The Only Chance. A thick chorus of mocking laughter echoed under the night sky.
As expected, Zhao Gang and his 3 companions were greatly agitated. They all looked at Su Sen with extremely dissatisfied expressions.
Su Sen's lips twitched, and he said with a gloomy face, you guys, didn't you realize he was deliberately trying to sow discord between us?
Trying to sow discord? Lin Xian sneered again, then you have to give me the chance to provoke you. What a sharp-tongued little rascal. Su Sen was so angry that his face turned ashen, and his left fist clenched so tightly that it made a crackling sound.
Lin Xian gave a cold laugh.
As they spoke, their gazes fell upon the 4 family heads, and their attention shifted to Su Sen, showing considerable dissatisfaction with him.
He knew the time was almost right.
As soon as the thought formed in his mind, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly turned sharp.
Boom!
The next second, the last bit of true energy in his body burst forth from the soles of his feet, and he stomped his foot hard on the ground, his figure rushing towards the backyard. This is his last chance to leave this place.
That kid's trying to run away.
Upon seeing this, Su Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Hearing the urgent shout, Zhao Gang and the other 3 shifted their attention away from Su Sen. They wanted to chase after them. However, considering that Su Sen had just used them as a testing ground, and that Lin Xian might still have a backup plan or a conspiracy, they decided to wait for them to catch up and then launch a surprise attack. Therefore, for a moment their steps faltered, and their eyes all fell on Su Sen. You bunch of bastards! Su Sen was so angry he almost lost his temper. Ignoring his injuries, he unleashed his inner energy and charged after Lin Xian. He knew that if he didn't take the lead today, those guys wouldn't even move.
He absolutely cannot let Lin Xian escape.
Whether it was due to the shadow protector, the instructions from a powerful figure, the deep-seated grudge between him and Lin Xian, or the infinite possibilities in various variables surrounding that kid, it was all because of him. Today, he must keep Lin Xian here forever. There is indeed no cure for the soul-stealing powder. Within 3 hours of poisoning, the victim's meridians will be severed, rendering them useless. However, this kid cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. If there is even a 1 in 10 million chance that he could withstand the poison of the soul-snatching powder, then what awaits the Su family in the future will surely be a world-destroying revenge. This kind of retaliation is something the Su family cannot bear, and he certainly cannot bear it. Therefore, even if it means taking this risk, he will keep Lin Xian here. Besides, he didn't think that kid had any strength left to resist. Leave it here. With a fierce shout, Su Sin unleashed his inner energy and stretched out his large hand to grab at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had his back to Su Sin at the moment. He could sense the intense killing intent Su Sin was displaying towards him, and he knew that even with Su Sin's serious injuries, he was no match for him in his current physical condition. However, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Hidden within is a unique skill passed down from his master. He had never used this move in the past 15 years. Because the cost required is extremely high. But the resulting damage is far less than 1/10 of the price paid. It can only be used when both sides are truly fighting to the death, running out of ammunition and supplies, and it's a battle of who can survive in the end. Otherwise, we might hurt ourselves before we even harm the enemy. This move requires a large amount of one's own essence and blood to activate. Once triggered, the body will inevitably suffer serious damage. Recovery can take anywhere from a few months to several years. Furthermore, since the loss of essence and blood is irreversible, it will inevitably affect the path of cultivation in the future. Therefore, the cost is extremely high. However, Lin Xian now has no other choice. Moreover, this is the only chance to kill Su Sin. 891, Chapter 891 The Power of Essence Blood. I made up my mind. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The next second, he bit his tongue hard, activating the power of his essence and blood. Snort. As the power of his essence and blood was activated, a muffled groan escaped from Lin Xian's throat. A pallor quickly spread across his face. Kid, you were just putting on an act all along. Upon hearing the muffled groan, Su Sen's eyes gleamed with an even more intense ferocity. He knew it, the kid was just putting on a brave face. Today, he's going to tear this brat to pieces. Once he captures this kid, he's going to smash every single bone in his body. He will repay 100-fold for all the humiliation he has suffered today. He wanted to make this kid understand the consequences of offending Su Sen. And he also wants to obtain this kid's cultivation technique. Aside from his talent, this kid must have some extraordinary methods to achieve his current level of skill. Perhaps it's the same peerless martial arts technique as that great man. If he can obtain it, I believe he will be able to quickly step into that sacred realm. It's worth noting that Lin Xian has already achieved so much at only 27 years old. Su Sin believed that his talent was definitely superior to this kid's. If he could obtain that technique, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Thinking of this, the ferocity in Su Sen's eyes intensified. Amidst that ferocity, there was also a strong sense of greed. He wants to obtain this peerless martial arts technique. Whoosh! His hand, like an eagle's claw, fiercely grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had his back to Su Sin. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from behind, a deep killing intent surfaced in his dark eyes. His body suddenly began to tremble violently at that moment. Lin Xian's body trembled. The blood and qi in his body were boiling. Then, a flush of blood suddenly appeared on his originally pale face. Call! Call! He exhaled a hot breath. Lin Xian bent 2 fingers together on his right hand. A drop of bright red blood oozed from the fingertip. Kid, this is the end of it. At this moment, Su Sen's sinister voice rang in Lin Xian's ears again. Whoosh! The eagle claw-like hand tore through the air,
about to reach the back of Lin Xian's neck. Just then, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh! The next second, he turned around abruptly and thrust out 2 fingers at Su Sen, who was right in front of him. With 2 fingers thrust out, the wound suddenly widened where blood had overflowed from the fingertips, and a large amount of glaring blood gushed out, directly condensing into a sharp blood sword at Lin Xian's fingertips, which then fiercely stabbed at Su Sen's throat. What? Su Sen's pupils suddenly contracted, shrinking to the size of pinholes. He never expected that Lin Xian would have such a powerful move hidden away. Boom! Immediately, he activated his inner energy, turning offense into defense, and pulled his hand back to block in front of him. Laugh! The sharp blood sword easily pierced through Su Sen's true chi defense and struck his arm. Crimson blood splattered out. Ah! Su Sen let out a shrill scream. Did he block it? However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth at this moment, his eyes flashing intensely. As expected, using this move to deal with a supreme expert who still had strength to spare was still very difficult. He wanted to try it a second time. However, the toxicity of the soul-snatching powder, combined with the reversed and turbulent blood and chi in his body at this moment, caused him to suddenly experience a tearing pain in his chest. Put! Then, a large mouthful of dark, fresh blood gushed uncontrollably from Lin Xian's throat. 892, Chapter 892. He can't go far. Put! Black blood spurted from his mouth. Lin Xian's face turned deathly pale in an instant, devoid of any color. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he nearly fell backward. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered in the end. He pushed off with his foot and managed to steady himself. Huff huff. Lin Xian gasped for breath as he looked at Su Sen, whose arm had been pierced by a blood-stained sword and who was screaming in agony. His eyes were cold and indifferent, filled with murderous intent. However, he was no longer able to unleash the same move a second time. The depletion of his internal energy, the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder, and the loss of his essence and blood left him extremely weak. The pain that rapidly spread through his limbs and bones made him realize that the poison of the soul-snatching powder had completely invaded his body and begun to take effect. We can't stay here any longer. A thought popped into my mind. Lin Xian lightly touched the ground with his toes, urging the last bit of true energy in his body to speed away from the courtyard. Zhao Gang and his 3 companions observed this. However, at this moment, no one went to pursue them. Their hearts are still in shock. They looked at Su Sen's pierced arm and at the blood-red sword that presented a bizarre posture. It was formed from the condensation of blood essence. How did that kid do it? It's possible to condense blood essence into a weapon? It was fortunate that Su Sen was strong. If it had been them, they would have been severely maimed even if they hadn't died. Therefore, for a moment, none of them dared to chase after them directly. They were terrified that Lin Xian might turn around and strike them with his sword as well. Master, what's wrong? At this moment, the Su family guards, who arrived late, looked at the seriously injured Su Sen and their eyes immediately revealed deep fear. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Chase! Chase after them! If someone gets poisoned by the soul-snatching powder next time, and is injured this badly, they definitely won't be able to get far. Order the lockdown of Yinjing right now. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find that brat. We need to see him alive or dead. Su Sen's ferocious roar echoed through the night sky. His face was unusually sinister and ferocious at this moment, with bloodshot veins constantly spreading from his eyes. In just one day, he actually suffered 3 losses at the hands of that kid. On 2 occasions, he almost lost his life. He's going to catch that kid and tear him to pieces. Yes, Master. Commander receives orders. A large number of people dispersed like a tide at this moment. Ah, Lin Xian. I'm going to kill you. After the men and horses dispersed, Su Sen roared to the sky. A ferocious look surged in his eyes, and his disheveled appearance made him look like a vengeful ghost. He forcefully pulled the blood sword from his arm, and after circulating his inner energy to seal the wound,
he ignored the pain and turned to roar at Zhao Gang and the other three, "What are you all standing there for? Come and chase after them with me. If that kid gets away, none of us will have a good day today." Su Sen's roar startled Zhao Gang and the other three awake. A hint of fear flashed across their eyes at that moment. They had never thought of this before. Today, even with the five of them working together, they couldn't trap the heavily injured Lin Xian. They absolutely cannot let this child return to the mountains. Otherwise, even if the adults forgive them, from now on, their family will likely never have a day of peace because of Lin Xian's existence. 893, Chapter 893 The Moment of Escape. Rumble. Dark clouds filled the sky, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Splash, splash, splash. At a certain moment, Suddenly, a torrential downpour began. This rain had been building up for a long time. Therefore, when it fell, the entire capital of Yanjing was as if it had been submerged by the Yellow River flowing backwards. The streets of Yanjing became deserted instantly because of the torrential rain. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, sharp auras swept through the streets. They would pause briefly at each location, and then quickly leave once they found nothing amiss. They're looking for someone. Looking for someone. On the other side, Su Sen, along with Zhao Gang and the other three, also sped through the streets of Yanjing. They followed the trail left by Lin Xian. However, the sudden downpour greatly increased the difficulty of their search. The rainwater washed away the traces of Lin Xian's escape and the bloodstains left on the ground. That kid is really lucky. Su Sen clenched his teeth tightly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. However, no matter how lucky this kid is today, he won't escape his pursuit. He has already deployed all of the Su family's elite troops to seal off the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the four great families of Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Li all dispatched their best members to hunt down Lin Xian. Given Lin Xian's serious injuries, that kid couldn't have gone far, he must be hiding nearby. And indeed, things turned out exactly as Su Sen had predicted. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was seriously injured, could hardly run a long distance, let alone walk. The depletion of his essence and blood accelerated the activation of the soul-stealing powder poison in his body. He hid in an empty alley, struggling to support his body with his hands, his body soaked through by the torrential rain. Huff huff. Panting heavily, Lin Xian felt his vision begin to blur. I can't die yet. He shook his head vigorously, and his consciousness returned slightly. He continued on his way. Snort. However, after taking only a few steps, a sharp pain in his chest caused him to uncontrollably vomit a large mouthful of dark blood again. Whoosh. He weakly knelt down, supporting himself on the ground with one hand and holding onto the wall with the other. Heh, am I going to die here today? Lin Xian made a hoarse sound. At that moment, he smiled sadly. He still has many things to finish. He has not yet avenged his mother. He has not yet fulfilled the promises he made to Bai Mo and CC. He hasn't yet obtained Aunt John's forgiveness. He still hasn't found any news about his master. He still has so many things left to do. Damn it. My eyelids can't stay open anymore. Lin Xian murmured weakly. He tried several times to open his heavy eyelids, but they felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He slowly closed his eyes, leaned against the wall at the corner of the alley, and fainted. At the same time, the Lin family mansion. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the lobby, watching the torrential rain pouring down from the sky. Suddenly, I felt a tightness in my chest. He frowned and clutched his chest tightly. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Seeing this, Zhang Wan'er, who was accompanying her, immediately asked with concern. I'm fine, I just suddenly feel a little uneasy. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, looking at the sky outside, when suddenly the image of his son appeared in his mind. Shen'er should be alright, right? 894, Chapter 894 Meeting Mother. Are you worried about Lin Xian? Zhang Wan'er noticed the worry on Lin Xiao's face and asked him with concern. Kindness. Lin Xiao nodded. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Then I'll go with you to the Su family,
Jiang Wan'er said gently. No matter what Xiao Go wants to do, she will support him without hesitation. Will you come with me?
Lin Zhao's eyes flickered.
Kindness. Jiang Wan'er nodded. With me here, the Su family shouldn't do anything to you.
Given the current relationship between the Lin and Su families, if it weren't for her status as the daughter of the former head of state, Su Sin would probably have already taken action against the Lin family.
Su Sin has been eyeing the Lin family covetously for years.
After all, Su Sin was the main initiator of that incident back then. Back then, Su Sin led the entire Su family in a 12-hour massacre of the Lin family. Therefore, the Lin family and the Su family have long been irreconcilable enemies. However, because the mysterious force behind the Su family was secretly supporting them, the Lin family had been holding back and had not made a move. The entire Lin family. Whether they were servants or high-ranking officials, everyone was burning with anger. They are waiting for the day when they can fight the Su family to the death and pay back the blood debt of that year in full. Wan'er, but if you go, wouldn't that mean? It's alright, Brother Xiao, I think we're not far from truly breaking ties with the Su family.
Jiang Wan'er took a deep breath and said.
She knew Xiao Ji's concerns, he was afraid of dragging her Jiang family into it as well. However, since she married Brother Xiao and became his wife, she would belong to Brother Xiao for life. She will stand with Brother Xiao through thick and thin.
Wan'er.
Lin Zhao's eyes welled up with tears. He felt that he had really let Jiang Wan'er down all these years, causing her to suffer so much hardship and injustice along with him. Brother Xiao, let's hurry up and set off, it'll be easier to hide while it's raining heavily.
Jiang Wan'er looked at Lin Xiao with tender eyes.
At this moment, they didn't need to say much to each other, yet they could feel each other's feelings.
This is the tacit understanding between the couple. Kindness. Lin Xiao nodded emphatically, and then, without further delay, he helped Jiang Wan'er put on a transparent black raincoat before speeding off toward the Su family. On the other side, under the torrential rain,
Lin Xian lay unconscious at the corner of the alley. His clothes were soaked through by the rain, and dark blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, which was quickly diluted by the rain.
At a certain moment,
in the darkness, Lin Xian suddenly felt a halo of light appear before his eyes. Within the halo, a woman dressed in a simple dress, with a gentle and dignified face, was looking at him tenderly.
Mom!
The moment Lin Xian saw the woman, he uttered a weak murmur. His voice was very soft, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. He wanted to stand up and hug his mother, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his arms or his feet. His body felt as if it had been filled with heavy lead. Xianer, you don't need to get up, Mom is coming here. The gentle voice of her mother, Guyan, came through the phone. The next second, Lin Xian suddenly felt a warmth in his body. He was embraced by his mother.
A long-lost feeling flowed through my body.
Lin Xian's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Mommy's it really you? Your son missed you so much.
895, Chapter 895 Dream? It's me, Xianer. Guyan's tone was exceptionally gentle. Mom.
Lin Xian's eyes suddenly turned even redder. I really miss your mother so much. The word mom made the tenderness on Guyan's face even more intense than before. She looked at Lin Xian, who was lying there with reddened eyes, and reached out her soft, warm hand to gently stroke his head. Mom knows I miss you too, and Mom also knows that Xianer has always been great and strong.
Mom, really?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Guyan. Of course.
Guyan smiled gently. Mom, can you tell me who killed you back then?
Lin Xian suddenly thought of something and asked anxiously. Xianer, I can't tell you this, I just want to tell you that if you're tired, close your eyes and rest properly, don't push yourself too hard. Mom only hopes that Xianer can continue to live peacefully.
But Mom
doesn't have much time left, Mom has to go. Xianer, remember what Mom said, don't overwork yourself.
After saying that, Guyan's figure suddenly began to dissipate rapidly. Mom!
Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted.
Rumble.
At that moment, the previously dark scene suddenly collapsed. A bottomless black hole, with a powerful suction force, seemed to be sucking in and destroying everything in the world. Guyan's body was also rapidly sucked into the enormous black hole, becoming increasingly faint and ethereal. "Mom!" Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise and reached out to grab it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was swallowed by that merciless black hole and then completely disappeared before his eyes. "Mom!" Lin Xian became hysterical. The next second, he suddenly woke up with a start, his arm stretched straight out in midair. Splash! Dense raindrops fell on Lin Xian. Huff huff. Lin Xian looked shaken and was breathing heavily. It turns out, what I just saw was a dream. He must have just passed out. But he didn't die. Lin Xian was surprised. Moreover, he felt that the stinging pain in his body was not as intense anymore. Furthermore, his chest felt warm, as did his body. It felt like I had just been held in my mother's arms. Could it be that what just happened wasn't a dream? Lin Xian murmured. Swish, swish, swish. Before he could think it through, a series of rapid whooshing sounds suddenly came from not far away. It's obvious without even thinking that they must be pursuers sent by Su Sen and his men. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly got up and pressed himself against the deepest part of the alley, outside the gate of the mansion. The walls on either side of the gate flared outwards, providing just enough space for a person to hide. Lin Xian held his breath. At this moment, I dared not even breathe. He heard the sound of wind breaking getting closer and closer, until it finally stopped where he had just been standing. There seemed to be a faint trace of life here. That kid should be nearby. Search the area. Yes, team leader. The crowd immediately scattered. A series of hurried footsteps approached. Several of them were getting closer and closer to where Lin Xian was hiding. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. This is a dead end, there are no other roads around. His internal energy had been completely depleted by the poison of the soul-stealing powder, making it impossible for him to take any countermeasures. Day. The footsteps grew closer. Less than 10 meters away from Lin Xian. 9 meters. 8 meters. Lin Xian held his breath tightly. At that moment, he could almost hear his own heartbeat. 7 meters. 6 meters. Let's fight them. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rush out and fight to the death, the gate of the mansion behind him suddenly opened silently. A slender hand covered Lin Xian's mouth from behind and pulled him inside. 896, Chapter 896 The Cellar. Wah! A feeling of suffocation surged into Lin Xian's brain. Lin Xian's eyes widened suddenly. Has his whereabouts been discovered? Shoo, don't talk. Just when Lin Xian thought he had fallen into the hands of the Su family's pursuers, a familiar woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment, the other person released their hand from Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian immediately turned around and saw Zhang Wanner's familiar face. At this moment, Zhang Wanner was wearing a light green long dress and a black raincoat. Her face remained gentle and charming, her willow leaf eyebrows were very delicate, and her lips were red and full. Aunt Jiang, what are you doing here? Lin Xian found it hard to believe. Your father was worried about you, so the two of us came out to look for you. However, we saw a lot of pursuers on the way, so we felt that something had happened to you. Therefore, we split up to look for you. Zhang Wanner gave Lin Xian a simple explanation. Lin Xian's gaze flickered again. He didn't expect that it was his father who sensed the danger he was in. Let's go inside first, the pursuers are outside. Zhang Wanner said, and then quickly led Lin Xian into the depths of the inner courtyard. The house wasn't very big. It occupies approximately 200 square meters. The house was also a rather simple old-fashioned house. However, beneath that house lies a hidden cellar. Jiang Wan'er led Lin Xian to the cellar and bent down to pick up a floor tile that was the same color as the stone bricks on the ground.
Let me do it, Aunt Jiang.
Lin Xian was about to step forward to help.
You're so badly injured, why are you still trying to be brave? Jiang Wan'er's eyebrows furrowed slightly.
This guy really does love to show off, just like brother Xiao. They're definitely cut from the same cloth.
Aunt Jiang, about what happened before, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Faced with Jiang Wan'er's concern for him at this moment, Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't take it to heart, and now is not the time to talk about this. You go inside first.
Jiang Wan'er pointed to the entrance of the cellar. And what about you? Lin Xian asked.
I'll keep watch outside and also get rid of any lingering scent in this house for you.
Jiang Wan'er said. Just now, those pursuers sensed Lin Xian's presence and tracked him here.
She had to find a way to quickly cover up the lingering scent of Lin Xian throughout the room. But if you keep it, and the Su family's pursuers see it, they will.
Don't worry, they wouldn't dare.
Jiang Wan'er interrupted, her tone urgent. Before the pursuers find you, you should quickly hide inside. Here is a small bottle of wound medicine. I don't know if it will work for you, but take it first. Remember, no matter how much noise happens outside, don't come out.
Alright, let's go inside quickly.
After saying that, Jiang Wan'er handed a small bottle she was carrying to Lin Xian and then pushed him into the cellar. Lin Xian held a jade bottle of wound medicine in his hand.
The jade bottle was still warm from Jiang Wan'er's body.
He knew that Aunt Jiang had brought this especially for him because she was worried he would get hurt.
Thank you, Aunt Jiang.
A warm feeling welled up in his heart after thanking Jiang Wan'er. Lin Xian didn't linger and quickly went into the cellar to heal his wounds. Right now, regardless of whether he can neutralize the poison of the soul-stealing powder, he has to give it a try. At least the fact that he is still alive means that his body has some resistance to the toxin.
As Lin Xian entered the cellar, Jiang Wan'er immediately covered it with stone bricks.
Instantly, the stone bricks and the stone bricks on the ground merged into one. Jiang Wan'er quickly took out perfume from the drawer and sprayed it around the room to cover up Lin Xian's scent.
Bang!
Just then, a sound of a door being broken down came from outside the house.
Immediately afterwards,
a series of hurried footsteps came from across the rain-washed courtyard, heading towards the house.
897, Chapter 897. Suspecting me, a Tibetan? Jiang Wan'er's eyes flickered. It must be the Su family's pursuers arriving. Phew. Phew. She immediately put the perfume away and exhaled deeply. Creak.
At that moment, the door to the house was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Several men dressed in black armor, with cold and stern faces, barged into the room.
Mrs. Lin?
The leader of the group was startled when he saw Jiang Wan'er.
Hee, Team Leader Su, isn't it a bit impolite of you to trespass on someone else's property like this?
Jiang Wan'er sneered, her eyes equally cold as she stared at Team Leader Su.
Team Leader Su frowned. He naturally didn't believe that Jiang Wan'er would appear here by such a coincidence. Moreover, Lin Xian's aura clearly disappeared right here. Madam Lin, what brings you here?
Team Leader Su narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice.
This is my home, why can't I stay here?
Jiang Wan'er said coldly, but I'd like to ask you, if you barged in like this without a word while I was sleeping, could you bear the consequences?
Mrs. Lin, you say this is your home?
Team Leader Su, however, did not believe Jiang Wan'er's words at all.
Although he didn't know Jiang Wan'er's true identity, he was perfectly clear that she was Lin Zhao's wife. Given her status, how could Jiang Wan'er possibly live in such a dilapidated house?
That's right. Jiang Wan'er said, this is the old house where my father and I lived when we were young. Now that my father is old and has moved away, I come here regularly every month to check on the old house and stay for a day. Is there anything wrong with that, Team Leader Su?
Team Leader Su's eyes flickered. Is this really Jiang Wan'er's home? There's nothing wrong with it.
He chuckled lightly, but Jiang Wan'er's words did not lower his guard. Instead, they aroused even more suspicion in his heart. The perfect timing of its appearance, and the perfume sprayed in the room. It's obvious that they're deliberately trying to cover something up. Jiang Wana naturally saw through the other party's suspicion and said in a cold tone, "So, Team Leader Su, if there's nothing wrong, please take your people and leave as soon as possible, and don't disturb my rest."
"Rest, Mrs. Lin, isn't it a bit too much to wear perfume to bed so late at night?"
Team Leader Su countered with a question.
"This is my personal habit. What, is Team Leader Su going to interfere with this?" Jiang Wana frowned, suddenly displaying a strong aura. "Or does Team Leader Su think that I, Jiang Wana, am easy to bully, that the Lin family is easy to bully, and that he can manipulate me at will? I wouldn't dare."
Faced with the suddenly assertive Jiang Wana, Team Leader Su's aura immediately weakened. He was, after all, just a team leader, and there was a significant difference in status between him and Jiang Wana, so he dared not offend her too much.
"Then hurry up and leave, otherwise, I'll call for backup,"
Jiang Wana said, her eyes filled with sharpness. "Madam Lin, I'm afraid this won't work." Team Leader Su said, "To be honest, Madam Lin, we are on orders from the head of the family to apprehend Lin Xian. His presence disappeared near this mansion, which is why we broke in. If I have inadvertently offended Madam Lin in any way, I apologize, but please cooperate with us and allow us to conduct a search."
"Search?"
Jiang Wana's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained sharp. "Team Leader Su, are you implying that I'm hiding someone?"
898, Chapter 898 Search.
Hee, that's right. Team Leader Su smiled without any hesitation and said, "So, Madam Lin, I apologize for any offense."
"You dare?"
Jiang Wana's eyes sharpened. "Madam Lin, please don't make things difficult for us, we are just following orders." Team Leader Su clasped his hands in a fist salute.
"This is my home,"
Jiang Wana said coldly.
"Madam Lin, we are just following orders, please do us a favor."
Team Leader Su repeated, "If the search reveals that I have indeed misunderstood you, I will personally apologize to you."
"Search."
After saying that, Team Leader Su waved his hand dismissively.
"You."
Jiang Wana gritted her teeth, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing she can do to stop it. Putting aside the fact that she was just an ordinary person and no match for Team Leader Su and his team, she couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. If she were to forcefully stop them, it would only arouse more suspicion in them. If we attract more pursuers or Su Xin and his group, we'll be in real trouble. That would only increase the risk of Lin Xian being exposed.
"Search quickly." Team Leader Su urged them on.
They searched the house and the courtyard thoroughly.
Jiang Wana's appearance has made them very suspicious. Despite Jiang Wana's explanation, at this juncture, they clearly didn't believe it could be such a coincidence. There must be other people hiding in this house.
And that person must be Lin Xian.
Team Leader Su first opened the wardrobe.
However, apart from finding a few pieces of clothing inside, nothing else was discovered.
"Not here?" Team Leader Su frowned.
Team Leader Su searched under the bed, in the rice bin, and everywhere else where people might be hiding, but found no trace of Lin Xian. Reporting to the team leader, "We have searched the entire courtyard but have not found Lin Xian." At this moment, several of his men came to report.
"Are you sure you searched every corner?"
Team Leader Su asked in a deep voice.
"Confirmed, even the dry well at the entrance has been searched, it's long since dried up. That's what my subordinate said."
"Have you gone down to check?" Team Leader Su pressed for further details. "We checked it, and there was nothing inside except some dead leaves and pebbles."
"That's what my subordinate said."
"That's strange,"
Team Leader Su murmured.
Logically speaking, when they tracked him by his aura, they discovered that Lin Xian's aura disappeared at the entrance of the mansion.
But now, how could it not be there?
What was particularly strange was that when he brought people in, he smelled a room full of perfume.
Despite Jiang Wana's explanation, he still didn't believe her.
Wearing perfume late at night is obviously to cover up the smell. That kid Lin Xian must still be in this mansion.
He must have missed something. Oh, right, the hidden compartment. There might be a hidden compartment in this room. Thinking of this, Su Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went to the wall and gently tapped it with his hand to listen to the sound and see if it was solid. However, after several taps, nothing unusual was found. He then moved to another wall and continued knocking. Moreover, their footsteps drew ever closer to that hidden stone brick. When Jiang Wan'er saw that team leader Su had noticed something and was getting closer and closer to the stone bricks of the hidden compartment, even about to step on it with one foot, her heart jumped into her throat. However, her expression remained unchanged. At that moment, team leader Su also arrived in front of that stone brick. He stomped down firmly with his right foot. 899, Chapter 899 Temporarily Get By. Team leader Su's feet landed on the stone bricks. Jiang Wan'er's heart jumped into her throat. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the secret room at that moment, held his breath when he heard the footsteps coming from above. Team leader Su frowned slightly. He knocked hard on the wall in front of him and found that the wall still felt solid, not hollow. In other words, there were no hidden compartments or mechanisms concealed behind the wall. That's strange. Team leader Su muttered to himself. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? Did that kid escape by climbing over the wall, or was he hiding in this courtyard? Jiang Wan'er looked at the puzzled team leader Su and knew that he had not noticed anything amiss and had not expected that the hidden compartment was actually located in the basement of the house, rather than behind the wall. To prevent the other party from having any more time to think, Jiang Wan'er's cold voice rang out, "Team leader Su, if you haven't found anything, please apologize to me, and then quickly take your men and leave this place, don't disturb my rest. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." As she said this, Jiang Wan'er raised her eyebrows and her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Team leader Su's heart skipped a beat, turned to look at Jiang Wan'er's confident demeanor and realized that he had misjudged the situation. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lin, I apologize for my rash behavior just now." Team leader Su bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Wan'er. "Get out of my house right now." Jiang Wan'er issued an order to leave. "Yes, Madam Lin." Team leader Su said respectfully, then waved his hand at his men, "Retreat, follow me and continue the pursuit." "Yes, Captain Su." The group accepted the order. The group of people quickly left. As he left, team leader Su couldn't help but glance back into the room. Although he hadn't found any clues, he still felt that something was wrong. "Sha Jie, go and tell the family head about this. Tell him that Lin Xian's presence disappeared in this mansion, and that Jiang Wan'er is also here." Team leader Su gave the instructions in a low voice. "Yes, Captain Su." After receiving the order, his subordinates immediately went to report the matter. The rest of you, follow me, and continue the chase." With a wave of his hand, team leader Su led his men over the wall to pursue them. If Lin Xian really wasn't in the house, but instead climbed over the wall and ran away, then given his current condition, he definitely couldn't have gone far, he should be nearby. A large group of people left in a grand procession. The entire courtyard fell silent once again. Splash! Outside, the sound of torrential rain could be heard. Call! Jiang Wan'er, inside the room, breathed a huge sigh of relief. She felt weak and plopped down on the bed. Thinking back to what just happened, it was really close. Fortunately, the Su family's pursuers did not discover it. However, they managed to get away with it this time, but who knows if they can do it again next time. Once the Su family discovers Lin Xian's whereabouts, they will definitely report this to Su Sen. If the Su family still can't find Lin Xian, they will definitely return here again. And the truth will come out sooner or later. Xiao Xian, you must heal your injuries and recover as soon as possible. Jiang Wan'er clenched her jade-like hands tightly and prayed softly. On the other side, Lin Xian, who was in the basement, breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the pursuers had left. However, the problem of pursuers has been temporarily resolved. But then, he faced an even more difficult problem. That's soul-stealing powder. There is no antidote for the soul-stealing powder in this world. Now, the poison has taken deep root in his body and has even seeped into his blood. He was completely helpless. 900, Chapter 900 Waiting for Death. Lin Xian's expression was grim.
He simply couldn't get rid of the poison from the soul-devouring powder.
Damn it!
His fists clenched tightly. At this moment, Lin Xian had no way to deal with it.
He tried to redirect his internal energy to suppress it.
However, he sadly discovered that the true energy in his dantian had long since dried up due to the corrosive effects of the soul-stealing powder.
He was even somewhat surprised that he had managed to survive until now.
It should be understood that after being poisoned by the soul-snatching powder, any martial artist below the level of martial saint, no matter how strong their physique or cultivation, will be tormented by the intense poison to the point of wishing for death within half an hour. He had just collapsed from exhaustion due to the corrosive effects of the poison and the activation of his vital essence. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to wake up after this coma. Moreover, even if one wakes up, the body should be in a state of extreme pain, accompanied by reversed blood flow and continuous cracking of the meridians. However, apart from discovering that his internal energy was depleted and detecting that the poison of the soul-stealing powder had completely entered his bloodstream, he did not feel any other discomfort. Furthermore, when he woke up, he felt a warm sensation all over his body. It felt as if he were truly being held in his mother's arms.
That's strange.
Lin Xian murmured in confusion.
Damn, they're here.
Speak of the devil and he appears. Suddenly, a tearing pain shot through Lin Xian's meridians. The soul-stealing powder, which had previously exhibited a mild toxicity, suddenly went berserk, unleashing a powerful toxicity within his body. Under the influence of that poison, the intricate meridians within Lin Xian's body twisted and contorted like a pretzel. A burning sensation spread rapidly from the inside of his body, turning his face deathly pale and causing his brain to feel suffocated.
Huff huff. Lin Xian gripped his neck and breathed heavily.
However, he was horrified to discover that no matter how hard he tried to inhale, not a single drop of air could get into his mouth.
What's going on? Lin Xian was greatly alarmed.
Could it bet this is the reaction caused by the poison of the soul-stealing powder in his body?
How terrifying. It can actually prevent people from breathing in outside air.
Lin Xian's gaze shifted violently. Just now, he was wondering if the poison of the soul-snatching powder was gradually losing its effectiveness in his body.
But to my surprise, I was proven wrong the very next second.
He didn't know how he had suppressed the poison, or whether the poison had stopped raging on its own. But at this moment, when the poison began to rage in his body again, Lin Xian truly experienced the terror and domineering power of the soul-stealing powder.
No wonder it strikes fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. No wonder it has such demanding trigger conditions.
Once triggered, it's truly beyond saving. At that moment, a feeling of suffocation filled Lin Xian's mind. Even more terrifying than that was the feeling that his blood was burning at that moment, flowing like boiling water, causing his meridians to twist violently, like a dehydrated twisted rope.
Ah!
Lin Xian screamed in agony. But when the sound reached the throat, it became extremely hoarse, and no sound could even be heard. The veins on his neck bulged, his eyes popped out, and his face went from pale to bright red. At this moment, the poison of the soul-snatching powder devoured Lin Xian like a raging flood.
He could only clench his fists tightly to resist and alleviate the pain in his body. Then, await death. 901, Chapter 901 Troubled again. Bang bang bang.
At this moment, in the basement, Lin Xian was frantically pounding the ground with his hands. Under the corrosive effects of the potent poison, the blood vessels in his body twisted and deformed like dehydrated twisted dough sticks. His blood surged as if boiling, causing his veins to bulge and his skin to turn bright red. It was reddish, and even had some dark purple undertones.
That's a sign that your meridians are about to burst. Ah!
Lin Xian opened his mouth wide, wanting to let out a painful roar, but no sound came out. That feeling is like having a fishbone stuck in your throat. What made him feel even more desperate was, as the poison of the soul-stealing powder continued to take effect in his body, the feeling of suffocation in his mind became increasingly intense. Just like blood vessels and even trachea can be eroded by toxins, and blood can flow backward. He couldn't breathe in any fresh air at all. Even if the meridians can withstand it, the body will quickly stop beating due to this intense feeling of suffocation.
Damn it!
Lin Xian struggled in vain, and a strong wave of dizziness washed over him. He nearly fainted several times, but he persevered through sheer willpower.
Because he knew that if he collapsed like this time,
perhaps he will never be able to open his eyes again.
He can't die yet. At least, we can't die like this.
He hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to Su Baimo and Wang Sisi. He hasn't had time to find out the real murderer who killed his mother back then.
He hadn't had a chance to properly apologize to Aunt Zhang Wanner. He still has many things to finish. Therefore, he absolutely cannot die here like this.
Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly. He endured the intense suffocation and dizziness, and the excruciating pain that felt like being burned alive. With trembling hands, he took out 8 silver needles from his shirt pocket and used the 8 needles to restore life taught to him by his master, inserting the 8 silver needles into 8 acupoints on his body. As the silver needles were inserted into the body, soon, the reverse flow of qi and blood was stopped. Lin Xian felt that he could breathe in fresh air again through his nasal cavity.
The 8 needles for resurrection have taken effect.
Lin Xian was overjoyed.
The 8 needles of resurrection, as the name suggests, can reverse the course of life and bring the dead back to life. As long as the patient has a breath left, there is a chance to save them. Any disease has a chance of being cured with the 8 needles of rejuvenation. However, Lin Xian was not sure if it could neutralize the poison of the soul-stealing powder. Because the soul-stealing powder is very special, its powerful toxicity is such that even martial artists at the heavenly supreme level cannot resist it. Furthermore, performing the 8 needles of resurrection requires sealing acupoints with silver needles. Just now, in such a fierce battle, even if he thought of trying to use the 8 needles of heaven, he was unable to do so. Once the acupoints are sealed, it means he will be unable to mobilize a large amount of his internal energy for combat. This would be absolutely fatal when facing an attack from 5 supreme experts. This time, Lin Xian will use the 8 needles of rejuvenation. Firstly, he is currently in a relatively safe environment and does not need to consider anything else. Secondly, he was truly at his wit's end and could only try anything as a last resort. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, the 8 needles of rejuvenation worked. With the simultaneous application of 8 needles, the toxicity of the soul-snatching powder ceased its originally ferocious spread. However, this surprise did not last long. Next, a thorny problem arose that troubled Lin Xian once again. 902, Chapter 902 The Last Solution.
That is, although he used the 8 needles of rejuvenation to prevent the toxin from spreading further and uncontrollably. However, the toxins from the previous soul-stealing powder had already completely fused with the blood. He couldn't find a way to get rid of the toxins from his body. If the toxins cannot be eliminated, the true energy in his dantian will never be recondensed. Thus, even if he still had a breath left and managed to suppress the poison of the soul-snatching powder for a short time, he could only watch helplessly. Furthermore, as time goes by and the 8 needles of rejuvenation gradually lose their effectiveness, the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder will soon rebound. This time, he will have no means of restraint.
Damn it!
Lin Xian clenched his teeth tightly.
Countless methods flashed through my mind, but none of them were feasible.
He considered finding a powerful martial artist and transferring their internal energy into his own body through the method of transmitting true energy.
However, he quickly rejected this idea.
Putting aside the current situation, finding a powerful martial artist without being discovered by the experts and pursuers sent by the 5 great families of Zhao, Chen, Sun, Li, and Su is no easy task. The most pressing problem now is that the poison from the soul-snatching powder has become integrated into his blood. In other words, apart from blood transfusion, almost no other method is feasible to completely eliminate toxins.
Because the toxicity of soul-snatching powder is unlike that of ordinary potent poisons or other toxins, it cannot be removed by any means. Once the poison of the soul-stealing powder mixes with the blood, it is for life.
The only way to prevent this toxin from taking effect in the body is to suppress it with powerful internal energy.
However, his dantian is already depleted.
Of course, there is another way, which is to advance to the early stage of martial saint, that is, to truly enter the saint realm. Upon reaching the saintly realm, martial artists will undergo a transcendent transformation, affecting not only their bones and muscles but also every inch of their blood vessels and meridians. It is completely immune to toxicity. Therefore, immunity to this soul-stealing powder is a given. However, both of these possibilities are currently zero. The former is almost impossible to implement successfully. The latter is utter nonsense. Even at his peak, he couldn't truly break through the barrier of the saint realm now. In this extremely exhausted state, what can he possibly use to attempt to reach that realm? It is important to know that to break through to the martial saint realm, one not only needs strong comprehension, but also a large number of rare and precious materials as an aid to replenish the true energy that martial artists face during the breakthrough process. Furthermore, martial artists themselves need to bring their condition to its peak. This is only the initial preparation stage. But Lin Xian hasn't even reached the very first stage of preparation. In fact, they are worlds apart. This completely dashed Lin Xian's hopes. At present, after a series of struggles, he seems to have only delayed his death. He is still facing a dead end. Is there really no other way? Lin Xian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He can't just die like this. Oh, right. Jade bracelet. Just as Lin Xian was feeling hopeless about his current situation, he suddenly remembered the jade bracelet his mother had left him. That jade bracelet was filled with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Furthermore, when he awoke from his coma, he felt a warm sensation in his chest. Perhaps it was the jade bracelet that saved his life. 903, did chapter 903 work? Thinking to himself, Lin Xian quickly took out the jade bracelet from the inside pocket of his shirt. Upon holding the jade bracelet, a faint, warm sensation immediately spreads across my palm. It is warm and moist, yet also has a refreshing coolness. It felt like a touch of coolness in the warmth of spring. Lin Xian looked at the jade bracelet in his hand. Its texture was clear and translucent. Lin Xian held it in his hand and immediately felt a slight refreshment and invigoration. However, the toxins in his body showed no signs of improvement. Could it be that the jade bracelet wasn't the one that had an effect just now? Lin Xian murmured, frowning in confusion. Logically speaking, if the jade bracelet was effective in pulling him back from the brink of death when he was unconscious, then. So now, when he takes out the jade bracelet, it should have the same effect as before. However, holding the jade bracelet in his hand, he felt nothing special except for a slight refreshing sensation. However, for now, Lin Xian can only place all his hopes on this magical jade bracelet. The jade bracelet contains a wondrous spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more intense and profound than he had ever felt anywhere else before. He examined the jade bracelet in his hand. From that jade-like body, one could almost see a pale white spiritual energy surging within it. Previously, when he showed the jade bracelet to Wang Yutong's sister, Yutong, who came from a family of jade artisans, immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Therefore, he concluded that the origin of this jade bracelet was definitely not simple. Maybe this time, it can really save his life. Putting aside everything else, just consider the profound spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within that jade bracelet. This time, it should be able to help him. Now, the true energy in his dantian has been completely depleted. Furthermore, due to the toxicity of the soul-stealing powder, he was no longer able to condense true qi within his body. However, the appearance of jade bracelets might change this situation. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within it is absorbed by his body, it might help him overcome this difficulty. But once the first problem was solved, the second problem immediately followed. How is he supposed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from this jade bracelet? Should we smash it? But this is the only keepsake his mother left him. If he breaks it. Lin Xian thought for a while. In the end, I gave up on the idea. He remembered his mother's dying wish that he pass this jade bracelet on to his future wife. This represents the mother's last wish, and it also represents the mother herself.
He absolutely must not break it. Oh, right.
At one moment, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Xian.
Maybe this method will work.
He thought of the situations where certain treasures required a blood oath to be activated, or that they needed to absorb blood to be unlocked. He quickly bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the jade bracelet.
However, blood dripped down. The scene that the jade bracelet emitted light, as expected, did not occur.
The bright red blood dripped onto the jade bracelet, but the bracelet did not react at all.
Isn't that how it is?
Lin Xian murmured, his eyes somewhat dark.
Does it mean that I have to break this jade bracelet to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within it?
Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his mind quickly began to race. He considered various methods, but rejected them all. Just as Lin Xian was at a loss again, blood oozed from the fingertip of the jade bracelet he was holding, where it had been bitten earlier, and touched the bracelet. And with more contact with blood.
Buzz!
The jade bracelet, which had been silent, suddenly seemed to possess a spirit, emitting a slight tremor. Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock.
904, Chapter 904 Bottomless Pit. It worked!
Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he immediately sat up straight. His eyes were fixed on the jade bracelet in his hand. It was discovered that the blood that had touched the surface of the jade bracelet was being absorbed by the bracelet in a strange way.
Buzzing.
Furthermore, as the blood was continuously absorbed, a strange buzzing sound seemed to faintly emanate from within the jade bracelet. The voice was very soft. It seemed that Lin Xian could only hear it by using his mind to sense it. However, it doesn't matter whether the sound exists or not. It's true that jade bracelets can absorb blood. Lin Xian was in high spirits. He quickly bit his finger to create a larger wound, pouring more blood onto it.
Buzzing.
As more and more blood flowed into Lin Xian's fingertips, the jade bracelet seemed to emit a joyful chorus. At the same time, it also seemed to be telling Lin Xian that it needed more blood. Helpless, Lin Xian could only bite the tips of his remaining fingers until they bled.
Buzz. In an instant, the jade bracelet's trembling became suddenly intense.
So much so that Lin Xian could feel the jade bracelet trembling in his hand at that moment.
This thing really does have a spirit. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise once again.
Before Lin Xian could have much time to be surprised, his expression suddenly changed the next second. As all 5 of his fingertips cracked, the jade bracelet seemed to adhere to his 5 fingers like a suction cup. Furthermore, the suction force is getting stronger and stronger. As a result, Lin Xian's blood began to drain rapidly.
Depend on.
Lin Xian's lips trembled violently. He quickly shook his right hand and found that the jade bracelet was indeed sticking to him like a suction cup. He quickly reached out his left hand, trying to take off the jade bracelet. However, to his horror, he discovered that the jade bracelet seemed to have become one with his right hand at that moment, and he couldn't pry it off no matter what he did.
Holy crap, no way!
Lin Xian's eyes widened in horror. He noticed that the rate at which he was losing blood was increasing. The feeling was like having blood drawn with a syringe. The jade bracelet was like a bottomless pit, constantly draining the blood from his body. If this continues, within a minute, before the poison in his body is neutralized, the jade bracelet will drain all the blood from his body. This isn't helping him, it's killing him.
Damn it, stop right now.
Lin Xian grew anxious and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath.
Buzz.
However, the jade bracelet trembled even more intensely, and the absorption speed became faster and faster, so fast that Lin Xian felt a strong stinging pain in his fingers, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fresh blood continued to flow from Lin Xian's body.
500 milliliters. 1,000 milliliters. 2,000 milliliters.
As 2,000 milliliters of blood was lost, Lin Xian experienced a strong feeling of weakness and dizziness.
Depend on.
After muttering a final curse under his breath, Lin Xian's vision went completely black as he collapsed to the ground from excessive blood loss.
Even as Lin Xian fell into a coma, the jade bracelet continued to draw blood from his body.
Lin Xian's face grew increasingly pale. The body, too, became shriveled and withered due to the rapid loss of blood.
At the same time,
Jiang Wan'er paced anxiously back and forth inside the room, waiting for Lin Xian to recover from his injuries as soon as possible.
Boom boom boom.
Just then, several powerful auras suddenly descended from outside the mansion.
Jiang Wan'er's heart skipped a beat. It was Su Sin who brought his men.
905, Chapter 905. I've never seen him.
Jiang Wan'er's heart skipped a beat. Su Sin actually brought people with him.
This is troublesome.
Xian'er is very likely to be exposed.
Just as Jiang Wan'er was feeling uneasy, the footsteps outside the door grew closer. A powerful aura surged through the air, preventing even a drop of rain from falling, as if a vacuum had been created in the courtyard.
Knock knock knock. Mrs. Lin, this is Su Sin. We need to speak with you.
Just then, a knock came at the door, followed by Su Sin's deep voice.
Jiang Wan'er's beautiful eyes sparkled as she took a deep breath. What was bound to happen couldn't be avoided. After quickly composing herself, Jiang Wan'er stepped into the house and opened the door.
Outside the door stood Su Sin, Zhao Gang, and the other two family heads. However, the moment Jiang Wan'er saw Su Sin, she was startled by his disheveled and ferocious appearance. A bloody hole, about the size of an infant's fist, was seen piercing Su Sin's right forearm. Although the blood in the blood hole had dried, it still revealed the stark white bones. Although his left arm was intact, it looked somewhat strange, as if it had been forcibly restored after being broken, resulting in some abrupt joints between the bones.
Could it be that Lin Xian did all of this? Did Lin Xian injure Su Sin like this? His strength is actually that terrifying?
Jiang Wan'er's beautiful eyes trembled. Before this, she only knew that Brother Zhao's son was very strong, but she never thought that he was strong enough to injure a sovereign like this. Just as Jiang Wan'er was horrified, Su Sin's sinister, deep voice rang out, Madam Lin, tell me, where did you hide that brat Lin Xian, or rather, where did you take him?
Lin Xian?
Jiang Wan'er's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said, I'm sorry, I've never seen him before.
Never seen it before?
Su Sin's lips curled into a sinister sneer. Do you think I'd believe that, if you haven't seen him, why did my men report that they sensed that kid's presence in this mansion? I don't know, maybe he entered the mansion without my knowledge and then left.
Jiang Wan'er used an excuse she had prepared beforehand.
Had, you didn't know beforehand?
Upon hearing this, Su Sin's laughter grew even colder and deeper. Do you think I would believe such nonsense meant for a 3-year-old?
Mrs. Lin, no, I should call you Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, I'm in a very bad mood right now. I advise you not to push me. If you don't want to suffer, I advise you to tell me that kid's whereabouts right now, otherwise. The voice paused for a moment, and Su Sin's smile became even more sinister. Otherwise, don't blame me for holding you accountable. Su Sin, as I said, I have never seen him before. Your men just searched the mansion. Despite her fear, Jiang Wan'er's gaze remained cold and sharp as she frowned and stared directly at Su Sin. If there's nothing else, don't disturb my rest. You have disturbed me time and time again, and even forcibly broken into my residence. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Wan'er spoke with a strong and assertive manner. Because she knew that only in this way could she possibly scare Su Sin away. No matter what, she couldn't let Su Sin and the others discover Lin Xian's whereabouts. Lin Xian is currently seriously injured. If he falls into the hands of Su Sin and his men, his fate is predictable.
906, Chapter 906. Let you answer. Thinking about this,
Jiang Wan'er's aura grew increasingly fierce and domineering. You all get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being impolite.
You're welcome?
Su Sin's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then I'd like to see just how impolite you're going to be, Miss Jiang Wan'er. He knew that Jiang Wan'er was his daughter.
But so what? Does this woman really think he wouldn't dare to touch her?
Even if you offend an adult, you have to think twice before doing so. Moreover, the arrest of Lin Xian this time was ordered by the Shadow Protector, personally by the Lord.
He was utterly unscrupulous.
Master Su, we've always kept to ourselves, so don't go too far. Jiang Wan'er said coldly. Excessive, that brat Lin Xian was hand-picked by the adults arresting him is my duty. I advise you not to be ungrateful and go against the adults.
Su Sin moved out. Is he the one who wanted to arrest Lin Xian? Jiang Wan'er frowned.
That's right. Su Sin said, so, hurry up and hand the person over, lest you anger the magistrate.
I'm sorry, I really have never met Lin Xian. Jiang Wan'er said.
You haven't seen him before, then why are you here? Don't tell me this is just a coincidence.
As he spoke, Su Sin's sinister gaze was fixed on Jiang Wan'er. Try to find a flaw in the other person's eyes. However, as a daughter, Jiang Wan'er naturally possessed an extraordinary temperament.
Under Su Sin's gaze, Jiang Wan'er showed no panic in her eyes and said calmly, I've already said, I haven't seen him. Your men searched this place earlier. If I had really hidden someone, they would have found out by now, wouldn't they?
That's true, but didn't Miss Jiang Wan'er protect or help that boy escape?
Su Sin countered with a sinister smile.
His life or death is none of my business, why should I help him? Jiang Wan'er responded coldly.
Miss Jiang is indeed cold-blooded, but I'm sorry, I still don't believe what you're saying. Su Sin wore a sinister smile, still not believing what Jiang Wan'er said. He continued, Miss Jiang, I know that Lin Xian just met with you, and I know that you must be protecting him, and I also know his current whereabouts.
I advise you to tell me before I get serious.
Otherwise, I will let Miss Jiang have a good taste of what it feels like to be humiliated. At this point, Su Sin couldn't help but stick out his scarlet tongue and lick his lips, a deep greed rising in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Wan'er's chest. Within it, a wisp of black, malevolent energy quietly surged.
Su Sin, how dare you? Faced with Su Sin's unbridled gaze, Jiang Wan'er's eyes suddenly turned cold.
So what if I'm presumptuous? Su Sin was unconvinced, his smile growing even wider. By concealing Lin Xian's whereabouts, you are making an enemy of me, and of the Lord. And now, I'm just taking the place of the adults to punish you.
You!
Jiang Wan'er gritted her teeth, a chill surging in her eyes.
You don't need to look at me like that.
Su Sin smiled sinisterly, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. I can give you a chance to confess, but if you continue to resist, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson.
Miss Jiang, if your superiors won't answer, then I'll have your subordinates answer for you. As he spoke, Su Sin took a step closer to Jiang Wan'er. Su Sin, how dare you?
Jiang Wan'er's face turned pale, and she coldly rebuked him.
907, Chapter 907 The Greedy Su Sin. Dare I?
Looking at Jiang Wan'er's cold and stern face, Su Sin's lips curled into a sinister smile. In Yanjing, is there anything I, Su Sin, dare not do?
Miss Jiang, I advise you to tell me everything you know.
Otherwise, I wouldn't mind trying this married woman's taste.
Su Sin, you despicable wretch. Faced with Su Sin's lewd remarks, Jiang Wan'er turned pale with anger. How could the head of this family utter such words?
Whether it's despicable or not, Miss Jiang, you'll find out soon enough.
Su Sin sneered dismissively, however, I think Miss Jiang will thoroughly enjoy herself after tasting my flavor. You shameless bastard. Jiang Wan'er was furious.
She has a peaceful personality and rarely gets this angry.
This Su Sin is absolutely shameless. At this moment, the four family heads behind Zhao Gang couldn't stand it any longer and reminded him, Su Sin, Jiang Wan'er is Lin Zhao's wife. As the head of a family, isn't it inappropriate for you to do something like stealing someone else's wife? Is it inappropriate, as long as the goal is achieved? What's inappropriate about it? Su Sin sneered, his gaze towards Jiang Wan'er revealing increasing lust.
Right now, with Zhao Lingshan and the other two having escaped, he's seething with rage and has nowhere to vent it.
Perfect timing, let's start with this woman in front of us.
Su Sin, Zhao Gang, advise you, don't go too far in your actions, lest you suffer retribution.
Zhao Gang said coldly. Because he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, Su Sin, we're here to arrest Lin Xian, not to help you steal someone else's wife. The other three family heads also reprimanded them. At the same time, they were also surprised how could Su Sin have become like this in just half a month.
In their previous impression, although this guy was a bit arrogant, he never had any intention of touching other men's wives. Right now, this guy has not only set his sights on Zhao Lingshan and the other two, but is now also eyeing Jiang Waner. You should know that Jiang Waner is Lin Zhao's wife. Although the conflict between them and the Lin family is irreconcilable. But the contradiction is that we should let our strength speak for itself, instead of setting our sights on other men's wives and doing such a shameful thing. I'm doing this because of something my superiors told me to do. Su Sin chuckled coldly, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. You all saw it too. That woman refused to reveal the whereabouts of that little brat Lin Xian, so I had to use other methods to force her to tell you. That's not the way to do it. Zhao Gang and his three companions coldly retorted, you're just making excuses for indulging your own desires. You can think that way if you want. Su Sin disagreed, saying, in any case, I'm going to find out where that kid is today. Anyone who tries to stop me is an enemy of the Su family, an enemy of the adults, and you should know what the consequences will be. You four, you'd better watch yourselves. After saying that, Su Sin ignored the advice of Zhao Gang and the other three, and walked directly towards Jiang Waner inside the house. You! Zhao Gang and his three companions glared angrily. Jiang Waner looked at Su Sin walking towards her, and seeing the sinister and greedy look in his eyes, her face turned deathly pale. 908, Chapter 908 In Xia. Su Sin, what do you want to do? Jiang Waner retreated in fear, uttering a cold rebuke, trying to scare Su Sin away. What for? Of course, it's to get Miss Jiang to tell us the truth about Lin Xian's whereabouts. A cold smile crept across Su Sin's lips. He approached Jiang Waner step by step. Jiang Waner's face turned deathly pale, and she kept backing away. However, after taking only a few steps back, she bumped into the wall from behind. Miss Jiang, I can give you another chance. At this moment, Su Sin stared at Jiang Waner with a mocking look in his eyes, like a hunter eyeing its prey. If you tell me Lin Xian's whereabouts now, I can let you go. But if you keep being stubborn, your mouth down there is going to suffer. You're shameless. Jiang Waner spat and cursed, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Yes, I am shameless, so Miss Jiang will be crying and begging for her parents under this shameless bastard in a moment. Su Sin laughed unrestrainedly, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. You! Jiang Waner gritted her teeth. In her haste, she caught a glimpse of a sharp pair of scissors on the table. Immediately, Yusho picked up the scissors and stabbed them towards Su Sin's chest. Oh! Su Sin sneered disdainfully, reached out and grabbed Jiang Waner's fair wrist, then squeezed it hard. Ah! The pain made Jiang Waner immediately let go of her hand. The scissors fell to the ground. Her expression was one of extreme pain. She was just an ordinary person, how could she withstand the brute force of a supreme expert? Su Sin saw this and his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Miss Jiang, it seems you're not going to take this easy on me. Don't blame me for treating you well. After saying that, he forcefully flung Jiang Waner onto the bed. Jiang Waner tried to get up and resist. Snap! Su Sin slapped her across the face. Jiang Waner was immediately dazed and disoriented, collapsing limply onto the bed. A bright red handprint appeared on her delicate face, and blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Can you behave now, you bitch? Su Sin cursed angrily. Su Sin, you've gone too far. Zhao Gang and his three companions couldn't stand it anymore. Patriarch Zhao, I gave that woman a chance, but she didn't cherish it. Su Sin turned his head and stared at Zhao Gang and the other three with a sinister look. If you want to see how I interrogate her next, then stay. If you don't want to see, then please leave now and don't interfere with my business. Su Sin, you. Zhao Gang and the other three looked furious. How did Su Sin end up like this? Could it be just as Lin Xian said, that guy practiced the evil arts of the Japanese heretical sect, which caused his personality to change drastically? Patriarch Zhao, Patriarch Xin, if you don't want to watch, please wait outside and don't disturb me. At this moment, Su Sin's deep voice interrupted the four people's thoughts. Su Sin, are you really going to do this? Zhao Gang and the other three were making final confirmations. Of course this woman must know where that brat is. If we waste time and he gets away, we'll all be finished when the adults blame us. Su Sin brought up the adults again.
Creak. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and his 3 companions couldn't help but clench their fists. They glanced at Jiang Wan'er, who was lying on the bed, unable to struggle at all, and their eyes struggled and changed. But in the end, he gave up. You better resolve this as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned and left, slamming the door shut behind him. Oh. Su Sin sneered. After the 4 people left, he turned his attention back to Jiang Wan'er. Looking at the latter's exquisite figure, a wicked glint appeared in his eyes. 909, Chapter 909 Unable to Escape. Su Sin's sinister gaze fell on Jiang Wan'er. Looking at the latter's exquisite and graceful figure, a surge of black evil energy suddenly welled up in his eyes. He wanted to hold those pert breasts and those flawless white legs beneath the plain dress in his hands. Unable to contain his restlessness, Su Sin reached out and was about to tear Jiang Wan'er's dress at the chest. Get out of my way. Seeing Su Sin's outstretched hand, Jiang Wan'er, in a moment of desperation, suddenly felt a surge of strength within her and forcefully slapped Su Sin's hand away. A burning, stinging pain shot through my palm. But Su Sin was not annoyed by this. Instead, a strong sense of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Wan'er's angry face. He said, Miss Jiang, you are truly a virtuous woman, but today, no one can save you. Even if Lin Xiao came today, he could only watch helplessly as I manipulated his wife. But Miss Jiang, I advise you to hurry up and tell me where that little brat Lin Xin is. That way, you'll be spared some physical pain. I won't show you any mercy like Lin Xiao did. You despicable and shameless bastard. Jiang Wan'er spat and cursed, her gentle eyes filled with intense anger as she stared at Su Sin. Hee, it seems Miss Jiang is unwilling to talk about it, then don't blame me for being rude. Su Sin chuckled, his eyes suddenly flashing with a wicked light. In a moment, I'll make you understand the consequences of going against me. Get out of here. Jiang Wan'er rebuked angrily and tried to get up. Su Sin grabbed Jiang Wan'er by the neck and pushed her onto the bed. Poof. As Su Sin choked her and pinned her to the bed, Jiang Wan'er felt a strong sense of suffocation. She struggled violently. He kept pounding his fist on Su Sin's chest, trying to make him let go. However, she was, after all, just a weak woman. Her small amount of strength was like a tickle to Su Sin's chest, which only fueled the evil fire in Su Sin's heart. You bitch, you're pretty fierce. Let me teach you a lesson. A raging fire burned in Su Sin's eyes. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Wan'er's dress at the chest, tearing it off forcefully. Sizzle. With a tearing sound, the fabric began to rip. Jiang Wan'er's dress was completely torn to shreds, revealing a white strapless bra underneath. Above her strapless top, her snow-white breasts rose and fell with Jiang Wan'er's violent struggles. Su Sin saw this and a surge of evil light flashed in his eyes. Huff huff. His breathing became rapid at that moment. A wicked thought was creeping around in my lower abdomen. He couldn't wait to reach out and tear off that unsightly strapless top. At this moment, Jiang Wan'er also noticed something. A deep panic suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her body struggled even more violently. However, no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from Su Sin's grasp. She watched as the hand drew closer and closer to her. Jiang Wan'er finally closed her eyes in despair. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. A tear rolled down her cheek. She wronged Lin Xiao. Hey! Su Sin looked at Jiang Wan'er, who had finally given up resisting, and his eyes gleamed with lust. He was about to tear off that strapless top. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the previously quiet room. The entire house trembled violently. 910, Chapter 910 Discovering the Hideout. Rumble. The entire house, along with the surrounding ground, shook violently, as if it were an earthquake. What happened? Su Sin's pupils contracted sharply, and he withdrew his hand in shock. Jiang Wan'er quickly curled up in the corner, grabbed the blanket on the bed, and covered herself. What happened? At this moment, Zhao Gang and his 3 companions outside also pushed open the door and came in with expressions of shock.
Looking at Jiang Wan'er curled up on the bed, they knew what that bastard Su Sin had wanted to do to her.
But that's not what they're concerned about right now. What was that earthquake-like tremor just now? How would I know? Su Sin then came to his senses and looked at the four people with a horrified expression. What happened outside just now? No.
The four shook their heads.
No? Su Sin's eyes flickered. Could it not be coming from inside the house?
Zhao Gang and the other three asked questions.
Room?
Su Sin, reminded of this, suddenly remembered something, and a deep, ferocious look immediately appeared in his eyes. He said, I know where that kid Lin Xian is hiding.
Where?
Zhao Gang and the other three pressed for answers.
Underground.
Su Sin pointed to the ground and said in a ferocious voice.
Underground? Zhao Gang and his three companions were immediately taken aback. Then, I suddenly woke up. Yes, how could they not have thought of that? Moreover, the tremor we just heard came from underground. That kid was actually hiding underground.
They were so meticulous, yet they still made a mistake.
You four, come in here quickly and break through these bricks. Su Sin issued the orders.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and his three companions, though displeased, couldn't afford to argue about it right now. Finding Lin Xian was their priority. The sudden tremor just now left them with a strange sense of fear and unease.
Oh no!
Jiang Wan'er's face turned extremely ugly when she saw that Lin Xian's hiding place had been exposed. She didn't know what the tremor that had just come from underground was. However, Lin Xian suffered such a serious injury that even if he recovers, it will take a long time.
Right now, if we're discovered. Boom boom boom.
Without giving Jiang Wan'er time to think further, Zhao Gang and the other three channeled their inner energy, intending to smash all the stone bricks on the floor of the room.
Don't waste your time, let me do it.
Just as the four were about to make their move, a cold voice suddenly rang out from beneath the ground. The sound was very soft, and it clearly came from underground. However, what reached the ears of everyone in the room at that moment was so clear and deafening. It was as if the speaker was right next to my ear.
It's that kid's voice. The ferocity in Su Sin's eyes intensified instantly.
Zhao Gang and the other three felt a shiver run down their spines. Click click click. At this moment, fine cracks suddenly spread across a stone brick on the ground. Then, before everyone's eyes, it suddenly turned into dust. Stone bricks are crushed.
A staircase leading to the basement is visible below. Day.
Footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs, getting closer and closer.
3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. It's here. Everyone's eyes narrowed.
The next second, a tall and straight figure slowly walked out of the passage. His eyes were like stars, his eyebrows like sharp swords, and his whole body radiated a faint, dazzling light. He just stood there, not saying a word. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine enveloped the entire room.
Su Sin and the other 4 men's pupils suddenly contracted. 911, Chapter 911 Detoxification Failure. Lin Xian?
Su Sin and the other 4 watched as Lin Xian slowly walked out of the passage, their pupils suddenly contracting sharply. Lin Xian remained expressionless. He looked at Jiang Wan'er, who was wrapped in a blanket and curled up on the bed with a look of panic on her face.
2 bright red handprints were imprinted on either side of her cheeks.
At that moment, upon seeing Lin Xian, her previously alarmed eyes immediately filled with deep worry. Lin Xian, why did you come out?
Aunt Jiang, I'm so sorry.
Seeing Jiang Wan'er suffering because of him, Lin Xian's eyes instantly reddened. He heard everything that was happening upstairs when he was in the cellar. Thinking of how Jiang Wan'er almost suffered humiliation at the hands of that beast Su Sin while protecting her, I felt a pang of sadness. A blood-red killing intent suddenly surged from Lin Xian's pupils. Xiao Xian, hurry up and go, don't worry about me. Jiang Wan'er said with extreme nervousness. Lin Xian was already severely injured, and now he had to face the siege of 5 supreme experts. This was simply impossible.
Don't worry, Aunt Jiang, I'll be fine. Lin Xian smiled at Jiang Wan'er, his eyes revealing ease and confidence. Jiang Wan'er's gaze froze as she looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, she felt that Lin Xian gave her a different feeling than before. It was a feeling that was even more unfathomable. Could it bet that he was the one who caused the commotion underground just now? You little brat, so you were hiding here all alone. As Jiang Wan'er was surprised, Su Sen's cold voice echoed throughout the room. Was it you who hit Aunt Jiang just now? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian turned his gaze to Su Sen. His dark eyes were filled with utter indifference, as if he were looking at a dead person. So what if it's me? Su Sen's eyes were gloomy. He didn't believe that this kid could still be alive and kicking after being poisoned by the soul-stealing powder. The commotion underground just now must have been caused by that kid's failed attempt to detoxify using some method. Because he couldn't sense any fluctuation of energy from Lin Xian at all. In other words, the true energy in that kid's body has been completely depleted. He's just stubbornly holding on right now. Then you deserve to die. Lin Xian's tone was devoid of any emotion. However, at this moment, it was as if a cold current from the Arctic had reversed, causing Su Sen's heart to tremble involuntarily. The pupils of Zhao Gang and the other three men behind him contracted sharply at that moment. They felt a chill emanating from Lin Xian that made their souls tremble. "Ha, you think you can kill me?" Su Sen quickly recovered from his shock and let out a disdainful sneer. He seemed to be trying to dispel the chilling feeling of humiliation he had just experienced through this method. He, the dignified head of the Su family, actually felt a chill from this little brat, a little brat who had already lost his cultivation. This is something he cannot tolerate. Lin Xian looked at Su Sen. A deep chill slowly flowed through his dark eyes. At that moment, he did not answer. But his eyes had already answered everything for him. Kid, stop with the nonsense. Su Sen gritted his teeth, a ferocious glint in his eyes. Although I don't know how you managed to survive the poison of the soul-stealing powder until now, do you think this will scare me? I can't sense any presence of your aura inside your body at all. In other words, you're nothing more than a tough exterior but a weak interior. Which hand hit Aunt Jiang just now? Lin Xian interrupted him coldly. He didn't have time to listen to Su Sen's nonsense. All he wanted to do now was to return the 2 slaps that Aunt Jiang had just received. 912, Chapter 912 could it be? Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in the room. A sinister glint flashed in Su Sen's eyes as he stared at Lin Xian with a dark expression. Boy, do you really think you still possess the strength of a heavenly sovereign? How dare you be so insolent in front of me? Since you're not going to answer, let's assume it's 2 hands. Lin Xian ignored him and continued talking to himself. As he spoke, his icy gaze fell on Su Sen's arm, and he said, "It seems that the pain of losing your arm didn't teach you a lesson. However, I will not make this mistake again." Last time, he only broke Su Sen's arm. However, such pain is nothing to a supreme earthly expert. Didn't you see that Su Sen has already reattached his severed right hand? But this time, he won't make the same mistake again. Hey kid, are you even listening to me? After being repeatedly ignored by Lin Xian, Su Sen's inner rage was finally ignited. Don't you know how noisy you are right now? A cold whisper brushed past Su Sen's ear. The next second, before Su Sen could react, Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. How is that possible? Su Sen's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, a chill ran through my entire body. It's too noisy here and will disturb Aunt Jiang's rest, so let's go outside to settle the accounts. Lin Xian spoke again. The sound was very soft. But at this moment, what reached Su Sen's ears was like a resounding bell. You? Before Su Sen could speak, Lin Xian pressed his large hand hard against Su Sen's face. You bastard! Enraged by this humiliation, Su Sen unleashed his inner energy, attempting to forcefully shake Lin Xian's hand away. Lin Xian remained expressionless, and with a gentle surge of energy from his palm, he easily suppressed the true energy surging wildly from Su Sen's body. How is this possible? Sensing this overwhelming power, a deep sense of horror appeared in Su Sen's eyes.
Lin Xian did not answer, but gently pushed Su Sen's face forward with the palm of his hand.
Boom! Suddenly, it seemed as if a gust of wind burst forth from Lin Xian's palm.
Under that powerful impact, Su Sen's face twisted violently.
He was unable to resist being shot backwards like a cannonball. An amazing scene unfolded on the field. The four family heads, including Zhao Gang, were so frightened that they quickly retreated. Bang! A loud bang was heard outside. Su Sen was completely embedded in the wall of the mansion, unable to move.
Lin Xian stood a few meters away from Su Sen.
He looked down at his palm.
There, the lingering energy, which had not yet completely dissipated, was now swirling like a miniature vortex. Lin Xian gently clenched his fist, and the vortex of energy dissipated. Then, he looked up at the disheveled Su Sen in front of him, a cold, razor-sharp look appearing in his eyes. This scene left the four heads of the Zhao, Shen, Sun, and Li families standing at the door dumbfounded. Just now, before they could even see what happened, Su Sen was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Lin Xian, however, seemed to have used almost no force at all. It should be noted that even though Su Sen's strength has been somewhat diminished due to his physical injury, he is still a genuine earthly supreme expert. However, this powerful figure, who had already stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, was as helpless as an infant in Lin Xian's hands. Just tens of minutes earlier, Lin Xian had to exert all his strength when fighting Su Sen.
Could it be?
At that moment, a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in the minds of Zhao Gang and the other three.
Their hands and feet instantly turned ice cold. 913, Chapter 913 Entering the Holy Realm. Holy Land? Could that kid have really reached the Saint Realm?
At that moment, a terrifying thought surfaced in the minds of Zhao Gang and his companions.
Otherwise, how do you explain the overwhelming strength he is currently displaying?
But before this, the kid was clearly poisoned by the soul-stealing powder and was seriously injured. How could he have advanced to the martial Saint Realm and entered the Saint Realm in just a few tens of minutes?
Patriarch Xian, that kid, could he have entered the Saint Realm?
Zhao Gang looked at Qianjun beside him and couldn't help but ask in shock.
Two don't know.
Qianjun was equally shocked and said, however, judging from his appearance, he looks very much like him. Judging from Lin Xian's attack just now, it really looked like he had advanced to the early stage of martial saint. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to crush Su Sen so easily. It should be noted that the latter, no matter what, is a mid-stage martial emperor and a supreme earthly sovereign. The battle between the heavenly supreme and the earthly supreme was indeed a crushing defeat in terms of strength.
But it wasn't the kind of crushing dominance they were seeing right now.
At the very least, Lin Xian would need to exert his full strength. However, Lin Xian seemed to have dealt with Su Sen with such ease. With a mere gesture, he easily subdued Su Sen.
At this moment, they could not sense any fluctuation of aura from Lin Xian. That wasn't because Lin Xian lost his cultivation due to the corruption of the soul-snatching powder, but rather, his cultivation level had reached a completely new level, a level that they could not perceive. That is the sacred realm.
At that moment, Su Sen also sensed something. With his entire body embedded in the wall, he felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. He looked at Lin Xian, who was expressionless in front of him, and recalled Lin Xian's attack just now. That overwhelming power was something he couldn't resist even when he exerted all his strength. He suddenly realized something.
A pair of eyes stared at Lin Xian with intense horror. You've entered the Saint realm?
Yeah. Lin Xian smiled coldly, a chill running through his dark eyes. To be honest, it's all thanks to you.
Thanks to me? Su Sen's pupils contracted.
Lin Xian did not answer again and walked towards Su Sen step by step. If he hadn't been poisoned by the soul-stealing powder, he wouldn't have taken out the jade bracelet his mother left him in his desperate situation, nor would he have taken such a gamble by trying to drip his blood onto the bracelet. And it was precisely because of his actions that, by sheer chance, the jade bracelet was activated. At that time, his entire hand was firmly attached to the jade bracelet, which frantically drew blood from his body, causing him to lose too much blood and fall into a coma. While unconscious, he felt like he was having a very long dream. As expected, when dying from excessive blood loss, the sensation of the whole body becoming cold and convulsing did not occur. On the contrary, he felt very warm, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The warm current flowed through his blood, into his limbs and bones, and into his dantian. That's all. He remained enveloped in warmth until he woke up again. I thought that when I woke up this time, I would be in heaven or hell. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't die. Moreover, not only did he not die, the poison from the soul-stealing powder in his body was also neutralized. What surprised him most, and even surprised him the most, was his awakening this time. The barrier to the holy realm that had troubled him for 2 years had actually been completely broken through. And so he truly entered the realm of saint. His strength has reached the early stage of martial saint. 914, Chapter 914 Settling the Final Accounts. Su Sen, now it's time for us to settle the score properly. Lin Xian walked towards Su Sen step by step, his eyes revealing a deep killing intent. From the tragedy of the Lin family 15 years ago, to the death of his mother, to this guy sending someone to assassinate him half a month ago, causing Tang Lan to lose his memory, and all the subsequent events. Including this bastard, who actually dared to try to take liberties with Aunt Zhang and even left those 2 bright red handprints on her face. He will settle all these scores with Su Sen today. What general ledger? Su Sen felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness spreading throughout his body. Of course, it includes everything that has happened in the last 15 years. A chilling glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His steps stopped in front of Su Sen. What do you want to do? Su Sen, though outwardly fierce, roared at Lin Xian, don't forget, I am that person's man. If you touch me, he will not let you off, and the entire Great Xia Kingdom will suffer the ravages of war because of you. Heh, do you really think you're that important in the eyes of that adult you're talking about? Lin Xian sneered, staring coldly at Su Sen. In his eyes, you're nothing more than a dog that's more loyal than others. Today, I kill you, tomorrow, he can breed another dog just like you. What did you say? Su Sen gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Calling you a dog is giving you too much credit. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he reached out and pulled Su Sen out of the wall. I'll ask you one last time, which of you drove my mother to her death back then? Lin Xian asked indifferently. I have no idea. Su Sen shook his head. Have no idea? A sinister smile crept across Lin Xian's lips. He grabbed Su Sen's right wrist directly and, to the latter's astonishment, gently squeezed it. Click. With just a light grip, the oppressive force emanating from his palm instantly crushed Su Sen's wrist to pieces. Ah! Su Sen let out a shrill roar, his body twisting violently like an eel on a hot pan. Now, do you understand? Lin Xian asked again, his tone as mechanical and stiff as before, devoid of any emotion. I really don't know. Su Sen was drenched in cold sweat and his face was pale as he frantically shook his head. Lin Xian remained expressionless, observing Su Sen's terrified and trembling gaze, and knew that the other party was not faking it. It seems this guy really doesn't know. So, it's very likely that the death of his mother back then was directly related to the adult Su Sen mentioned. The second question. Lin Xian then asked, who taught you the cultivation technique you are currently practicing? Cultivation technique? Su Sen's pupils contracted again. That's right. Lin Xian said indifferently. Yes, sir. Su Sen told the truth. It really was him. Lin Xian murmured, a sharp, cold glint flashing in his eyes, so, he really is a remnant of the evil sect in Japan? I don't know, I only know that the technique that the master gave me is just an incomplete copy. Su Sen Dao. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian's gaze was cold and stern. I also know that asking any further questions won't yield any more clues. This guy is nothing more than a pawn. Next, the third and final question. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again.
He asked the question that he was most concerned about, and that was the most crucial right now. Now, do you have a way to take me to see the esteemed person you mentioned, or to contact him? 9:15, Chapter 9:15. I'll kill you here. You want to see the adults?
Susan was shocked by Lin Xian's words.
This guy actually wants to see his master.
You have to understand, that's a man who truly stands at the pinnacle of the world, at the very top of the food chain.
That's right. Lin Xian responded calmly. He. Susan laughed, his face full of mockery as he looked at Lin Xian. You little brat, you really have no shame, you actually dare to dream of seeing an adult. Do you think that just because you've luckily entered the holy realm, you have the right to challenge adults?
Let me tell you, in front of adults, your so-called early-stage martial saint strength is nothing but an ant. If an adult wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant.
Ah!
Before he could finish speaking, Susan let out another scream. And this time, the sound was even more shrill and piercing than before. Lin Xian grabbed Susan's arm and crushed the bones in his hand.
You little brat, I'm going to kill you. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, Susan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a ferocious roar. Boom!
A surge of powerful true energy erupted from his body. The surge of true energy caused Lin Xian's clothes to flutter loudly, and his hair to become disheveled.
Let go of me! Su Meng threw a punch at Lin Xian's face.
Faced with the full force of the earthly sovereign's attack, faced with a punch that could easily shatter the rocks of a mountain, Lin Xian did not dodge. With just a gentle lift of his palm, he easily caught the fist.
Su Sen's pupils contracted sharply. This kid is truly a martial saint.
This vast difference in strength made his punch feel like it had hit a bottomless pit. A terrifying force instantly annihilated the true energy he had gathered.
Is the power of a martial saint? Is this the power of the saint realm? Susan, I'm giving you one last chance. Answer me. Can you contact the adult you mentioned, or take me to see him? Otherwise, prepare to perish here today.
At this moment, Lin Xian's indifferent words pulled Susan back to reality. His gaze trembled violently, fixing on that face that was now devoid of any emotion. Susan felt a violent tremor in his heart. At this moment, he was completely convinced that Lin Xian would really kill him.
I'm not qualified to contact you.
Su Sen's voice trembled, his heart filled with humiliation.
Things that he once regarded as ants.
Now, however, they have trampled him underfoot, making him dare not even think of resisting.
Do you know where he is, or where his base is? Lin Xian asked again. Have no idea. Su Sen shook his head again. Then who is this shadow protector you mentioned? Lin Xian asked.
He is a protector in the master's forces usually. The shadow protector is responsible for relaying the orders assigned by the master.
Su Sen replied that he dared not hide anything. So, he should be able to contact that master?
Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curving his lips.
It should be correct. Su Sen said, trembling.
So how can I get in touch with Protector Shadow, or rather, when does that guy usually contact you? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. The Shadow Protector contacts me at unpredictable times every time. It's him who contacts me. Can't reach him on my own.
Su Sen Dao. When was the last time he contacted you? Just last night. Last night? Lin Xian murmured.
Then, as if he had thought of a possibility, a strange smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Susan. So that means if I kill you here, your death might very well alert the Shadow Protector you mentioned?
9:16, Chapter 9:16 cannot be left behind. Kill me? Su Sen's face suddenly turned pale, and he stared at Lin Xian with trembling eyes. You can't kill me, just as the old head of state said. If you kill me, the person behind me will definitely take this opportunity to launch a war against the Great Xia Kingdom. At that time, the entire Great Xia Kingdom will face devastation and its people will be displaced. Have you thought this through? I've thought it through. Lin Xian sneered. If it were before, he might have hesitated and chosen to let Su Sen go. But
Now, after learning that Su Sen's cultivation method is almost identical to that of the evil sect from Japan back then, he was determined to kill Su Sen. And once the former head of state learns of the situation, he will surely support his actions. The bloodshed and chaos that the evil faction from Japan once stirred up around the world has been completely forgotten by the tides of history. Moreover, only a very small number of people know about this. However, even based solely on some records in ancient books, Lin Xian could still sense the terror of that evil force from back then. That's why he absolutely cannot let Su Sen, this menace, live. Leaving Su Sen behind is tantamount to leaving a custom-made bomb in their great Xia kingdom. Who knows, one day this custom-made bomb might explode. And who knows, as Su Sen becomes more proficient in his evil arts, even more innocent girls and practitioners will perish tragically in his clutches. That guy had wanted to use Zhao Lingshan to refine his cauldron and have intercourse with her. In the future, we will definitely do more similar things. You can't kill me, you can't kill me! Su Sen screamed in terror. Boom! The energy within his body erupted wildly like a tidal wave. So noisy! Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. A vast aura surged forth from within him. Bang! In just a moment, Su Sen's left arm, which Lin Xian was holding, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Blood splattered on Su Sen's face, making his pale complexion look even more ferocious. However, not a single drop of blood touched Lin Xian. The blood was completely evaporated by the vast energy emanating from Lin Xian's body just before it touched him. Moreover, this time it was accompanied by the activation of Lin Xian's strength. A faint, shimmering luster began to emanate from the surface of his body. The luster was like a fluorescent glow in the night, radiating a sacred power. That's a power that only a true saint-level expert can unleash. That means that Lin Xian has now entered a new level in terms of both his body and his aura, and has truly reached the level of transcendence and sainthood. Su Sen's entire arm was shaken into a bloody mist. At that moment, his face showed shock and disbelief. But he didn't feel a single bit of pain? He looked in horror at his shoulder, from which blood was gushing out, and confirmed that his arm had completely exploded. However, he couldn't feel any pain? Just as Su Sen was surprised by this. A sharp, excruciating pain, like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, suddenly surfaced from the wound on his shoulder. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the night sky. Su Sen's entire body convulsed violently, and countless blood vessels appeared in his eyes. So, it turns out there was pain before. It was because the arm cracked so quickly that the pain was delayed. The screams alerted the four heads of the Zhao, Shen, Sun, and Li families, as well as Jiang Wan'er inside the house. After putting on a piece of clothing, she quickly came out to check the situation. When she saw Su Sen, who was covered in blood and tortured beyond recognition, she immediately covered her mouth in shock. This was done by Lin Xian? 917, Chapter 917 Go Down to Repent. Jiang Wan'er's eyes were filled with shock. Did Lin Xian do this? Ah! At that moment, screams echoed through the night sky. Su Sen's facial features were contorted, and his whole body convulsed in excruciating pain. Fresh blood continued to flow down his broken arm. He hurriedly channeled his inner energy to seal the wound. Even so, the pain did not lessen at all. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart. There is another hand. At this moment, Lin Xian's icy voice rang out again. Su Sen's body trembled violently. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes revealing unprecedented fear and horror. It was as if, at this moment, the one standing before him was not a human being, but the Grim Reaper. The scythe is wielded, ready to claim his life. No. Su Sen begged for mercy. He knew that, with his strength, he was no match for a martial saint. All he can do now is beg. Lin Xian remained expressionless and slowly extended his palm. Su Sen's pupils contracted sharply. Boom! With a sudden surge of internal energy, Su Sen twisted his body, preparing to flee. Trying to leave? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. His face was expressionless, and he lightly touched the ground with the sole of his foot. Buzz. In an instant, a slight tremor sound formed beneath Lin Xian's feet. A ring of transparent ripples spread rapidly along the soles of the feet. The next second, Lin Xian appeared in front of Su Sen as if he had teleported. Su Sen was so terrified that his soul almost left his body, and he slammed on the brakes to stop. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and slowly reached for Su Sen's remaining arm. The movements appear to be very slow. In reality, it's as fast as lightning. Before Su Sen could even react, Lin Xian had grabbed his arm. Don't want. Su Sen's pupils trembled violently, and the shock made his body shudder uncontrollably. Lin Xian ignored him and gently squeezed his palm down. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of blood mist erupted. Su Sen's other hand was violently blasted away by Lin Xian. Blood mist filled the air. It quickly dissolved into the rainwater and was rapidly diluted by the water flow on the ground. Ah! Su Sen let out a series of shrill screams. The screams echoed in the night sky in the torrential rain, causing the four family heads, including Zhao Gang, to tremble violently and feel a chill run down their spines. This is the power of a martial saint. This is absolute overwhelming power. Su Sen was completely powerless to fight back against Lin Xian. This time, Jiang Wan'er witnessed Lin Xian crush Su Sen's arm, and she covered her lips tightly with her jade hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Lin Xuan has amazing. His injury has healed? Boom! At that moment, a clap of thunder shook the sky, and lightning illuminated the entire dark sky as bright as day in an instant. Su Sen collapsed to his knees in the rain with a thud, his whole body trembling uncontrollably from the intense pain. His breathing became quite weak. The loss of his arm made him look particularly wretched and eerie. Hasn't the shadow protector you mentioned come to save you yet? Looks like they've already abandoned you. But it doesn't matter, I'll send you down now, down to make those in my Lin family who died tragically at your hands repent properly. At this moment, Lin Xian's icy voice rang out again. The voice carried a chilling undertone, like a death knell tolling in Su Sen's ears. His body began to tremble even more violently. 918, Chapter 918 Giving Up Resistance. Su Sen trembled violently all over. He looked up at Lin Xian, his bloodshot eyes filled with pleading, You can't kill me. Is that so? Lin Xian looked at Su Sen coldly. Su Sen's heart skipped a beat, and his voice trembled as he said, What just happened at it was all a misunderstanding, Tu didn't mean to do anything to Miss Jiang. Do you think I'd believe that? Lin Xian smiled coldly. The smile that appeared on his lips was as sharp and menacing as a man-eating flower blooming wildly. Su Sen's face turned deathly pale, You killed me, and the great Xia kingdom will never have a day of peace. And moreover, I am the commander of the Yanjing war zone, I am a member of the war zone. If you kill me, the state will definitely hold you accountable. Is that so? Lin Xian's smile grew even more ruthless. What if you violated military discipline first, and I, as the president and commander-in-chief of the Great Xia Kingdom, were to execute you? Presidential commander? Su Sen's eyes suddenly trembled. He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. You said you are the president and marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom? That's right. Lin Xian responded. Now that things have come to this, he no longer needs to hide anything from Su Sen. Because Su Sen is about to die. He will also deal with the heads of the four great families, Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Li, who participated in the suppression of the Lin family back then, one by one. What? Su Sen's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intently at Lin Xian, his eyes rapidly widening in horror. You Yuri the presidential marshal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The president is clearly a senior figure, how could it be you? Su Sen growled. He neither believed nor accepted what was happening before his eyes. What if that senior was my master? Lin Xian's smile grew even colder. Your master? Su Sen was completely stunned. His eyes trembled violently as he stared at Lin Xian. Impossible, I've never heard of that senior taking on any disciples.
There are many things you don't know.
Lin Xian smiled coldly, too lazy to waste any more words with this guy, and prepared to make a move.
Su Sin saw it all.
At this moment, a chill permeated my entire body.
This kid actually wants to kill him. Zhao Gang, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and save me. Su Sin roared at Zhao Gang and his three companions who were not far away.
Zhao Gang and the other three looked at each other in bewilderment.
It's not that they don't want to save them, it's that they're afraid to. Even if all four of them were combined, they wouldn't be enough to fill the opponent's teeth. You bunch of useless trash, even if I die, you won't get away with it.
Seeing that the four had no intention of making a move, Su Sin was overcome with fear and let out a ferocious roar. Zhao Gang and the other three clenched their fists.
After some hesitation, they finally chose to give up the fight. Faced with a martial saint, they couldn't muster any will to resist.
Besides, Su Sin is not worth their time to save. Thinking about how that guy treated them just now, and the despicable things he wanted to do to Zhao Lingshan and Jiang Waner. People like that, once they die, are simply gone.
What are you all standing there for? Attack!
Seeing that the four remained unmoved, Su Sin roared again.
It seems even your allies are planning to abandon you now.
Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Thinking of what Su Sin had just done to Jiang Waner, and of the thousands of lives lost in the Lin family 15 years ago. At this moment, an intense killing intent surged from Lin Xian's eyes. He slowly raised his palm, about to end Su Sin's life. At that moment, a chilling laugh suddenly rang out in the night sky amidst the torrential rain. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. 919, Chapter 919 The Shadow Protector appears.
A sinister laugh rang out. The atmosphere inside the entire mansion instantly became extremely cold and gloomy.
As the chilling aura spread, even the rain seemed to turn icy cold, falling on Zhao Gang and his group not far away and instantly raising goosebumps on their skin.
Hiss.
Jiang Waner shrank back slightly, hugged her arms, took a step back, and retreated into the house. Lin Xian, however, remained unaffected by the chilling aura, standing firmly in place like a steadfast stone. However, his expression turned somewhat solemn at this moment.
Early stage of martial saint. Like him, the other party was also a master who had entered the saint realm.
However, it was different from his aura.
The other party's aura was filled with a chilling and evil.
Clearly, the other party's method of entering the saint realm was different from his.
Evil sects of Japan, evil techniques.
This was the first thought that popped into Lin Xian's mind. His brows furrowed deeply.
Shadow Protector.
At this moment, Su Sin's joyful shout interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts.
Lin Xian looked into the void. As expected, the force hidden behind the Su family has finally made its move. Shadow Protector, save me.
Su Sin shouted again, his voice filled with joy. The Shadow Protector has made his move. This means that the adults did not abandon him. And he was rescued today too. With Protector Yu Ying's intervention, even if Lin Xian has already entered the Saint Realm, he shouldn't even think about killing him today. Su Sin, you have truly disappointed me. You can't even handle a discarded son of the Lin family, and you've been injured like this by him. At that moment, a cold, eerie voice rang out in the air. The voice, filled with intense chill and disappointment, made Su Sin's heart tremble violently. Su Sin hurriedly explained, Shadow Protector, it's not that I'm useless, it's just that kid is really.
Really what? That chilling voice rang out again.
It's that kid's already at the Saint Realm, I'm no match for him.
What a convenient excuse. As far as I know, half an hour ago, that kid was only at the late stage of Martial Emperor, at the Heavenly Supreme Realm, and he was hit by the soul-snatching powder that I gave you. It was your incompetence that allowed him to escape from your grasp.
Su Sin, what else do you have to say in your defense?
Shadow Protector, I.
Su Sin's heart skipped a beat again, and his face turned even paler at this moment. He never expected that the Shadow Protector knew everything. That makes sense, given the Shadow Protector's status and strength. What could possibly be kept from him? Fine, considering your unwavering loyalty to the Master. This time, I will forgive your incompetence. Now, the Protector, order you to quickly transfer experts from the Su family and troops from the war zone to join me in suppressing this brat and atone for your crimes. The eerie, chilling aura of the Shadow Guardian echoed above the rain-soaked courtyard. Yes, Shadow Protector. When Susan heard that he could redeem himself through meritorious service, his eyes lit up. He quickly growled at Zhao Gang and the other three not far away. You all heard what Protectoring said, so hurry up and mobilize your troops. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and the other three's eyes widened in surprise. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Deep down, I felt some resistance. However, considering that the Shadow Protector has personally taken action, if they disobey, it would be tantamount to directly disobeying the Master's orders. At that time, their family's fate will probably be the same as that of the Lin family 15 years ago. Immediately, he gritted his teeth, took out the military token, and summoned troops from the war zone to accompany Shadow Protector in suppressing Lin Xian. 920, Chapter 920, Breaking Ties with the Five Great Families. Patriarch Zhao, it seems that the four of you have ultimately chosen to aid and abet evil. Lin Xian's disappointed voice rang out inside the mansion. The sound wasn't loud, but it had a strong penetrating power, cutting through the torrential rain and reaching the ears of Zhao Gang and the other three. Zhao Gang and the other three's expressions changed. Although they didn't want to make that choice either. However, they had no other choice. The evil sect from Japan that Lin Xian mentioned was ultimately just his conjecture. They had not confirmed it with their own eyes. They couldn't possibly betray their superiors for such a vague conjecture. That's a price they can't afford. Lin Xian, what you're saying is just your guess. We can't betray our master for your so-called guess. Zhao Gang and three others responded. Is that so? I think you should be able to sense the changes in Su Sen's aura, as well as the aura of the Shadow Protector, unless you're blind, right? Lin Xian sneered and said, you don't need to make excuses for your cowardice. However, now that you have made your choice, you should also be prepared to accept failure. The words fell. Lin Xian immediately made a phone call to Black Emperor. Master, are you alright? Black Emperor answered the phone instantly, his voice filled with delight. Just now, he learned from Zhao Lingshan and Miss Cece that his master was in danger and had been poisoned by the soul-stealing powder. He gathered all the elites of the Nine Directions Pavilion and, together with Han Feng, was preparing to attack the Su family to rescue their master. Unexpectedly, I received a call from my owner. And, the master is safe and sound. Yes, I'm sorry to have worried you. Lin Xian responded. The next second, his tone turned icy cold. Now, pass on my orders to dispatch the Army, Navy, and Air Force of the 24th War Zone to my location. Today, I will settle things with the five great families. Yes, Master. Master, I'm coming this way right away. The Black Emperor accepted the order, his tone solemn. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded and hung up the phone. He looked up at the empty space, then his gaze fell on Su Sen in front of him. Buzz. He raised his palm, and a dazzling fluorescent light appeared between his fingers, as if he was about to end Su Sen's life first. You dare! Su Sen sensed something and his pupils contracted sharply. Lin Xian ignored him and struck with his palm. Boom! A chill ran straight to the top of Su Sen's head. He screamed into the void, Shadow Protector, save me. Boy, how dare you kill someone in front of me, you're showing far too little respect for me. That chilling voice, filled with anger, rang out in the night sky. Lin Xian ignored him and was about to take Su Sen's life. No! Su Sen screamed shrilly. Whoosh! A sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out in the night sky, which was being battered by torrential rain. A jet black, sharp lock, like a giant black python with its jaws wide open, headed straight for Lin Xian's temple. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the sharp chain in his hand. What are you doing hiding in the shadows like a rat? Since you're here, show yourself. Lin Xian spoke indifferently, turning his head to look at the void. Heh, you are the first person in all these years to dare to disrespect this protector. However, since you're so eager to die, then this protector will grant your wish today. That chilling voice, accompanied by a terrifying laugh, echoed through the night sky. Then, the space above the house, which was shrouded in torrential rain, suddenly twisted in a strange way. A dark shadow slowly emerged from the distorted space. 921, Chapter 921 Dreaming. A swirling mass of black mist emerged from the distorted space. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, it contracted rapidly. A figure completely shrouded in a black cloak slowly emerged from within. His face was completely covered, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes vaguely visible. As the other party appeared, the speed at which the raindrops fell in the air seemed to slow down. An extremely cold and menacing aura spread around the shadow protector, making the rain even colder and bringing a piercing chill as it fell on his skin. Shadow Protector. As Susan watched the Shadow Protector appear, a deep joy welled up in his despairing eyes. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the mysterious man in front of him, who was completely shrouded in a black cloak. The opponent's aura was colder and more powerful than he had imagined. One of the guardians possessed the strength of an early-stage martial saint. The master of the force behind it must have truly reached the late stage of martial saint, the peak of that realm. No wonder the former head of state was so wary. Lin Xian felt a heavy weight in his heart. Hey, so you're a descendant of the Lin family? At this moment, the Shadow Protector's chilling voice came from his eerie purple lips, hidden beneath his black robe. Where are you adults? Lin Xian gave an irrelevant answer. What a big mouth you've got, actually asking to see our lord directly. The Shadow Protector sneered, his voice filled with a chilling coldness. Back then, it was indeed our mistake to let you live by chance. However, it's the same to capture you and take you back now. Of course, if you want to suffer less physical pain, you just need to obediently hand over the key, and this protector can give you a quick death. Key? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, what is that? Your answer is exactly the same as your mother's back then. The Shadow Protector gave a sinister smile. My mother? Mentioning his mother, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and a deep chill emerged in his eyes. 15 years ago, my mother was driven to her death by you? That was her own choice, and it has nothing to do with me, the Protector. The Shadow Protector chuckled sinisterly, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. Alright, my time is limited, hand over the key now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Back then, it really was you who killed my mother. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, a strong killing intent surging in his heart. If that's how you want to understand it, that's fine too. The Shadow Protector sneered, then, as if remembering something, he added jokingly, alright, there's something else I need to tell you. The poison in your body back then was administered by me personally. I thought this would force Lin Xiao to reveal the whereabouts of the key, but he was completely unaware of it. However, to my surprise, you survived the attack of my heart-destroying powder back then. It seems you did encounter some special circumstances back then. So, it was you who poisoned me back then. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with even more murderous intent. Yeah. The Shadow Protector smiled sinisterly, his smile playful. I just didn't expect you to survive. However, since you're alright, you'd better hand over the key obediently. Or, tell this protector what you know about the key. Dream. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, and he refused in a chilling voice. 922, Chapter 922 Just the right attribute. The blood-red light in the Shadow Protector's eyes solidified. The next second, a ferocious look quickly spread across his blood-red pupils. Boy, you're the first person to speak to me like that. In return, I will soon show you what it means to be worse than dead. The Shadow Protector's voice was filled with sinister intent. I'm just afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian sneered, his eyes also filled with coldness. Is that so? Then I hope that when you fall into my hands later, your mouth will still be as stubborn as it is now. The Shadow Protector smiled sinisterly, licking his lips with his scarlet tongue. however, with your saint-level body, if I were to refine you, my power would surely increase significantly, wouldn't it?
Lin Xian frowned.
A sense of heaviness crept into my heart. It's not that he's afraid of the Shadow Protector. Although his opponent was strong, he was not afraid of him since they were both at the early stage of martial saint. What truly weighed heavily on his mind was that the other party wanted to refine his body in order to absorb his power.
This is exactly the same as the methods used by the evil faction in Japan back then. These guys really do look like the remnants of the evil faction from Japan. Even if it isn't, it's probably still inextricably linked to that evil sect from back then. You are descendants of the evil sects of Japan, aren't you?
Lin Xian spoke, his tone icy. The Shadow Protector's pupils visibly contracted.
However, hidden by the black robe, no one could see his face clearly. He merely gave a cold laugh and said, I don't understand what you're talking about, kid, prepare to die.
The words fell.
Boom!
A vast black aura suddenly erupted from the Shadow Protector's body like a raging torrent. The aura was overwhelming, like a black cloud hanging over the Shadow Protector's head in the sky above the mansion, so thick that even light could not penetrate it.
Wah!
Black, malevolent energy surged forth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Countless gusts of cold wind swept back, emitting eerie wailing sounds. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and he dared not underestimate him in the slightest.
He had the same thought.
Unlike the Shadow Protector, he did not unleash the same terrifying aura as his opponent. Instead, more dazzling white light appeared on the surface of his body. The light flickered like a fluorescent glow in the night, radiating a sacred power capable of purifying all things.
This is?
Upon seeing this, the bloodlust in the Shadow Protector's eyes froze for a moment.
How could this kid possess a power that could restrain them? You brat, what methods did you use to advance to the martial saint level? The Shadow Protector couldn't help but ask a question. Based on my own abilities.
Lin Xian responded coldly. In reality, he guessed that he had achieved this breakthrough by relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the jade bracelet. However, because he was unconscious when he broke through, he was unaware of what had happened. When I woke up, I felt warm all over. The aura emanating from his dantian also exuded a sacred power unlike anything he had ever felt before. Once a martial arts master enters the saint realm, the properties of the internal energy will undergo a complete transformation. Unlike before, where advancement in cultivation level only increased the strength of one's true energy. Instead, the aura will be imbued with a unique attribute. Some people may be born with fire attributes, some with lightning attributes, and some who are skilled in using poison may have an aura that is dark or toxic. Just like the Shadow Protector in front of him, because he had been practicing evil arts for many years, his attributes were dark and cold, and his aura was accompanied by a strong corrosive power. He, on the other hand, was exactly the opposite. His true energy is filled with light and holiness. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to purify evil spirits. In terms of attributes, they seem to be exactly the opposite of each other. 923, Chapter 923 Battle against the Shadow Protector. Everything in the universe is interconnected and mutually restraining. The Shadow Guardian's aura, due to its corrosive effect, can restrain the vast majority of martial artists. However, it was precisely countered by the purifying power within his body. This is why the Shadow Protector showed a hint of horror after sensing it. You brat, answer my question right now, why is purifying power being generated within your body? The Shadow Guardian roared furiously. This was an emotion he had never shown before, given his usual view of everyone as insignificant. Is that important? Lin Xian sneered. Answer me. The Shadow Guardian roared angrily. This matter is extremely important to him and to the entire Black Temple. Even more important than the key. Because their ancestors were sealed away by someone who possessed this sacred aura and this purifying power. Therefore, when the Shadow Protector sensed the holy aura emanating from Lin Xian, he reacted as if he were a mouse seeing a cat. That was fear etched into our genes. As I said, I have no comment. Lin Xian gave a cold smile. At that moment, he seemed to have confirmed some kind of conjecture.
No comment, then come back to the palace with me. Master is sure to be very interested in you.
The Shadow Protector grinned menacingly, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Today, he must capture this boy and bring him back to the palace to be dealt with by the master.
Splash!
As soon as he finished speaking, countless black chains shot out from his sleeves like venomous snakes, tearing through the air and piercing through Lin Xian in front of him. The head of the chain was exceptionally sharp, and a black aura writhed on it, containing an extremely strong corrosive power. If a normal martial artist were to come into contact with this aura, it would likely cause considerable trouble, and their flesh and blood might even be eroded. Furthermore, the material of this chain is also very special, as if it were forged from meteorite iron, and it is exceptionally hard, capable of easily piercing a person's bones. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he dared not be negligent.
Buzzing.
A dazzling light appeared on the surface of his body, and holy light condensed in Lin Xian's palm. He then swung it fiercely, and it transformed into a white light arrow that shot out and collided violently with the chains.
When
the two collided, producing a crisp metallic clang.
However, there was no loud energy explosion.
Only a ring of dark energy, interspersed with white ripples, spread silently. However, as the energy spread, the surrounding space began to distort and tremble slightly.
This is the clash between martial saints. There was no earth-shattering collision. The residual energy emanating from it was enough to distort space itself, causing anyone who inadvertently approached to be instantly pulverized. Su Sen and the others watched with deep shock in their eyes. Jiang Waner also covered her lips, her beautiful eyes trembling as she watched this scene in the sky. At the same time, a deep sense of worry welled up inside me. She was worried that Lin Xian would be no match for his opponent.
Lin Xian's gaze was solemn as he stared at the Shadow Protector. Although it was only the first clash, he had already felt the opponent's strength from that attack. As expected, those who can reach the martial saint realm are no ordinary people. In contrast to Lin Xian's solemn expression, the Shadow Protector's eyes appeared much more sinister at this moment. Compared to Lin Xian, he had been at the martial saint realm for several years. In terms of sheer power and energy, he is definitely superior.
However, the exchange just now only ended in a draw.
He didn't gain the upper hand in the slightest. The purifying power within that kid's body did indeed restrain the cultivation technique he was practicing. 924, Chapter 924 Obscure Runes. The Shadow Protector stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. Boy, where did you get this power within you? He spoke slowly, his voice filled with a chilling coldness that made one's soul feel uneasy.
Shouldn't you answer other people's questions before asking them to be more polite?
Lin Xian smiled coldly, his dark eyes also filled with a deep chill. From their exchange just now, he felt even more deeply the dark attribute fluctuations emanating from the latter's body. Rather than describing it as dark, it's more accurate to describe it as cold and sinister. A chilling sensation that penetrated the body and reached the spinal cord. Furthermore, the opponent's moves were also extremely strange. Those black chains seemed capable of capturing a person's soul. If it pierces your body, it will probably cause quite a problem. Judging from the appearance of this shadowy protector, he is probably connected to the evil sect from Japan back then. That chilling, evil aura was far beyond what ordinary dark attribute energy could compare to.
Kid, I can't answer your question.
The Shadow Guardian responded coldly, his eyes, gleaming with an eerie blood-red light, revealing a sinister intent that crept ever deeper.
There's definitely something strange about this kid. Let's not even talk about how he cured the soul-stealing powder.
He was astonished by his sudden advancement to the Saint realm. Just a few dozen minutes ago, this kid was only at the half-saint level. But now, he is a true martial arts master. During this period, only a few tens of minutes had passed. It's important to understand that for a martial artist to attempt to become a martial saint and succeed, that's a significant achievement. In terms of time, it will require at least 3 months or even longer of seclusion. However, this kid took less than an hour. Furthermore, what surprised him most was that a divine aura had actually been born in this kid's body, along with a purifying power that could restrain the true energy within him. All of this indicates that during the time this kid disappeared, he experienced an extraordinary event that he could not have imagined. And now, he's going to figure all of this out. He needed to know the reason why the purifying power was born within Lin Xian's body. Because this power is the only one that can restrain their race, and it is also the only power that their race fears.
Can't answer?
Lin Xian looked at the shadow protector, who was now shrouded in black mist, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. That I'm sorry, I can't answer your question either.
What an arrogant brat.
The shadow protector's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his tone became exceptionally sinister. Since that's the case, then I'll now let you taste what it's like to wish you were dead. When all the bones in your body are crushed by me, you will tell me everything.
I'll say the same thing to you.
Lin Xian smiled indifferently, a chill gathering in his eyes. He also had many questions he wanted the shadow protector to answer. He was a figure of the Dharma protector level. He believed that the latter must know a lot about the mysterious forces.
Court death.
The blood-red light in the shadow protector's eyes suddenly surged.
Buzzing. The next second, the space around him suddenly trembled violently.
Black chains extended from the black cloud behind him. At the top of the chain, a cold light gleamed.
Obscure runes covered the chain's entire body.
As the runes flickered, waves of extremely evil energy, capable of sending shivers down one's spine, spread out. Lin Xian's gaze immediately sharpened.
My heart was heavy.
925, Chapter 925 Daring not to slack off. Lin Xian's gaze turned serious.
These black chains before him felt even stranger and more eerie than before.
The fluctuations emanating from the chain runes were chilling yet possessed an extremely powerful corrosive force. As the corrosive power spread, even the purifying power within his body was shaken. That's a vibration that only erupts when a powerful threat is sensed.
Upon reaching the sacred realm, the true energy within the body acquires corresponding spirituality.
In particular, the aura within him contains sacred and purifying power, which was different from the aura of ordinary saints. Therefore, their perception of danger and their awareness of dark attribute aura are also more acute. The protector of this mysterious force is indeed quite capable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his body tensed up like a stringed instrument, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Boy, you've managed to force me to use this move, so you deserve to die. At this moment, the shadow protector's sinister voice slowly rang out. His eyes, glowing with an eerie, blood-red light, stared at Lin Xian, as if he wanted to devour Lin Xian's soul.
Boom! The next second, the black aura above his head surged and writhed violently.
A chilling aura, twice as strong as before, spread through the air, slowing down the airflow.
Furthermore, as the evil influence continues to spread, the flowers and plants in the courtyard below withered instantly. The aura enveloped Su Xin and the others, instantly raising goosebumps all over their bodies.
At that moment, it felt as if my soul had been frozen. An uncontrollable chill surged from the deepest part of their hearts, making their bodies tremble.
Is this the shadow protector's true power?
Su Xin and the others were filled with shock. Lin Xian stared at the shadow protector in front of him. At that moment, he also felt that chilling aura approaching. The fine hairs on his skin stood up slightly. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Instantly, a brilliant, holy light emanated from his body, as if forming a layer of white flames that instantly dispelled the chill that had tried to invade his body.
You've got some skills after all.
The shadow protector smiled menacingly, then a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes the next second. However, this ends here.
8-segment soul lock.
A hand shrouded in black mist emerged from the black sleeve, and the shadow protector unleashed a claw strike at Lin Xian from afar.
Splash!
Instantly, the 8 jet black chains that had been hovering behind the shadow protector shot towards Lin Xian with a whooshing sound. The chains moved with incredible speed, like 8 black lightning bolts, violently crisscrossing and blocking all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Then, aiming at Lin Xian below, it thrust fiercely. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He stared at the 8 chains that were rapidly enlarging in his pupils. This shadow protector's mastery of the chains was clearly unparalleled. Furthermore, the chains themselves are exceptionally strange. Especially those strange runes attached to the surface of the chains. He sensed a strange fluctuation that made his heart pound. Before figuring out the details of the rune, Lin Xian dared not confront it head-on. Swish, swish, swish. He suddenly raised his hand and flicked his fingers rapidly. Instantly, more than a dozen streaks of true energy, each carrying a dazzling white light, shot towards the 8 black chains that writhed like pythons. Then, they collided head-on. 926, Chapter 926 The Unexpected Shadow Protector. Clang, clang. The white energy streak collided violently with the black chains, producing a crisp sound like metal striking metal. In an instant, sparks of energy flew everywhere. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Just now, at the instant of that energy collision, he sensed an extremely eerie fluctuation from the black chains. Clearly, the runes on the chains were strange. The shadow protector's eyes narrowed slightly as well. This kid was actually able to withstand his 8-segment soul lock attack by using the power of his true chi to manifest. It should be noted that these 8 soul chains were personally bestowed by the palace master and imbued with profound runes, making their power far beyond what is ordinary. Even martial saints of the same level would find it extremely difficult to face his 8-segment soul lock. Furthermore, the true energy they unleash will be rapidly eroded by the special corrosive power of the 8-segment soul lock, thus greatly reducing the power of their original moves. However, this was originally an overwhelming force. Now, however, this has completely vanished when applied to that kid Lin Xian. Similarly, that kid's reaction speed and ability to detect danger are far beyond those of ordinary Saint Realm experts. His attack was not only extremely fast, but it also covered almost all of Lin Xian's blind spots. However, in the end, that kid still managed to resolve the situation. You have to understand, that kid has only just entered the Saint Realm, and hasn't even had time to familiarize himself with the various enhancements to his body. However, he had remained at this level for 10 years. Whether it's the control and familiarity with the body or the use of one's own breath, one has reached a level of consummate skill. Even so, they still couldn't gain any advantage from Lin Xian. This caused the blood-red light floating in the shadow protector's eyes to intensify even further at this moment. He continued to activate the 8-segment soul lock and launched an attack on Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his fingers repeatedly, dismantling each attack one by one. Similarly, he was also looking for weaknesses in the Shadow Guardian technique. To engage in combat with others. If you only focus on defense, you will eventually be worn down and fall into a disadvantageous position. To win, you must find your opponent's weakness. This is a principle he has believed in ever since he came into contact with martial arts. This has been consistently upheld over the years. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal echoed continuously in the night sky. Lin Xian maintained a high level of concentration, his internal energy surging and surging like boiling water. In contrast to Lin Xian's focus, Shadow Guardian Law became increasingly impatient as the fight progressed. Because in his view, this should have been a crushing battle. However, the outcome of the battle was far beyond his expectations. After unleashing his full power to activate the 8-segment soul lock, he only managed to fight Lin Xian to a draw. Furthermore, as the battle continued, Lin Xian became increasingly adept at dealing with these deadly soul locks. Each time the chains collided with the white ribbon, a purifying force that made him feel uncomfortable would spread along the chains. This made the Shadow Protector feel uneasy. He wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. A sense of impatience rose within him. His hand movements paused for a moment. Now! Lin Xian seized the opportunity and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xian suddenly flashed forward, appearing in front of the Shadow Protector as if by teleportation. Boom! Then, the true energy that had been accumulating within his body, carrying a dazzling luster, surged out like a torrent at this moment. Lin Xian clenched his fist tightly, and with a thunderous force, his punch tore through the air, heading straight for the Shadow Protector's chest. What? Caught off guard, the Shadow Protector's pupils suddenly contracted. 927, Chapter 927 Head-on Clash. In a battle between top masters, even a moment's lapse in concentration can be fatal. Especially since it's a duel between martial saint level experts. Boom! Lin Xian's punch, as fast as lightning, seemed to contain the force of a thunderbolt, heading straight for the Shadow Protector's chest. You little brat! A ferocious glint suddenly appeared in the Shadow Protector's eyes. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to take the initiative to attack. He never expected that his momentary hesitation would allow this kid to seize his weakness. If we cannot capture this boy and bring him back to the palace today, it will surely become a great calamity one day. A murderous intent surged within him. Boom! At this moment, a powerful black aura, like a black tide, swept out from the Shadow Protector's body, transforming into a black armor-like structure on his chest. Above the armored stomach, a chilling light shone. Above it, a demon's gaping maw with fangs is particularly eye-catching. An extremely powerful corrosive force spewed out from that mouth. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. But at this moment, he still threw a punch without any hesitation, slamming it heavily onto the black armored stomach and into the demon's gaping maw. Bang! The two collided with a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The sound was deafening. Even though the people below were prepared, they still felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and their vision became slightly blurred. Rumble! At that moment, a wave of energy, almost tangible, spread out from the point of collision like a hurricane. As the fluctuations spread, the surrounding space became somewhat distorted. The earth shook violently, as if it were an earthquake. Adding to the fact that it was a night of torrential rain, and the sky was shrouded in black demonic energy. That feeling was like the end of the world. The energy aftershocks from the explosion, appearing as black and white waves, enveloped Lin Xian and the Shadow Protector in midair. Therefore, at this moment, no one knew the situation of the two. Everyone's eyes turned up in horror as they looked up at the sky. Jiang Wana was pale, her jade-like hand tightly gripping mine, praying that Lin Xian would be alright. Su Sen's face was contorted with rage as he cursed Lin Xian, saying that Lin Xian had been devoured by the demonic energy within the Shadow Protector's body and turned into mincemeat in the explosion just now. Zhao Gang and the other three looked dazed, their eyes trembling violently. They no longer knew what words to use to describe their feelings at that moment. So this is a clash between martial saint-level experts. The mere collision was enough to trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth and cause spatial distortion. This is something that even they, as emperors, could not possibly comprehend. All eyes were fixed on the air. As time passed, the distorted space gradually returned to normal, and the aftershocks of the black and white energy gradually dissipated and became clearer. As the view became clearer, Su Sen, Jiang Wana, and the others also saw two figures standing in midair. They were Lin Xian and Shadow Protector, respectively. At this moment, the residual energy surrounding Lin Xian dissipated first. All eyes were on Lin Xian. Then it was seen that the sleeve of Lin Xian's left shirt had been completely torn, and his exposed arm was covered in a bright red color, as if it had been burned by flames. His face was also somewhat pale, and there were faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. The brilliant light that had originally emanated from him had dimmed considerably at this moment. Clearly, the previous collision had caused him considerable impact and injury. Everyone felt a shiver run through their hearts. Just as everyone was alarmed by this, the aftershocks of the energy that had enveloped the Shadow Protector began to dissipate rapidly. Everyone's eyes sharpened, and they quickly looked over. The next second, horror instantly filled his entire face. 928, Chapter 928 Terrifying Methods. Everyone stared in utter horror at the Shadow Protector hovering in midair. The latter looked far more disheveled than Lin Xian. His black robe was mostly torn apart, revealing skin as pale as a corpse. Bright red blood flowed continuously down his arms. He wore a black mask on his face. The mask was also covered with strange runes, obscuring his face. At this moment, a strange blood-red light flickered rapidly in his eyes, revealing his extreme horror and unease. He was a dignified protector of the Black Palace and a powerful martial saint.
Today, I was actually hurt by a brat.
Creak. He clenched his fists tightly, and blood dripped down his fingers. His eyes were constantly contorted with rage.
A fierce aura was building up in his eyes. Boy, you're the first one to injure me like this. This protector is going to kill you today.
A ferocious roar, filled with overwhelming killing intent, came from the Shadow Protector's mouth. In the next instant, his hands flew into hand seals.
Buzzing.
Suddenly, the air around him trembled violently.
The entire sky seemed to darken even more at that moment. Su Sin, you don't mind if I sacrifice a few of your men's souls, do you?
The sky darkened, and the Shadow Protector's voice, filled with intense malevolence, rang in Su Sen's ears and in everyone's hearts. No problem, Shadow Protector, please use your power. Su Sin felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied.
Very good.
The Shadow Protector grinned menacingly and suddenly clasped his hands together in a mudra.
Buzz.
As he clasped his hands together, tentacles suddenly emerged from the surging black mist behind him. The tentacle headed straight for the many powerful members of the Su family stationed outside the mansion gate, and grabbed them by the top of their heads amidst their terrified gazes.
No, Master, we don't want to die. The Su family's experts let out sharp cries for mercy.
Su Sin remained unmoved. The Shadow Protector gave a sinister smile, then his mind stirred. The next second, the black tentacle that was gripping the top of the Su family expert's head pulled hard under the control of the Shadow Protector's thoughts, and pulled out an illusory object amidst the convulsions of the crowd's eyes rolling back. That was the entire essence of a martial artist. It's like a person's soul. Once removed from the body, death will occur on the spot. This Shadow Protector actually possesses such bizarre abilities. And the methods used were so cruel. Su Sen's gaze trembled violently, but then a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. As long as the Shadow Protector needs it, he can give him as many lives as the Su family members. After witnessing this scene, Zhao Gang and the other three felt a chill instantly rise from their feet to the top of their heads. For the past 15 years, what kind of evil and crooked path have they been dealing with? What Lin Xian said seems to be true.
Jiang Wan'er's eyes trembled violently.
Although she was not a martial artist and did not know these things. But as an ordinary person, she could also see the cruelty of the other party's methods. Lin Xian stared at the scene with icy eyes. He absolutely cannot allow the Shadow Protector to successfully absorb the essence of these martial artists.
Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom!
He suddenly activated his true energy, and a holy light emanated from it, like a blazing white flame, completely enveloping his body.
It's too late.
The Shadow Protector watched Lin Xian's attack from not far away, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
Once this move is activated, it cannot be interrupted by ordinary force. Today, he's going to skin this kid alive. 929, Chapter 929 9 Nether Soul Devouring Array. Boom!
Lin Xian unleashed a punch at the Shadow Protector from a distance. A vast aura, mixed with dazzling white light, pierced through the void like a flame, hurtling towards the Shadow Protector.
I've already said it, it's too late.
The Shadow Protector's lips curled into a sinister smirk. He gently grasped at the void where the flames were flashing.
Boom! Suddenly, the entire space there collapsed.
The beam of light that Lin Xian had just unleashed was completely crushed along with the collapse of space.
Lin Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed.
That was the power to shatter the void. Just now, the Shadow Protector's attack was clearly at the level of a mid-stage martial saint. Only a mid-stage martial saint has the ability to shatter the void. A novice martial saint only possesses the ability to walk in the air.
That guy's moves were indeed extraordinary.
Haha, as I said, it's too late. With a single move, the Shadow Protector's sinister smile deepened. Boy, now I'll show you the secret techniques of my temple. This protector will break your bones one by one and take you back to see the temple master. The words fell. The shadow protector once again formed a series of strange and intricate hand seals in front of his chest. As printing methods continued to evolve, sharp screams suddenly came from the mouths of the Su family experts below, whose souls were being captured by the black demonic energy. Their bodies convulsed violently, and their eyes rolled upwards, turning white. Then, they saw their translucent essences being forcibly pulled out from their skulls by those tentacle-like demonic claws. Put! As their essence was forcibly pulled out of their bodies, they coughed up a mouthful of blood, then lay down stiffly, instantly losing their life force. This scene left Zhao Gang and the others below horrified. At this moment, even those who had seen countless storms couldn't help but tremble. A deep chill settled over their hearts. Nine nether soul-devouring array. Amidst everyone's shock, the shadow protector didn't hesitate at all. He let out a chilling shout and clasped his hands together abruptly. As the shadow protector clasped his hands together, the tentacles that had previously extended out quickly retracted into the black demonic cloud behind him. At the same moment, the spirits of those martial arts masters who were retracted along with the tentacles were also completely devoured by the black demonic cloud. Creak! Creak! Strange chewing sounds rang out from within the demonic clouds, carrying a chilling sharpness. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression became extremely solemn. He had never seen such a bizarre technique before, one that could extract the essence of a martial artist and devour it. He didn't know what would happen next. However, he could clearly sense that as the essence of each martial artist was devoured, the aura within the shadow protector's body undoubtedly became even more terrifying than before. Meanwhile, the black demonic cloud above and behind the opponent's head was expanding in size. A chilling, sinister aura spread rapidly from it, causing the earth below to be quickly corroded in that instant. An aura of death emanated from it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His dark eyes were fixed on the shadow protector in front of him. 930, Chapter 930. A desperate struggle. Wah! Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the world, sending shivers down one's spine. A massive demonic cloud enveloped the heavens and the earth, covering an area of several kilometers in radius, bringing a tremendous sense of oppression. It was as if a desolate apocalypse had descended upon the world. Susan looked up at the demonic clouds spreading across the sky, and a strong fanaticism appeared on his originally pale and disheveled face. This is the power of the shadow protector. This is the strength of the power he is backed by. As long as he follows the adults, why can't he step into that coveted holy realm in the future and become like the shadow protector? In the future, the Su family will surely be able to trample the entire territory of the Great Xia Kingdom under their feet and become kings and overlords. In contrast to the fervor in Su Sen's eyes, the faces of Zhao Gang and the other three family heads turned unusually pale and uneasy at this moment. They witnessed everything that had just happened. The shadow protector actually extracted and devoured the essence of all the experts in the Su family. That was a method they had never heard of before. At that moment, they sensed an extremely cold and evil aura emanating from the black demonic cloud above and behind the shadow protector. This reminds me of what Lin Xian said before. At that moment, they concluded that the shadow protector had practiced evil arts. The strange magic array, the method that could extract and absorb people's essence and power, could only be associated with the evil sect of Japan that existed in ancient books more than 2,000 years ago. If that's the case, then the person they are so loyal to must be a descendant of the evil sect in Japan. Thinking of this, a deep chill inexplicably rose in their hearts. They looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, they seemed to see a deep sense of fear and regret in each other's eyes. They were afraid of adults. Similarly, they regret that they have become each other's accomplices for the past 15 years. Zhang Wan'er also witnessed this scene unfolding in the sky. Although she didn't understand martial arts, she could still sense an extremely terrifying power from that demonic cloud at this moment. The aura emanating from the demonic cloud sent chills down one's spine. Creak! Creak! At this moment, the chewing sounds from within the demonic clouds continued incessantly. The Shadow Protector's eyes were filled with a chilling aura, and a bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips, which were still stained with blood. "Kid, are you ready to die?" The Shadow Protector spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian, a strange, blood-red light surging within it. "Call." Lin Xian did not answer, but exhaled deeply. He knew that the formation cast by the Shadow Protector was complete. He could no longer stop it, and his previous attempts to stop it had all ended in failure. The energy and aura contained in this demonic cloud are preliminarily estimated to have reached the peak of the mid-stage Martial Saint realm. He didn't know how the Shadow Guardian would manipulate the demonic cloud next. But he knew that, with his own strength alone, he seemed unable to contend with the opponent's power. He considered retreating. However, he cannot retreat. Because Aunt Jiang Wanner is still downstairs. There are still so many people living nearby. If he retreated, the Shadow Protector, enraged, slammed the demon cloud to the ground. In that case, innocent people within a radius of several kilometers would be implicated. Creak. His fists clenched tightly. At this moment, an unusually heavy feeling pressed down on Lin Xian's heart. Faced with this scene before me, the choice is left for him. It seems that there is no other way but to fight with our backs against the wall. 931, Chapter 931 Mom. The immense pressure weighed on Lin Xian's heart, making his gaze incredibly solemn at that moment. Creak. His fists were clenched tightly. Lin Xian's dark eyes were fixed on the massive demonic cloud above and behind the Shadow Protector's head. The demonic cloud writhed as if it were alive, and a chilling chewing sound emanated from it. An unusually terrifying energy fluctuation, carrying a chilling aura that pierced the soul, spread throughout the world. Lin Xian knew that with his current abilities, he was no match for this bizarre nine-nether soul-devouring array. However, he still did not give up. His gaze swept rapidly across the thick demonic clouds, trying to find a breakthrough. Even the most powerful formations have a core. The core of the formation is the weakest point in the entire formation. Once attacked, the formation will become unstable. This was also his only means of breaking the formation. This was also his only chance. Otherwise, facing the terrifying nine-nether soul-devouring array, and the Shadow Protector whose strength had reached the peak of the mid-stage Martial Saint under the array's enhancement, they would be in serious trouble. He had absolutely no chance of winning. Even though the purifying power within him had a restraining effect on the other party. But this is only under the condition that the strength is comparable. Once the disparity in strength between the two sides becomes significant, then this so-called restraint becomes insignificant. This is the situation Lin Xian is currently facing. He glanced at Jiang Wanner below. Perhaps this was the last time he would see the latter. He had so much to say to Aunt Jiang, and so much to say to his father, Subaimo, and Wang Sisi. But it seems he won't have a chance today. He could imagine how fierce the battle would be. He had to get Jiang Wanner out of there as soon as possible to avoid being affected. He slowly moved his lips, forcing his voice into a single line, which, enveloped in his true energy, entered Jiang Wanner's ears. Aunt Jiang, you've seen the situation now. We should leave as soon as possible and get as far away from here as possible. If you see my father, tell him not to come over. I misunderstood you and my father before. If I may, please allow me to call you Mom. The word Mom sent a shiver down Jiang Wanner's spine. She never imagined that these words would come out of Lin Xian's mouth. At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged in Jiang Wanner's heart. Her eyes instantly reddened. But in the next second, Jiang Wanner's heart suddenly tightened. She could sense that Lin Xian's words were as if he were making his final arrangements. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Xian in midair. At that moment, Lin Xian saw Jiang Wanner looking at him and smiled slightly at her. His smile carried a gentle warmth. Similarly, it also carries a sense of determination. A resolute decision he may never be able to return to today. Jiang Wanner's face suddenly turned pale, and a deep look of terror appeared in her beautiful eyes. She shook her head frantically at Lin Xian. Mom, let's go quickly.
I must stay. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave today.
Lin Xian forced his voice into a tone and transmitted it to Jiang Wanner's ears again.
Jiang Wanner's heart trembled violently once again. Rumble.
Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the black demonic cloud behind the shadow protector.
Everyone felt a sudden shock.
932, Chapter 932 The Four People Struggling Inner Struggles.
Rumble.
The sound of thunder echoed continuously within the demonic clouds. Then, everyone saw that the fluctuations within the demonic cloud became increasingly intense. The entire demonic cloud was now like an unstable chemical compound, constantly expanding and contracting. Lin Xian's eyes were serious as he stared intently at the shadow protector. A chilling smile appeared on the shadow protector's lips. He slowly raised his palm and gently clenched it towards the sky. The next second, a series of sharp hissing sounds suddenly came from the violently writhing demonic cloud. Human-shaped heads emerged suddenly from the depths of the demonic clouds. Their expressions were extremely painful and ferocious, as if they were trying their best to break free from the demonic cloud's restraints, but were firmly imprisoned and unable to break free.
At the same time,
the hiss grew increasingly sharp and piercing, like the hiss of a cat being tortured and killed. Furthermore, if you look closely, you will find that those heads bore a striking resemblance to the faces of the Su family experts whose essence had just been absorbed by the demonic cloud. The bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of everyone below. At that moment, a chill surged through them like a raging tide, sending shivers down their spines and turning their lips pale.
What exactly is this thing? The head of the Zhao family looked horrified. Two don't know. The other three family heads were also pale-faced.
Before this, they had never seen such a bizarre formation. Those heads emerging from the demonic clouds were clearly those of the Su family warriors whose essence had been extracted. At this moment, they were even more convinced of what Lin Xian had just said. The Shadow Protector is definitely connected to the evil sect from Japan more than 2,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, the demonic path that once stirred up bloodshed in the martial arts world has actually risen from the ashes.
How could this be?
Jiang Wanner looked at the terrifying scene in the sky, her jade hand covering her lips, her eyes trembling violently.
Mom, let's go. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice rang in Jiang Wanner's ears again.
This time, the voice carried a strong sense of urgency. He didn't know how long he could delay the Shadow Protector. If Jiang Wanner doesn't leave now, she might not be able to leave at all. Once the demonic cloud descends, it will likely corrode everything within a radius of several kilometers in an instant. Upon hearing Lin Xian's shout, Jiang Wanner's beautiful eyes flashed violently. She knew that Lin Xian was worried about her. She also knew that if she stayed, she wouldn't be of any help and would only become a burden to Lin Xian.
I understand, Xianer.
Jiang Wanner took a deep breath and said to Lin Xian, but you must promise me that you will survive. Save those words you just said for Xiao Guo and your father to tell them to yourselves.
After saying that, Jiang Wanner didn't linger any longer and prepared to leave. Trying to leave?
The Shadow Protector's lips curled into a deep, sinister smile.
Today, no one will get out of his clutches. Zhao Gang, you four, seize that woman.
He gave orders to Zhao Gang and the other three men below. Zhao Gang and the other three's expressions changed. At that moment, they were filled with hesitation.
What, you don't even obey my orders?
Upon seeing this, the Shadow Protector's tone suddenly turned grim. Are you betraying me, betraying the master? Zhao Gang and the other three did not answer, their eyes flashing intensely. Clearly, he was struggling internally. The Shadow Protector saw it all. The chilling look in his eyes suddenly intensified. 933, Chapter 933 Your opponent is me. Faced with the chilling voice of the Shadow Guardian,
Zhao Gang and his three companions hesitated. They still haven't made a move. As citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom, as members of the Great Xia Kingdom, they no longer wish to aid and abet evil.
Lin Xian saw this and his eyes flickered slightly. It seems these guys still have some conscience.
Seeing that Zhao Gang and his 3 companions dared to disobey the Shadow Protector's orders, Susan roared at them, "You bunch of bastards, can't you even tell what's going on? Don't forget who you are loyal to. Don't forget, it was who. So noisy."
Before Susan could finish speaking, Lin Xian suddenly interrupted him with a shout. With a sudden flick of his sleeve, a fierce burst of energy lashed out like a bolt of lightning, striking Susan squarely in the chest.
Put. Put.
Struck hard in the chest, Susan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall behind him and losing consciousness on the spot. One trick to shut up the flies buzzing around your ear. Lin Xian's dark eyes looked down at Zhao Gang and the other 3. "Patriarch Zhao, I know you still have a conscience, and I also know that you have now seen Susan clearly, and seen the true face of the Shadow Protector in front of you. Let's leave aside what happened 15 years ago for now. Now, I, Lin Xian, have a request. Bring my mother back to the Lin family safely." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and the other 3's gazes sharpened. They knew the weight behind Lin Xian's words. It seems this kid intends to stay and fight the Shadow Protector to the death. In the past, they would have stood on the side of the Shadow Protector without hesitation. But now, they represent the Great Xia, and the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. How could the people of the Great Xia Kingdom possibly obey the orders of Japanese pirates? They can die. Even a home can perish. However, we must not lose our national integrity as citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom. They possess the blood of dragons within them. How could they possibly submit to the Japanese? We understand we will safely return Miss Zhang to the Lin family. Zhao Gang and the other 3 nodded emphatically, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Xian. "You should be careful too." "Yes, it will." Lin Xian nodded, his dark eyes sharpening. At this moment, despite the irreconcilable conflicts between him and the 4 family heads, but faced with the greater national interest, they chose to temporarily form a united front. This, perhaps, is the commonality they share as descendants of the dragon. "Miss Zhang, let's go quickly." Zhao Gang and his 3 companions, without stopping, looked at Zhang Wan'er. At present, they have no way of sensing the strength of the Shadow Protector, nor do they know how long Lin Xian can hold out. They had to take Zhang Wan'er and leave as soon as possible. Kindness. Zhang Wan'er nodded emphatically, and after taking one last look at Lin Xian, she left with Zhao Gang and the other 3. A bunch of stubborn fools. Looking at the 4 who had defected below, the Shadow Protector's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling killing intent. "Since that's the case, then all 4 of you may die." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Protector stretched out his deathly pale hand and grabbed at Zhao Gang and the others from a distance. Splash! Instantly, several soul-binding chains, exuding a chilling aura, ripped through the air and shot towards the 4 people. Sensing the killing intent that the Shadow Protector was displaying towards them, a look of horror immediately appeared in the eyes of Zhao Gang and the other 3. They hurriedly channeled their inner energy to try and resist. But they discovered that the chains were extremely fast, and they didn't even have time to defend themselves. The pitch-black chains in sharp locks, at this moment, seemed like venomous snakes with their jaws wide open, rapidly magnifying in their eyes. Swish! Just when the 4 thought they were doomed, Lin Xian suddenly teleported in front of them. Boom! With a sudden wave of his hand, white flames roared out, repelling all the deadly soul locks. Lin Xian raised his head, his dark eyes fixed on the Shadow Protector in the air. A cold voice slowly echoed in the air. "Your opponent is me." 934, Chapter 934, Shattering Space. The cold voice echoed in the night sky. The Shadow Protector's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and a sinister look quickly crept up his gaze as he stared at Lin Xian. "Boy, since you're so eager to die, let me, the Protector, deal with you first." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the aura emanating from the Shadow Protector's body surged dramatically. Lin Xian's pupils contracted, and he could clearly sense the formidable strength of his opponent. Judging from the appearance, this 9-nether soul-devouring array is connected to the Shadow Protector, and can continuously supply the latter with true energy. This is a difficult situation. Lin Xian felt a heavy weight in his heart. Breaking a formation that can continuously supply energy to its creator is extremely difficult. Not to mention that finding the core of the formation is extremely difficult. Adding to the difficulty is the need to contend with an opponent whose strength surpasses one's own, making the task even more challenging. However, he had no way out. He had to buy time for Aunt Zhang and the others to retreat. At the same time, it is also to protect innocent civilians within several kilometers. Once this formation is deployed, this land will be ravaged in an instant. Call. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, maximizing the power of his internal energy. Sigh. The surging energy, like a white flame, enveloped Lin Xian's body, reaching a height of several meters. Enveloped in this radiant light, Lin Xian's body was like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating this world. Heh, this purifying power really does have its mysteries. The Shadow Protector saw this, and a deep shadow of gloom appeared in his eyes. The next second, a thought struck him. Rumble. Instantly, the entire cloud of demonic energy surged, releasing a large amount of cold, dark energy. As that aura spread, a deathly corrosive force permeated the air, as if it would devour everything around it. Even the light emanating from Lin Xian's body dimmed under the shroud of the black mist. Lin Xian's gaze turned serious. The Shadow Protector's lips curled into a sinister sneer. Boy, this time, in order to deal with you, I took a great risk and even used the 9 nether soul devouring array. Now, you can peacefully enjoy your moment of death. Of course, he did not intend to kill Lin Xian. Instead, they planned to abolish all of the boy's cultivation and break his bones. Then, take him back and hand him over to the Palace Master so that the Palace Master can decide his fate. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Protector didn't hesitate any longer. He stretched out his palm and made a grabbing motion from afar towards where Lin Xian was. Bang! In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was located was violently distorted and deformed. A black mist with extremely strong corrosive power suddenly formed around him, and then seemed to form a huge demonic claw that fiercely grabbed down at him. Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, sensing the immense threat. He instinctively leaped into the air, dodging the claw. Bang! The moment Lin Xian's figure flashed out, the demon claw closed at the spot where he had been standing, crushing the space away. Lin Xian looked down, his eyes immediately filled with horror. The space where he had just been standing was now completely shattered. A black vortex appeared, resembling a miniature black hole. However, it wasn't long before the black vortex was slowly repaired and quickly returned to its previous state. But Lin Xian was deeply shocked. Because that black hole-like vortex was the essence of the void. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Protector's attack just now easily shattered the space itself. 935, Chapter 935 implicated because of you. Is this the power to shatter the void? Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. The mid-stage Martial Saint realm is terrifying. It's simply incomparable to the early stage of Martial Saint. If a mid-stage Martial Saint is already this powerful, then what terrifying destructive power would a late-stage Martial Saint, who is at the peak of the realm, possess? No wonder the former head of state was so wary of the power behind Su Sin. No wonder, both the old head of state and my father, back then they preferred to endure the pain of their family's destruction rather than dare to oppose that power. Facing a late-stage Martial Saint, even if the Lin family were to exert all its strength, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, if the army were to be used to stop a late-stage Martial Saint, it would obviously require extremely heavy casualties. Such casualties are far beyond what a major power can afford. Because if the army suffers too many casualties, it will lose its ability to deter other countries that are eyeing it covetously. At that time, with several countries joining forces, the Great Xia Kingdom will once again face a huge crisis. Just like the crisis they faced when the 8 great powers joined forces to invade. However, back then, with his master in charge, he led the experts of the Great Xia Kingdom into battle. But now, there is no news of my master. Furthermore, in that battle back then, even though my master ultimately defeated the combined forces of the 8 great nations and repelled their martial arts masters. However, he was also seriously injured as a result.
His fate has remained unknown all these years.
The Great Xia Kingdom can no longer withstand such turmoil.
Hehe kid, I didn't expect you to react so quickly. You actually managed to dodge that attack just now. At this moment, the Shadow Guardian's chilling voice rang in Lin Xian's ears, interrupting his thoughts.
Lin Xian looked up at the Shadow Protector in the sky. Behind him, a dark cloud surged, like a demon from the end of the world. Even a single guardian activating the 9 nether soul devouring array can cause such a massive upheaval in the heavens and earth. He could hardly imagine what a terrifying scene it must have been when the evil sects of Japan mobilized their entire clan to massacre the martial arts world.
Furthermore, what exactly is the key that they are so eager to obtain? Could it be the key to unlocking some kind of seal, the key that once sealed their ancestors? If that's the case, once Pandora's box is opened,
at that time, the entire world will probably be completely doomed.
Back then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. Back then, there were countless masters of martial arts.
However, even in that era when martial arts were revered and geniuses and prodigies emerged one after another, it was at a great cost that the disaster was finally quelled. Looking at the present, in this era where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is already scarce and the cultivation of martial artists has declined, the emergence of a martial saint is already extremely difficult. Often, it takes the combined resources of the entire clan to cultivate even one person. Furthermore, it requires a significant amount of time.
Under such circumstances, what could they possibly use to fight against that evil force? Thinking about this,
a cold sweat broke out on Lin Xian's back.
If things were as he suspected, then he couldn't let Shadow Protector and his group's plan succeed. Otherwise, the world will face a true end. However, he did not know what the key the other party was talking about was, nor did he know its whereabouts. If one day I accidentally fall into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly grim.
Just then, the Shadow Protector's cold voice, filled with a chilling aura, rang out once more in this world.
Boy, now hand over the key obediently, and this protector will grant you a quick death.
Otherwise, not only you, but all members of your Lin family, including Jiang Wan'er who just left right under my nose, will be implicated because of you.
936, Chapter 936 No Way Out.
Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at the Shadow Protector who was now displaying a ferocious expression towards him. In particular, the other party's words that he would not let his Lin family members and Jiang Wan'er go ignited a murderous intent towards Protector Ying in his heart at that moment.
He cannot lose this battle. At the very least, even if it means fighting to the bitter end, we must drag the other party down to hell with us.
Haha, have you thought it through, kid?
The Shadow Guardian's sinister laugh rang out once more.
I don't know what you mean by key unless you tell me what it does first. Lin Xian spoke coldly. He also wanted to learn the purpose of the key from the other party. I have no obligation to answer you, because even if you don't speak, I have plenty of ways to make you confess everything in a moment. The Shadow Protector gave a sinister smile, his tone tinged with regret. It's a pity, though the people around you will suffer greatly because of your decision. In the Lin family, there are no cowards. Lin Xian responded decisively. 15 years ago, even after being massacred, the Lin family did not retreat.
The same will happen 15 years from now. Haha, is that so?
It seems you're just like your father back then, not shedding tears until you see the coffin. But it doesn't matter, I will soon make you understand the vast difference between us and completely shatter any so-called hope in your heart. The Shadow Protector gave a sinister smile. The next moment, he waved his hand.
Boom boom boom.
Instantly, eerie black mists shot out from the demonic clouds behind him, transforming into black demonic claws that hurtled towards Lin Xian.
Lin Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed.
He quickly activated his true energy, and the white light containing the color of purification surged to its maximum at this moment, coordinating with the surge of Lin Xian's true energy, transforming into a fist wind that roared out.
Bang!
The force of the punch, imbued with divine purifying power, collided heavily with one of the demonic claws that had come first. Instantly, the entire world trembled. Huge energy ripples spread out rapidly like a hurricane, causing Lin Xian's blood in qi to churn. However, the Shadow Protector was not affected in the slightest. He stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene, a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat looking at a mouse. Creak! Lin Xian clenched his teeth and, with great effort, finally managed to blast away the demonic claw. As the demonic claws dispersed, they instantly turned into a cloud of black mist that drifted into the air. The black mist contains an extremely strong corrosive power. Lin Xian hurriedly activated his true energy to resist. At the same time, a slight tingling and trembling sensation came from my arm. Clearly, although he successfully shattered the demonic claw formed by the black mist with that attack, his body also suffered a considerable price. Right now, he is already struggling so much just to shatter one of the attacks. He looked up at the hundreds and thousands of black claws that seemed to be endlessly rushing towards him. His gaze undoubtedly became unusually solemn at this moment. He can only withstand a few more attacks like that. However, the number of the opposing force is increasing. In this situation, let alone freeing up the energy to find the key point of the formation and break it, he struggled even to deal with these attacks. Lin Xian dodged the attacks with all his might. However, the number of those demonic claws grew increasingly astonishing, like black meteorites falling from the sky, enveloping him completely. Lin Xian was in the center, with nowhere to hide. 937, Chapter 937 Finding the Array Core. Faced with the overwhelming offensive, Lin Xian had no way to avoid it. He crossed his arms over his chest, and his internal energy surged out, forming a protective shield. He had no choice but to withstand the attack head-on. Bang bang bang! One after another, ferocious demonic claws, like world-destroying meteors, crashed heavily into the protective shield in front of Lin Xian, producing a violent thud. Buzzing. The protective shield in front of Lin Xian rippled and twisted, clearly about to give way. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and his expression turned extremely ugly at this moment. Under such a dense barrage, he simply couldn't dodge it. If he chooses to continue to fight like this, his defeat is only a matter of time. He could already feel the protective shield in front of him becoming increasingly blurred. He was desperately trying to find a breakthrough. However, the Shadow Protector never had such an opportunity. He. A sinister smile appeared on his lips as he mentally manipulated the demonic clouds behind him, unleashing an even more powerful attack on Lin Xian. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression changed. If all these attacks were to land, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, in the current situation, even if he exerted all his strength, he would not be able to avoid these attacks. Hey! The Shadow Protector grinned menacingly. They wanted to give Lin Xian a good beating. Ah! However, at that moment, a sudden, tearing pain in his mind caused him to let out a painful scream. He held his head tightly with both hands. At the same time, the demonic claws that had been hurtling towards Lin Xian like meteorites were also quickly annihilated in midair after losing control. Kindness? Lin Xian frowned in surprise. He immediately looked towards the Shadow Protector. What we saw was the latter clutching his head tightly with both hands, his face contorted in pain. He didn't know what had happened. Could this be the price and the enormous backlash that the other party mentioned for activating the 9 nether soul devouring array? I considered this possible reason. Boom! Lin Xian instantly unleashed his full power of true energy. Regardless of whether the reason is as he thinks, this may be the only chance to defeat the Shadow Protector. He must seize this opportunity to find the core of the formation. Lin Xian's gaze swept rapidly across the demonic clouds behind the Shadow Protector. At the same time, as the Shadow Protector's brain was gripped by excruciating pain, the originally thick and solid demonic cloud behind him also began to become ethereal and chaotic. Within the deepest part of the demonic cloud, a point of black light, carrying an extremely strong evil aura, emerged. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. This is the core of the formation. Finding the core of the formation was a quick and decisive move by Lin Xian.
Bang!
He stomped his foot hard on the air, producing a deep, muffled thud. Lin Xian's figure, almost like a bolt of lightning, rushed into the deepest part of the demonic cloud, which was as unstable as a chemical mixture.
Boom!
A burst of white flame erupted from the tip of his fist, containing a rich purifying power, and then he aimed at the center of the array and slammed his fist down hard.
Buzz! A single punch struck the core of the formation.
Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound burst out. The sound spread rapidly like sound waves, causing Lin Xian's eardrums to throb with pain, and he lost his hearing for a moment.
Ah! At this moment, the Shadow Protector, who was outside, was screaming in even more pain and agony as the core of the 9 nether soul-devouring array behind him was violently impacted. You little brat, this protector is going to kill you. He covered his head with both hands and let out a ferocious roar. The bloodlust in his eyes surged rapidly at that moment. Rumble!
He manipulated the demonic clouds, which, like rolling thunderclouds, devoured Lin Xian at the very center of the formation.
938, Chapter 938 Strange Phenomenon. Oh no!
Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the black demonic cloud that was now rolling towards him like a thundercloud. Now, he was at the very center of the formation, and the sound wave had just shaken his blood and qi, making it impossible for him to use his true qi to leave for the time being. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the demonic cloud rolled in, presenting a surging force that swallowed him whole.
Damn it! A reluctant murmur escaped Lin Xian's lips, and his vision quickly went dark. His consciousness, too, rapidly dissipated under the engulfing influence of the surging demonic energy. Rumble! Within the demonic clouds, black energy churned and erupted with thunderous roars. Beyond the demonic clouds, the Shadow Protector clutched his head tightly with both hands, his expression one of agony. Deep within the demonic clouds, Lin Xian closed his eyes and his consciousness dissipated. He felt his body become very heavy, as if he were being weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He tried to get up, but he had no strength at all. And so, his body, along with his consciousness, continued to fall into an infinitely deep abyss. He kept falling, and everything went dark. It is unknown how long the body has been in the fall. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before his eyes. Lin Xian's falling body fell uncontrollably into the light until it was completely enveloped by it. Buzz! A ripple spread out, seemingly emanating from the depths of the demonic clouds. Lin Xian's mind suddenly became clear. He found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was a Japan similar to the 1990s. He is currently working for an international company. The people around me were all dressed in suits and work clothes, and everyone looked like an upper-class elite, speaking Japanese. But there was one man who seemed out of place in the company and in his office environment. The man looked to be around 40 years old, but he was already wearing reading glasses. His body looked somewhat hunched and thin. He sat at his computer desk in the office, frantically typing out code. Lin Xian's appearance was like that of a transparent third party. No one else seemed to be able to see him. Ishida, could you please come and take a look at my computer? The graphic design software suddenly crashed. At that moment, a woman's voice, tinged with anxiety and arrogance, came from the desk next to Ishida's. Okay, team leader. Ishida immediately went to Katomi's seat. Shinmei, 32, is the art director and team leader of his department, and also a very beautiful and charming woman. Her black office lady uniform accentuated her voluptuous figure, while the black workwear skirt further highlighted her full, curvaceous hips, creating an alluring and breathtaking silhouette. Her skin is very well maintained, fair and smooth, making her look like she's in her late 20s. This woman, who is so charming, has reportedly been divorced from her husband for 3 years. It is unknown how she has spent those empty and lonely nights alone for the past 3 years. Ishida was lost in thought. Lin Xian looked at the unfamiliar Shirtian before him, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could actually hear what the other person was thinking. Also, where exactly is this place, and why is he here? Just as Lin Xian was feeling surprised, Ishida sat down in Katomi's seat. The seat still carried the warmth of Katomi's bottom when she sat on it, as well as a faint scent of perfume.
A surge of lust welled up in Ishida's heart. It was the warmth and fragrance of a woman's body.
939, Chapter 939 The Man Named Ishida.
Lin Xian was greatly surprised to sense the inner thoughts of the man named Ishida at that moment.
What exactly happened to him? Also, why can he hear this man's thoughts?
Just now, he was clearly fighting with the Shadow Protector, and then he was swallowed up by the formation.
Could it be that this is the Shadow Guardian's world of memories? Or is he already dead, and his consciousness has drifted to some strange place?
Lin Xian was filled with doubt. At this moment, the man named Ishida in front of him suppressed the turmoil in his heart and focused his attention on the computer screen. He looked at the program error dialog box that popped up on the desktop, quickly found the cause, and started to take action.
Ishida, is the problem serious? Can you restore those graphic designs that were just edited? Katomi leaned closer and asked with a worried expression.
Because of her leaning forward, her collar was slightly open, revealing a hint of her fair cleavage.
Very large and very plump. Inside, there was a black bra.
Ishida only caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, but he felt even hotter all over. He glanced at her furtively out of the corner of his eye. However, at this moment, Katomi was completely unaware that her chest was exposed. Her mind was entirely focused on whether the software could be recovered. After all, this is all her hard work. If she redoed it, the effort would be a small matter, but whether she could restore it to its original level would be a big problem.
Don't worry, Sister Chin, everything will be fine. Ishida comforted him.
He was trying his best to impress Sister Chin. Although he was almost 10 years older than Katomi, because of their status, Katomi was his team leader, so he usually addressed her as Sister Katomi.
Really? Katomi's chest heaved with joy, her full breasts rippling in an alluring wave. Ishida suddenly felt a dry mouth and swallowed.
Real. Ishida Yasudo. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ishida. Shin-mei said, her tone sounding like she was being coquettish.
Ishida was deeply shaken and worked even harder. The software was quickly fixed, and all the artwork was restored. It's done, Sister Chin. Ishida successfully fulfilled his mission. Ishida, you're amazing. Thanks to you today, as a thank you, I'll treat you to a drink next time you're free.
Katomi expressed her gratitude, and as she spoke, she deliberately tucked a few stray strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear.
It's a simple action, yet it's incredibly tempting. This is a mature charm that young women don't possess. Ishida's Adam's apple bobbed again. Okay, Sister Chin. He answered almost instinctively. By the way, Ishida, could you get me a cup of coffee from the vending machine?
At this moment, Katomi spoke again, her tone as gentle as water.
No problem, Sister Chin, I'll go right away.
Ishida was already too agitated to stand up, so he quickly got up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, team leader. After saying that, Ishida immediately walked towards the automatic coffee vending machine outside the office. As Katomi watched Ishida's retreating figure, her eyes, which had previously held a hint of coquettishness and moisture, suddenly turned cold. This sleazy man is not only ugly, but at 40 years old, he's still a shut-in and has never been married, is utterly a complete waste of space. Moreover, she saw the adoring look in his eyes when he looked at her just now. She only gave Ishida a little taste of this kindness because she thought he was easy to manage, so that she could easily get him to do more things for her in the future. This guy, did he really think she wanted to invite him for a drink? He. 940, Chapter 940 Nariko Aoki. Ishida was unaware of Katomi's true thoughts. He strode briskly to the vending machine in the corridor. The beautiful sight of Sister Chin's chest when she bent over just now kept appearing in my mind. The black bra accentuated her snow-white, rounded figure. That deep crease is so captivating that it draws the gaze in. He then remembered that Sister Chin had said she would treat him to drinks when she had time. If only Sister Chin could become his wife. Ishida thought excitedly. He took a coin out of his pocket, ready to put it into the vending machine. However, due to his excitement, he accidentally slipped, causing the coin to fall from his hand and roll several meters away, all the way to the entrance of the women's restroom.
Ishida followed the coin all the way to the bathroom door.
Seeing the 1 yen coin lying at the entrance of the women's restroom, Ishida's face stiffened, and he thought it best to leave it. After all, in this feminist society, if he squatted down to pick it up, he might be seen as a pervert.
Hey, what are you trying to do, lurking around like that outside the women's restroom?
Just as Ishida was about to give up, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from not far behind him. Ishida's body stiffened slightly. He quickly turned around to look. The next second, his eyes flickered.
Nariko Aoki.
The woman in front of them was Nariko Aoki, a print model in their department. She is 26 years old, a graduate of a modeling academy, and dresses very fashionably every day, always wearing expensive perfume.
Today, Nariko Aoki is dressed in a very fashionable and sexy way.
Her chestnut brown hair and the khaki bodycon skirt she wore completely hugged her delicate body. What's most captivating are her long, black-stockinged legs, paired with high heels, making her the object of countless men's fantasies in the company.
What are you looking at? Never seen a woman before.
Nariko Aoki felt Ishida's gaze on her and immediately frowned in disgust. It's disgusting to think about a 40-year-old, ugly, shut-in guy looking at her with such lewd eyes every day. It's shameful that someone as prestigious as Nariko Aoki, a graduate of a modeling academy, would work with someone like that. Ishida knew that this woman had always looked down on him, as had many of his colleagues in the department. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Anyway, the woman wouldn't believe me even if I explained, so I might as well just let it go.
Snort! Nariko Aoki thought she had been right and snorted coldly. Day. She walked up to Ishida in her high heels, and asked arrogantly, "You still haven't answered my question. What were you doing at the entrance of the women's restroom? Were you peeping?"
"No, I was just about to order a coffee from the vending machine, but my coin accidentally fell and rolled here." Ishida hurriedly tried to clear his name, picking up the coin that had fallen to the ground to prove his innocence.
Other things are one thing, but this kind of thing can't be misunderstood. The coin fell. I think that's just someone making up an excuse, isn't it? Nariko Aoki did not believe what Ishida said at all.
"It's really a misunderstanding, my colleague Nariko Aoki. If you don't believe me, you can go to the security office and ask the security guards to check the surveillance footage,"
Ishida explained again. Seeing Ishida's confidence, Nariko Aoki frowned again.
She realized she had misunderstood him. However, without any intention of apologizing, his tone became even colder. "Remember, don't stand in front of the women's restroom again. Get out of my way right now,"
Nariko Aoki retorted with a comment. Ishida was also getting a little angry.
This woman knew she had misunderstood him, but instead of apologizing, she blamed him. Looking at the arrogant woman in front of him, an unnamed rage surged within him. He wanted to give her to him. 941, Chapter 941 Framed.
That bastard, what kind of expression is that? Nariko Aoki gritted her teeth in anger.
That good-for-nothing dared to give her attitude. However, feeling an unbearable urge to urinate in her lower abdomen, she didn't have time to argue with Wu and quickly went into a toilet stall. As Ishida watched Aoki's alluring figure disappear into the restroom, a surge of lust rose in his eyes. He clenched his fist tightly, but then immediately relaxed it. Remembering that Sister Chin was still waiting for his coffee in the office, he immediately returned to the vending machine. At that moment, after entering the restroom, Aoki locked the stall door behind him. She lifted her bodycon skirt, revealing her round, full figure encased in black stockings. She pulled down her black stockings and undershirt, rolled them up to her knees, and then sat on the toilet. A sound of flowing water was heard.
Aoki Nariko's face finally showed a look of relief. And after liberation.
She immediately recalled Ishida's expression just now, and the lewd look in his eyes as he stared at her body. That guy must be so smug right now, smug that he didn't catch him spying.
Jingle. Just as Nariko Aoki was getting angrier and angrier over this, her phone rang with a WeChat notification.
She swiped open the screen and saw a message from her boyfriend, Kudo.
Darling, are you still working? Kindness. Nariko Aoki gave a perfunctory reply. Bad mood? A little. Tell me, what happened? Is that so? Nariko Aoki poured out her grievances about what had just happened in her dissatisfaction. So, you want him to leave? Kudo inquired. Yeah, those kinds of guys are just annoying to look at. That's easy, you just need to do this. Yes, how come I didn't think of that? Nariko Aoki's eyes lit up immediately. So darling, as a reward, are you going to spend the night with me? Kudo Michi, ending with a drooling emoji. What's the rush? My birthday is coming up soon. Kudo, what are you planning to give me for my birthday? Nariko Aoki tapped on the screen to reply. What darling do you want? I've got my eye on a Chanel bag. A bag? Didn't I just buy you one a week ago? If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Darling, are you angry? No. Darling, don't be angry, it's just a bag, we'll go buy it after you get off work. Darling, I knew you were the best to me. Then tonight? Of course I'll do whatever you say tonight. Nariko Aoki replied with a shy emoji. I'll wait for you downstairs at the company later. Okay, darling. Nariko Aoki sent a kiss emoji, her lips painted a vibrant red, yet a hint of arrogance lingered in her expression. After turning off her phone screen, she took out some toilet paper from the side, wiped herself, and left the restroom. Back in the office. Her first glance went to Ishida's seat. Looking at the face she loathed, and remembering how this guy had dared to give her such a hard time, a surge of anger flashed in Nariko Aoki's eyes. She opened the work group and added all her colleagues in the department, except for Ishida, to a newly created group. Then, he posted about Ishida peeping at the women's restroom entrance in the group chat. She also attached a photo she had just casually taken, showing Ishida standing at the bathroom door from behind. Immediately, the entire group chat exploded with excitement. Pairs of eyes, filled with strangeness and discrimination, were fixed on Ishida. 942, Chapter 942 Malice. I never expected Ishida to be this kind of person. In the office, colleagues were whispering amongst themselves. Yeah, he seemed like a pretty honest guy, but I never expected him to be a pervert who peeps into women's restrooms. I knew he was no good a long time ago. People from small towns like him have never seen so many beautiful women in our big city. How disgusting, could it be that he's targeting me too? If this kind of pervert continues to stay in the department, he'll be utterly ruining our department's image. As Nariko Aoki sat in her seat, listening to her colleagues whispering about Ishida, a triumphant smile instantly appeared on her lips. Ishida was focused on typing code at his seat when he heard the sudden chatter from his colleagues around him, and he looked up curiously. He looked around and was taken aback to find his colleagues looking at him with disdain and disgust. What happened? Why are his colleagues suddenly looking at him like that? Moreover, it seemed like they were talking about themselves just now. Just as Ishida was wondering about this, team leader Katomi sent him a message saying, "Check your phone quickly." She was also in the group that Nariko Aoki had just created, so she naturally knew the reason for what happened. She took screenshots of what Nariko Aoki said in the group chat and the photos she posted, and sent them to Ishida. When Ishida opened his phone and saw the screenshot, he was completely stunned. He stood there, completely stunned. Ishida, what exactly is going on? At that moment, Katomi sent another message. The vibration of his phone startled Ishida awake. He quickly replied, "Sister Chin, I've been wronged, do you believe me?" Whether I believe it or not, this matter has a very negative impact. You need to clarify this for everyone right away. Katomi replied with a frown. Putting aside the fact that she also looked down on Ishida, as a woman, she naturally sided with Aoki. Aoki! Ishida clenched his fists in anger. He didn't know why Nariko Aoki wanted to frame him. In an instant, the anger in my heart was completely uncontrollable. He stood up and angrily questioned Nariko Aoki. "Nariko Aoki, why did you do this? Why did you frame me in front of our colleagues?" "Huh? I framed you? Faced with Ishida's angry questioning, Noriko Aoki felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she sneered, "Just now, weren't you the one standing at the door of the company's women's restroom trying to peep? Spying, didn't I already explain why?" Ishida roared excitedly. "Do you think I'd believe that?" Noriko Aoki crossed her arms over her chest, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "I told you, if you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage." Ishida gritted his teeth and said, "Hee, only ministers have the authority to do that kind of thing. You just telling everyone." Noriko Aoki is turning black into white. "You." Ishida was so angry that his body trembled and his eyes turned red. He stared at Noriko Aoki, and from her arrogant and smug face, he understood. This woman is deliberately spreading rumors. Could it be that just now, at the bathroom door, he showed a hint of dissatisfaction with Aoki Noriko's attitude of misunderstanding him and refusing to apologize, and this woman was going to deal with him in this way? Noriko Aoki, you are truly wicked. Ishida gritted his teeth. He increasingly wanted to force himself on the woman in front of him. 943, Chapter 943 Differential Treatment. Me, vicious, you're the one who did that despicable thing. I am just exposing you. Noriko Aoki pretended to be a victim. Exactly, would Aoki deliberately frame you? At this moment, the colleagues in the office who had feelings for Noriko Aoki also spoke up for her. Ishida, do you think a girl would risk her innocence to joke with you like this? Just admit it already, and then get out of our department. We don't welcome people like you. That's right, get out of here now, or you'll damage our department's reputation. You? Ishida was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to explain himself, and the matter quickly alarmed the minister. The minister sent someone over and summoned Ishida for a talk. All of Ishida's colleagues watched him leave, filled with righteous indignation. This kind of person should be fired immediately. Expulsion alone is not enough, a public apology is required. In the minister's office. This kind of person should be fired immediately. Expulsion alone is not enough, a public apology is required. In the minister's office. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Although Minister Matsushima Fuko did not say a word, the powerful aura she exuded at that moment made Ishida feel somewhat breathless. 36-year-old Matsushima Fuko, dressed in a gray office lady uniform, had an exceptionally cold and sharp gaze. Tell me, what happened? At this moment, Matsushima Fuko spoke up. The moment she opened her mouth, a sense of oppression immediately enveloped us. Ishida took a deep breath nervously, then quickly clarified the situation. Minister Matsushima, I really didn't spy on you, it's like this. He didn't want to be wrongly accused of being a pervert, and he didn't want to be fired from the company. You mean, Aoki framed you? Upon hearing this, Matsushima Fuko's delicate brows furrowed immediately. Yes, Minister, I really didn't spy. Ishida said with a serious expression, I was standing at the entrance of the women's restroom when the coin just happened to roll over there. I had already decided not to keep the coin, but Aoki just happened to appear. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. I guarantee I'm not lying. Matsushima Fuko frowned even more as she looked at Ishida's seemingly genuine expression. I understand. You wait here for a moment, and I'll have the security guard send over the surveillance footage from earlier. Matsushima Fuko spoke, her voice cool and clear. Yes, Minister. Ishida obeyed the order. He was also happy with this outcome. Soon, the security guard sent the CCTV footage of the corridor to Matsushima Fuko's computer. After watching the surveillance footage, Matsushima Fuko realized that Ishida had been framed. Minister, you should believe me now, right? Ishida breathed a sigh of relief. Kindness. Matsushima Fuko nodded. So can I go back to work now? Ishida inquired. Go back and wait for the results. I'll send someone to let you know in a bit. Matsushima Fuko said. Yes, Minister. Ishida obeyed and trusted the minister's arrangements.
Minister, I'll head back now. I am sorry to have troubled you with today's matters.
Kindness. Matsushima Fuko nodded again. Ishida turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind him. After Ishida left, Matsushima Fuko rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. She looked at the company magazine, which was full of cover photos of Noriko Aoki, and then glanced at Ishida's resume. After thinking for a moment, he took out a list of personnel transfers for the branch office from the drawer. Then, Ishida's name was written on the list. 944, Chapter 944 Collapse of Faith. Ishida returned to his office. Inside the office, people were criticizing him. How dare someone like that come back? Exactly, if I were caught spying on the women's restroom, I would have quit long ago. If he had any sense of shame, would he do something so immoral? Indeed, shamelessness knows no bounds. Didn't you see how sleazy he looks? People like that probably do this kind of thing every day, it's probably just a habit. He. The crowd let out a cold laugh. Hearing the criticisms directed at him from those around him, Ishida couldn't help but clench his fists and his back teeth. He clearly did nothing wrong, he was clearly framed. But these people, because of his appearance, have so grandly and arrogantly slapped such a huge label on him. Especially Noriko Aoki. Relying on her arrogance and her good looks, she casually slanders others. Moreover, they even fabricated such false information in the group. He was clearly just standing in front of the restroom. But this woman insisted that she was spying. Noriko Aoki. Ishida clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a fierce desire for revenge. Ishida, what did the minister say? At this moment, team leader Katomi walked up to Ishida and asked him a question. Ishida looked up at Katomi, whose eyebrows were slightly furrowed and who also looked at him with suspicion, and explained, Team leader, I really didn't do anything. I've been framed. I was just about to put the coin into the vending machine when it accidentally slipped from my hand and rolled right in front of the restroom. At that time, I was ready to give up and get you another cup of coffee with a new coin. But at that moment, Aoki happened to appear behind me, which led to the misunderstanding. Is it really such a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Shinmei's eyebrows furrowed even more deeply. Team leader, don't even you believe me, you should know what kind of person I am, and you should know that I've always been the hardest working person in the department. Ishida stared wide-eyed at Katomi, his voice trembling with excitement. Furthermore, the department head just spoke with me and had the surveillance footage checked. It proves that I was merely chasing the coin and happened to arrive at the restroom door. I didn't go inside, much less intend to peep. In this department, the team leader is his pillar of strength and belief. He had always admired the team leader and wanted to protect this woman. Therefore, he would do his best to complete any task assigned by the team leader on a regular basis. He didn't want his team leader to misunderstand him. He was even more convinced that the team leader would believe his story. Let's wait for the official report before making any further statements. Ishida, don't worry too much if you've truly been wronged. I think the minister will clear your name. Katomi said softly. So, team leader, you still don't trust me, right? Ishida's face was pale, and his eyes trembled. That's not what I meant. Don't overthink it, just focus on your work. After saying that, Katomi turned and left. When she got to her desk, she looked at the coffee that Ishida had just bought for her. Thinking about his disgusting behavior just now, who knows if he even secretly tasted her coffee and left something disgusting in it. Katomi's eyes immediately showed a hint of disgust as she poured the coffee directly into the wastebasket at her feet. This scene was witnessed by Ishida, who was keeping an eye on Katomi. Looking at the team leader's disgusted expression. He knew that the team leader didn't believe him at all, and even thought in his heart that he was that kind of person. His faith crumbled instantly. A deep, cold glint slowly appeared in his eyes. 945, Chapter 945 Ishida's Twisted Heart. At that moment, a chilling emotion instantly filled Ishida's heart. He discovered that his team leader didn't actually trust him as much as he seemed to. He discovered that his team leader, like his other colleagues, disliked him because he was ugly, and disliked everything about him. But he clearly didn't do anything. But he was clearly making false accusations. Just because he's ugly, he's being slandered and wronged. He looked at Katomi, then his gloomy gaze fell on Noriko Aoki, who was sitting in the corner.
At this moment, Noriko Aoki was sitting with her legs crossed, holding a portable vanity mirror, applying lipstick in front of the mirror, completely unaffected. Furthermore, they did not feel the slightest remorse or guilt for framing him.
Noriko Aoki.
Ishida clenched his fists tightly, his back teeth grinding together.
He wants this woman who wronged him to pay the price.
His gaze was fixed on Noriko Aoki's long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings. A deep, burning passion flickered in his eyes.
Wasn't this woman wrongly accusing him of spying? Didn't this woman keep saying that she spied on her when she went to the toilet? That's fine. She made everything that woman said come true. Tonight, he's going to destroy this woman.
A crazy idea surged through Ishida's mind. His eyes grew increasingly ferocious. At that moment, Noriko Aoki, who was applying lipstick, suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but put down the vanity mirror and look around with her beautiful eyes.
However, I noticed that every colleague was focused on their work.
The only possible candidate, Ishida, was currently looking down and tying his shoelaces. It seems that it was just her imagination. Aoki murmured to himself, a hint of disgust and contempt resurfacing in his gaze as he looked at Ishida. However, thinking about the public opinion this guy is currently facing, and the fact that he will probably be fired from the company soon, she applied bright red lipstick and a smug smile appeared on her face. With that disgusting guy no longer appearing in front of her every day, her mood at work will be much better.
Noriko Aoki picked up the vanity mirror again and admired herself in the mirror. Little did they know.
The moment she picked up the mirror, Ishida, who was bending down to tie his shoelaces, also raised his head. He looked at Aoki, who was beaming with pride, and saw her beautiful legs in black stockings under her bodycon skirt, which were incredibly alluring and irresistible to him. Since this woman enjoys framing people, she should be prepared to face the punishment she deserves.
A wicked smile crept across Ishida's lips. He was already making plans. How should I properly punish this woman tonight? He wanted to see this proud woman appear humble and begging in front of him. He wanted to completely destroy this woman.
Ishida became increasingly obsessed with the idea. A maniacal smile crept across his lips as he muttered to himself, "Haha, shouldn't you pay the price for your mistakes? Haha, I'm going to destroy you. Lin Xian saw and heard everything that happened, including Ishida's inner thoughts. He didn't know why he was there, nor why he heard Ishida's thoughts. However, judging from the looks of it, Ishida intends to ruin this woman named Noriko Aoki tonight.
He wanted to stop it.
But he discovered that his body was drifting like a soul.
What exactly is going on? Could this really be the inner world of the Shadow Guardian, containing his past memories? Is Ishida the former Shadow Protector? Viewed if that's the case, why would he appear in the other person's memory world? 946, Chapter 946 taking the same elevator.
Lin Xian was confused.
Or is he already dead?
He remembered that he had just gone deep into the Nine Nether Soul Devouring Array and launched an attack on the array's core. After that, the entire formation began to shake violently. The Shadow Protector manipulated the demonic clouds within the formation, engulfing him entirely.
After that, his consciousness went dark.
Then, after an unknown amount of time, his consciousness suddenly appeared in this strange world.
The environment of the 1990s. It's a listed company in Japan.
Furthermore, he was able to hear and sense Ishida's inner thoughts and his current anger. Despite feeling some sympathy for Ishida's plight, this guy seems to want to take action against Noriko Aoki, who slandered him, tonight. Moreover, this guy seems to have a somewhat perverted inner world. Previously, he had been staring at his team leader, Katomi's, chest.
Now, he's staring at Noriko Aoki's legs.
Furthermore, he seems to have an extreme personality.
He may appear to be a kind old man, but deep down he harbors a violent heart. Lin Xian took a deep breath.
He couldn't stop it from happening. Because he does not actually exist in this world. He didn't know how to leave this place. All they could do was follow Ishida and wait for what would happen next. That's all. For the rest of the afternoon, Ishida sat at his computer desk. However, his mind seemed to have completely shifted away from work. He would occasionally steal glances at Noriko Aoki and constantly stare at the time in the lower right corner of the computer screen. That's all. It was time to leave work. All company employees packed up their belongings and left. Noriko Aoki was the first to leave. When she saw that it was 5 o'clock, she immediately picked up her Chanel designer bag, checked in, and left. Today, she and her boyfriend have a very important date. Ishida sat in his seat and watched Noriko Aoki leave. He then picked up his denim backpack and got up to follow her. Noriko Aoki left by elevator. She pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator doors slowly closed. Etc. Just then, a man's foot, wearing old leather shoes, suddenly cut in. The elevator doors opened again. Ishida, carrying a denim bag, walked in. It's you! Noriko Aoki frowned immediately upon seeing the man she loathed. Ishida did not answer. He knew this woman looked down on him, and he saw deep contempt and disgust in her eyes. But it's okay. Tonight, he will make this woman apologize to him for everything she has done. He really wanted to see this woman kneeling before him, humbly begging for his forgiveness. He really wanted to hear the woman scream. It must sound wonderful, right? Aoki harbored wicked thoughts, but his face remained expressionless. He stepped into the elevator and came up behind Noriko Aoki. Noriko Aoki suddenly felt a chill. This guy is definitely a pervert. He likes to stand behind women. However, she didn't say anything more. All she wants now is to get away from this pervert, see her boyfriend, and buy her favorite new Chanel bag. She pressed the close button. The elevator doors slowly closed, descending from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, floor by floor. Ishida stood behind Noriko Aoki. His gaze was fixed on the latter's perfect figure in her khaki bodycon skirt. The curves extending down her back resembled a pair of alluring long legs beneath her bodycon skirt, exuding a strong sense of temptation under the black stockings. It's like she's telling men that she wants to be touched. 947, Chapter 947. A Twisted Heart. Ishida's gaze was intense. A surge of lustful desire welled up in my lower abdomen. At that moment, Noriko Aoki seemed to sense something. She felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason. Feeling as if she were being spied on by Ishida, she immediately turned her head and looked at him with a cold expression. However, Ishida, who had just noticed Noriko Aoki's actions, had already lowered his head and pretended to look at his shoes. Noriko Aoki frowned slightly. Could it be just her imagination? However, she has had this feeling more than once since she arrived at the company today. And it seems like it's always this guy involved? Could it be that she felt guilty because she framed Ishida today? Impossible. What does Noriko Aoki have to be ashamed of? This guy was trying to peep into the women's restroom, but she just happened to see him, so he failed. Noriko Aoki firmly believed this. Furthermore, this disgusting guy is still single at 40 years old, and he always looks at every female employee in their company with a lewd gaze. This kind of person must be a psychopath deep down. Working with this kind of person really annoyed her. It would be best if the company fired him tomorrow. Noriko Aoki thought to herself. Bite. At that moment, the elevator doors opened on the 1st floor. Call. Noriko Aoki finally breathed a sigh of relief. She can finally get away from this pervert. She walked away quickly, her high heels clicking crisply. Just as Noriko Aoki stepped out of the elevator, Ishida raised his head again. He looked at Noriko Aoki's slender and alluring figure, a wicked smile creeping into his eyes. He then quickened his pace and caught up. Noriko Aoki walked out of the company gate. When I arrived at the company, a yellow Porsche sports car was waiting outside. In those days, anyone who could afford a Porsche was a very wealthy family.
Noriko Aoki opened the passenger door and got in with a smile on her face.
The person in the driver's seat was her boyfriend.
The two chatted and laughed.
Ishida saw the scene clearly through the passenger side window. The snobbish woman utterly despised people of his status, yet she fawned over the wealthy. He felt increasingly resentful.
A growing flame of dark anger was surging within him.
He quickly hailed a taxi and followed the yellow Porsche in front of him.
"Driver, could you please follow that car ahead? My wife seems to be cheating on me." Ishida made up an excuse.
The taxi driver, feeling sorry for Ishida's misfortune, followed him without much thought. The Porsche drove into the underground parking garage of the World Trade Center.
The taxis followed.
About 5 minutes later, the Porsche found a parking space and stopped. Her boyfriend and Noriko Aoki did not get out of the car immediately, but instead became intimate for a while inside the car.
Ishida instructed the driver to stop the car a short distance away.
After paying, he hid behind an executive car. Seeing the two kissing inside the car, a surge of intense lust rose within him.
This woman is nothing but a slut. So warm and open in front of rich people.
Creak. Ishida clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing intensely.
How he wished he were the one in the driver's seat right now.
How he wished that the person kissing Noriko Aoki right now, with their arms around her slender waist, was him.
948, Chapter 948. Hearing everything.
A surge of anger rose within Ishida. He hid in the shadows and secretly witnessed this scene.
After kissing her boyfriend for a few minutes, Noriko Aoki and her boyfriend got out of the car.
The two did not take the mall's elevator, but instead took the escalator. Because the Chanel bag that Noriko Aoki wanted to buy was located in the luxury boutique on the first floor.
Ishida followed closely behind. He followed the two of them the whole way. The two entered the Chanel boutique. About 20 minutes later, Noriko Aoki came out carrying a brand new Chanel bag. She looked at the bag in her hand with a face full of joy, then gave her boyfriend a big kiss on the cheek. "Darling, I love you so much."
"Hee,
if you like it, then how about tonight?"
Kudo placed his hand on Noriko Aoki's waist, looking at her charming face with a smile in his eyes.
"Of course I'll do whatever you say tonight."
Noriko Aoki smiled and held the bag in her hands, looking at it with obvious delight.
"Shall we seek some excitement tonight?" Kudo's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Darling, what kind of thrill do you want?" Noriko Aoki acted like a little bird nestled against someone. "We go into the wilderness, and then?" Kudo's smile grew increasingly excited. "Ugh, but I'll do whatever you say tonight," Aoki said coquettishly. Okay." Kudo smiled and said excitedly, "Darling, let's hurry up and have dinner. I've booked the best Michelin-starred restaurant." "Okay, darling." Noriko Aoki warmly took the other person's arm.
The two walked along the elevator. Ishida followed behind, his eyes narrowed. This woman, who always acts so noble at the company, turns out to be a despicable person behind the scenes.
By the way, darling, what about that peeping Tom you mentioned in your text this afternoon? What's the company doing with him now?"
At this moment, Kudo asked. He suddenly remembered what had happened that afternoon. "You mean that bastard, darling? I used your methods to smear him in front of my colleagues, and it even caught the attention of the minister. The minister said that this matter will be handled tomorrow and the results will be posted on our department's bulletin board."
Aoki replied, "But darling, the method you taught me is really useful."
Now, even if the minister doesn't fire him, I think the public opinion within the department alone will force him to resign. That way, I won't have to face such a disgusting person every day anymore. Just thinking about it makes me happy.
I knew my method worked.
Kudo smiled faintly, showing no kindness whatsoever to the guy who tried to spy on his girlfriend while she was in the bathroom.
"Darling, let's not talk about that guy anymore, it's ruining our appetite." Noriko Aoki quickly moved on to the topic. "Okay, darling," Kudo said with a smile. The two walked intimately into the Michelin-starred restaurant.
Ishida, who was following behind, heard every single word of this. Creak. He clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, a surge of dark, angry flames burned in Ishida's heart. As expected, Noriko Aoki was deliberately framing him. The reason is simply because I don't want to see him at the company. This despicable woman, just because of her own slight displeasure, can frame someone as a morally corrupt villain. And after saying those words, she was able to feel so completely at ease. And all of this has to be borne by him, an innocent person. He will never let her go. Didn't they say they were going to the countryside tonight? Perfect timing, he took this opportunity to end. 949, Chapter 949 The Fury of Revenge. Noriko Aoki, that despicable woman. Tonight, he's going to give herself to her. Furthermore, there was the idea of framing him. So, it was this man named Kudo who produced it. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent surged from Aoki's mind. He won't let those two scoundrels get away with this. He wants them to pay the price for what they've done. A sinister killing intent flickered in Ishida's eyes. Instead of following them, he took out something that looked like a tracker from his backpack and stuck it to the bottom of the yellow Porsche. With his programming skills, creating a simple tracking locator would be a very easy task for him. After installing the tracker, Ishida went to a nearby shop and bought a hammer, a roll of sharp fishing line, and a roll of black duct tape. After doing all this, Ishida returned home and patiently waited for the red tracking signal on his phone to move. His room was messy, and his house was small. The floor was littered with used tissues and some colored magazines. Clearly, this is one of Ishida's usual hobbies. Lin Xian saw this and his brows furrowed immediately. He knew what this guy wanted to do, and he began to understand the darkness in this guy's heart. Although he was indeed a victim. However, his various terrible ideas and his approach to dealing with things seemed too extreme. Furthermore, this extreme idea did not arise only when he encountered unfair treatment, but rather it had been in his mind for a long time. It was only because of this incident that it was triggered. Just as he had long coveted Noriko Aoki's beauty and wanted to. However, he had always suppressed this evil thought. This time, the incident allowed his desire for revenge to unleash the evil thoughts that had been suppressed within him for a long time. Could this guy really be the Shadow Protector? Lin Xian murmured to himself. Beep beep beep. Just then, the location tracking software in Ishida's hand suddenly made a sound. Ishida suddenly sat up from the ground. He quickly picked up his phone and saw that the red location marker had started moving. This means that Noriko Aoki and her boyfriend finished dinner and were preparing to go to a location in the countryside. A deep sense of evil suddenly surfaced in his eyes. Ishida grabbed his phone and the backpack containing the tools for the crime, and quickly left the house. He hopped on his beat-up motorcycle and sped off toward the location he had been given. About half an hour later, the red tracking signal stopped moving. Ishida also arrived near the location indicated by the GPS. This is a desolate area on the outskirts of the city. There was no one in the surrounding area for several kilometers. In addition, it's almost midnight now, so there's even less chance of anyone passing by. At that moment, the yellow Porsche was parked under a large tree in the wilderness. The car stalled. The interior of the car began to rise and fall rhythmically, swaying slightly. To avoid alerting the other party, Ishida stopped his motorcycle and turned off the engine when he was still 500 meters away from them. He tracked the location all the way to the scene. What I saw was that familiar yellow Porsche, swaying slightly, under the big tree in the darkness of the night. He knew that the other person must have already started having fun. Noriko Aoki, you are truly a wanton woman. A cold glint flashed in Ishida's eyes. He took out a pre-prepared hammer from his bag and slowly approached the Porsche. 950, Chapter 950 Ishida's Revenge. Ishida, hammer in hand, slowly approached the Porsche. At that moment, the two people inside the car were completely unaware that danger was approaching them. They were passionately entwined inside the car. Darling.
Nariko Aoki's joyful voice, tinged with a moist and charming quality, came from her mouth. "Ha, Aoki, you're more insane tonight than ever before." Kudo smiled excitedly. "Darling, don't say anything, kiss me."
At that moment, the voice that came out of her mouth had an undeniable sweetness, and Kudo's heart also trembled.
He knew. And he... However, at that moment, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes outside the window that seemed to be glowing with an eerie light, watching them. "Ah!"
Aoki immediately screamed in fright, his face turning deathly pale.
"What's wrong, darling?" Kudo was startled and quickly asked what was wrong. "Honey, there are people outside." Nariko Aoki pointed in horror out the window behind Kudo. "Is anyone there?" Kudo was also startled and was about to turn his head to look. Bang! At that moment, Ishida, who was standing outside the car, picked up the hammer in his hand and smashed it against the car window. Instantly, the car window was severely damaged and shattered violently. "Ah!" The loud noise startled the two people inside the car, causing them to scream. Nariko Aoki clung tightly to Kudo in front of her. "Hey!" Ishida watched the two terrified people inside, a strong evil light flashing in his eyes. He reached out his rough, calloused hand, through the completely shattered car window, and pried open the lock inside. "Ah!" Nariko Aoki let out a terrified scream. "Oh no!" Kudo's heart skipped a beat, and a deep sense of panic appeared in his eyes at that moment. They were not given time to react. Ishida tried to pry open the car door and pull the two people in the back seat out as well. "Who are you? Let me go!" Kudo screamed in terror. Ishida ignored him, his eyes flashing with malice, and grabbed Kudo's arm, pulling him out forcefully. Seeing that Kudo was about to be pulled out of the car, Nariko Aoki was so frightened that she didn't want to be pulled out herself, so she quickly let go of Kudo. And so, Kudo was dragged out of the car by Ishida and pulled to the ground. Who are you?" Kudo Akaka plopped down on the ground, staring at Ishida in utter horror. "Hey!" Ishida didn't answer, but just grinned at Kudo. His chilling smile sent a shiver down Kudo's spine. He raised the hammer in his hand and brought it down hard on Kudo's head. Bang! With a muffled thud, blood immediately gushed from Kudo's head. He lay on the ground, dizzy and disoriented, and began to convulse. "Ah, murder!" Nariko Aoki, who was inside the car, witnessed this scene and screamed in terror. However, the surroundings were empty and deserted, and no one knew anything about it. Bang! Filled with vengeful rage, Ishida brought down another heavy blow with his hammer. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Kudo lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open. His body was still convulsing, but he had already lost all signs of life. 951, Chapter 951 Caught. Kudo. Inside the car, Nariko Aoki screamed Kudo's name in terror. However, Kudo was completely unresponsive at this moment. Blood continued to flow from his head, staining the ground crimson. Bang bang bang. Ishida remained expressionless, and to ensure that Kudo would not wake up again, he swung the hammer several more times. Ah! Each time, it was accompanied by Nariko Aoki's scream. Her mind went blank, and her face was as pale as paper. She had even forgotten to run for her life. She curled up in the car in terror, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Call! Ishida exhaled a deep breath, looked at Kudo who had completely died, put away the hammer, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he turned his gaze to Nariko Aoki inside the car. In the darkness, his face was filled with gloom and terror. When their eyes met, only then did Nariko Aoki get a clear look at the other person's face. It turned out to be her colleague, Ishida. Ishida! Her eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ishida in disbelief. Hey, we meet again, Aoki. Ishida grinned, a sinister and eerie smile that sent a chill down Aoki Nariko's spine, as if she had been doused with ice water. How did you get here?
She curled up, naked, staring at Ishida with a trembling face full of terror.
Hey! Ishida didn't speak, but a sinister smile crept onto his lips once more. He reached out to pull Aoki out of the car. Don't want! Aoki screamed in terror and kept moving backward.
However, due to the limited space inside the car, she had no room to move at all. It had only moved a little bit, and it was already touching the car door behind it. As Ishida looked at Noriko Aoki, who had no way out, the ferocity in his eyes intensified. He was like a seasoned hunter, slowly reaching into the net to catch his prey.
Noriko Aoki's eyes flashed intensely.
In her haste, she disregarded her naked body and, realizing what was happening, quickly opened the car door and ran out.
Hiss!
Her feet touched the ground, and the sharp pebbles made her wince in pain. However, in situations where life is under great threat. Ignoring the pain in her feet, she ran as fast as she could, shouting, "Help! Is anyone there? Help! Someone's killing someone!" Ishida's grabbing motion missed, and his gaze darkened.
This woman actually dared to try and run away.
Immediately, his anger intensified. He picked up the hammer and chased after Noriko Aoki.
"Help! Is anyone there? Help!" Noriko Aoki kept screaming.
As she ran, she turned her head to look at Ishida, who was quickly catching up. She was, after all, just a weak woman, pampered and lacking exercise. Plus, she was barefoot, and the constant pain from the pebbles pricking her feet made it impossible for her to run fast.
The distance between the two is rapidly shrinking. Noriko Aoki's eyes trembled with terror.
She looked at the blood-stained hammer in Ishida's hand, watching him get closer and closer to her. Her face grew paler and paler. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. She ran forward desperately, but the distance between them kept getting closer and closer.
2 meters. 1 meter.
Finally, Aoki's slender arm was forcefully grabbed by a rough, large hand.
Noriko Aoki's heart skipped a beat.
Despair was evident in his eyes.
952, Chapter 952 Aoki Noriko's Fear. Don't want.
Noriko Aoki turned around in horror, looking at Ishida behind her with a ferocious expression.
Hey!
Ishida grinned menacingly, roughly grabbed Noriko Aoki's arm, yanked her back, and slammed her to the ground.
Hiss!
Her body crashed heavily to the ground, and Noriko Aoki gritted her teeth in pain. But more than the physical pain, the fear from within caused her delicate body to tremble violently. Having witnessed Kudo's death, she looked at the blood-stained hammer in Ishida's hand, and a deep chill ran through her.
She was completely naked at the moment.
Overwhelmed by fear, she had even forgotten about it. She trembled as she got up from the ground, trying to escape. However, at that moment, a large hand grabbed her hair and pulled her into its embrace.
Aoki, it's been a long time. Ishida grinned.
Feeling the delicate skin of the beauty in his arms and the faint scent of perfume lingering on her body, Ishida's eyes blazed with a fierce, wicked fire.
Let me go.
Noriko Aoki leaned against him, her face pale as she looked at the face that now resembled a demon. She dared not struggle, fearing that Ishida would treat her the same way he treated Kudo.
Let you go? Ishida's lips curled into a ferocious smile. You woman, do you know how badly you've ruined me? I am sorry.
Noriko Aoki knew what Ishida was talking about, and she hurriedly apologized to him, her delicate body trembling violently.
Sorry, is something this serious just a simple sorry enough? Ishida's eyes darkened. Do you know how my colleagues see me now because of what you said?
They treated me like a voyeur, a pervert. But I didn't do anything, I was just chasing the coin and happened to pass by. I know you look down on me, and I know you feel ashamed to work with someone like me.
You can tell me about these things.
When I'm at work, I'll try to have as little contact with you as possible so you don't see me.
But why did you use this method to frame and harm me, turning me into a pervert that everyone despises? Is it really okay to destroy a person just because you hate me? Tell me.
As Ishida spoke, he became more and more agitated. In the end, he forcefully grabbed Noriko Aoki's hair and pulled her face close to his mouth.
I am sorry, I am really sorry, I didn't mean to. Noriko Aoki's voice trembled violently, her eyes filled with fear. Not on purpose? After doing such a heinous thing, can you really just get away with it by saying it wasn't intentional? Ishida's eyes blazed with malice, and he spat all over Aoki Noriko's face. Noriko Aoki was extremely disgusted. However, at this moment, she dared not say anything and could only struggle desperately. Do you find me disgusting? Do you think I'm dirty? Ishida saw this, and the anger in his eyes intensified. No, I didn't. Noriko Aoki vehemently denied it, her breasts trembling in the darkness, creating waves. No? Ishida watched, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he gazed at the alluring figure before him. If you don't have one, then prove it to me with your actions. How do you want me to prove it? Noriko Aoki grasped at this straw. Just like you treated your boyfriend. Ishida grinned, his eyes gleaming with intense greed. 953, Chapter 953 I'll agree to anything. What? Noriko Aoki's pupils contracted sharply. This guy actually wants her to be with him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She absolutely cannot do it. She's Noriko Aoki, a top student who graduated from a prestigious modeling school. Countless outstanding men would want to pursue her. It's impossible for her to be with such a filthy and disgusting man. You don't want to, do you? Ishida saw Aoki Noriko's resistance and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. As expected, Miss Aoki Noriko just finds me dirty. In that case, Miss Aoki, please come downstairs to keep your boyfriend company. Anyway, the idea to frame me was given by the two of you. You deserve to be punished. No, I don't want to die. When Noriko Aoki heard that Ishida wanted to kill her, she trembled with fear. Thinking of the scene of Kudo's tragic death in front of her, her face turned deathly pale in an instant. She didn't want to die. She's still young, she has so much of her youth ahead of her. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Really no, I was wrong. I'll go and clarify the misunderstanding with my colleagues, saying that I misunderstood you. Please give me another chance. Noriko Aoki frantically begged Ishida. It's too late. A sinister sneer crept into Ishida's eyes as he brought his mouth close to Noriko Aoki's ear and said wickedly, if you do something wrong, you should accept the punishment, shouldn't you, Miss Aoki? If I let you off so easily this time, I think Miss Aoki will never remember this lesson and will repeat the same mistake in the future. So, I'm doing this for Miss Aoki's own good, so that Miss Aoki can always remember this lesson. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Noriko Aoki kept pleading. If you know you're wrong, shouldn't you humbly accept the punishment? Ishida's tone was stern, and as he spoke, his face gently caressed Noriko Aoki's cheek. The delicate and smooth skin of that young body brought him a sense of comfort. So this is what young women's skin feels like. So this is what the skin of the famous model Aoki tastes like. Stay away from me. Noriko Aoki's voice trembled. She's going crazy. Tears of humiliation and fear welled up in his eyes. She never imagined that what should have been a beautiful day would turn into a living hell because of the appearance of this pervert. Miss Aoki really does look down on me and thinks I'm dirty. Ishida grinned menacingly, and as he spoke, he slowly raised the blood-stained hammer in his hand. No, I didn't, I swear I didn't. I was wrong just now, I'm sorry, I apologize. As Noriko Aoki looked at the hammer raised in Ishida's hand, her beautiful eyes trembled wildly, and she let out a sharp, trembling plea for mercy. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that her life and death were entirely in the hands of the man behind her. The man behind him was clearly a psychopath. Before this, she had never imagined that the man who seemed honest and easy to bully at the company was actually a ruthless killer. Ishida ignored Noriko Aoki's pleas and continued to hold up the hammer. Noriko Aoki's eyes trembled wildly. At that moment, fear completely enveloped her heart, causing her to finally abandon the last vestige of pride in her heart and submit to Ishida. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. 954, Chapter 954 Surrender. Ishida stopped what he was doing. He felt Noriko Aoki trembling in his arms.
He knew that the woman in front of him had completely broken down. A cold, conquering smirk appeared on his lips. Since Miss Aoki is willing to accept punishment, then let me see your sincerity.
What do you want me to do? A look of alarm and paleness spread across Noriko Aoki's face.
Kneel down and submit to me. She had no idea how this pervert had managed to track her here. If she had known this would happen, she would never have agreed to Kudo's request to come to this deserted place tonight.
Right now, there's no one to turn to for help. Miss Aoki, it seems you still lack sincerity.
Ishida looked at Noriko Aoki, who was standing still, and gave a sinister sneer.
I did not mean that. Noriko Aoki's eyes trembled violently.
Ishida, of course, noticed the shock in Aoki's eyes, and a smug smile appeared on his lips.
Have you never seen one this big before? Now, serve me well.
Ishida stood there, proudly displaying his assets to Noriko Aoki.
Noriko Aoki's face immediately turned a deep pale. How disgusting. She can't do it. It seems that Noriko Aoki still doesn't have any sincerity in apologizing.
Ishida gave a cold smile, his eyes showing signs of losing patience. He carried the hammer and took a step toward Noriko Aoki.
Noriko Aoki flinched violently in fright and quickly said, No, I just need some time to adjust. Has Aoki-chan adapted well yet? Ishida let out another cold laugh. Okay, all done. Noriko Aoki looked at the wave in Ishida's hand and said in a trembling voice. Let's begin then, let me see just how sincere Miss Aoki really is. Ishida rode. If I satisfy you, will you let me go?
Noriko Aoki asked, her voice trembling, her eyes pleading as she looked at Ishida.
I can consider it. Ishida gave a wicked smile. I see.
955, Chapter 955 The Claws. A strong smell filled the air.
Noriko Aoki closed her eyes. Open your eyes. Ishida ordered. Noriko Aoki felt a tremor in her heart.
She had no choice but to do as she was told. She opened her eyes, looking up at Ishida with a humble and pleading gaze, trying to get him to let her go.
That's the expression I'm looking for, very good. However, Ishida just gave a cold laugh. He had no intention of letting Aoki go.
That despicable woman dared to frame him at the company.
Today, he will absolutely not let her off easily.
He wanted this woman to pay the price for everything she had done for him.
Thinking about this,
a surge of dark anger rose within Ishida.
Meanwhile,
looking at Aoki's pained expression as he furrowed his brows, Ishida felt a strange sense of satisfaction.
Now, come with me to the car. Ishida issued another order. Noriko Aoki thought Ishida was going to let her go, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her dim and frightened eyes. She quickly got up and walked towards the car.
However, when she got to the car, she was about to pick up the clothes she had taken off during her passionate encounter with Kudo and put them back on. Just then, Ishida's voice rang in her ear, causing her outstretched hand to freeze in midair. Did I give you permission to take the clothes?
Didn't I just satisfy you?
Noriko Aoki looked at Ishida, her beautiful eyes sparkling once more.
The punishment just now was only the beginning.
A sinister smirk appeared on Ishida's lips as he said, Now, the real show begins. Upon hearing this, Noriko Aoki felt a sudden chill run down her spine. The surprise that had been shining in her eyes was instantly replaced by fear and despair. She looked at Ishida, her hands and feet trembling with cold.
Ishida chuckled coldly, quite pleased with Aoki's current expression.
He wanted to torture this high and mighty woman, this woman who framed him, until she broke down little by little.
To drag her into the abyss forever, to condemn her to eternal damnation. You demon!
Noriko Aoki snapped out of her daze, her eyes trembling as she gave Ishida a low shout.
Finally, she gave up all hope. She knew that no matter what she did today, this demon would not be satisfied, nor would he let her go. To survive, she had no choice but to rely on herself to escape the clutches of this demon. 956, Chapter 956 The Hunter. Nariko Aoki picked up her high heels from the passenger seat, using them as the only weapon she could use at the moment. She estimated the distance between them to be about 10 meters. At this distance, she might be able to escape from this demon. Especially since this demon had just vented its anger. His stamina must not be as good as it was before. With that thought in mind, Nariko Aoki ran wildly in the opposite direction from Ishida once again. This time, driven by her will to survive, she ran faster than ever before. Every now and then, I would step on a sharp pebble on the muddy path, causing a sharp pain. But Aoki gritted his teeth and persevered. Compared to falling into the hands of that demon and being subjected to endless torture, what is this pain? She ran forward with all her might. It was at least 4 or 5 kilometers away from this path, from where she wanted to run out of this desolate wilderness. However, she had no other choice. She kept running forward. Ishida, however, looked at Nariko Aoki, who was once again contemplating running away, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This woman doesn't seem to have given up yet. It seems we need to teach her more lessons so she'll really learn her lesson. Ishida temporarily put down the hammer in his hand. He believed that he could easily subdue an unarmed woman with his strength, without needing any tools. Besides, carrying something heavy would only slow him down. He has to bring this woman back. If she manages to escape, and the police are called, he will be imprisoned. He still has many things to do. He and his team leader, Katomi, haven't retaliated. How could he be arrested right now? A flame of revenge surged in Ishida's eyes, and he took a step forward, chasing after Nariko Aoki. Due to the inherent difference in strength between men. Even though Nariko Aoki had lost all her strength, the distance between the two was still easily reduced by Ishida. Nariko Aoki kept looking back. She hadn't expected this guy to be able to run so fast. At this moment, Ishida was more like a hunter toying with his prey, slowly chasing after it from behind. He knew that it would take a long time for Nariko Aoki to obtain this desolate wilderness. He didn't chase after her immediately, but followed behind Nariko Aoki. The latter kept glancing back, his face filled with terror. Looking at the latter, who was completely naked at the moment, her skin was smooth and flawless. The curves behind her, those long, slender legs as she moved. A sinister glint appeared in Ishida's eyes. He kept closing the gap with Aoki. However, just as he was about to catch up with her, he suddenly slowed down, giving Nariko Aoki renewed hope. Nariko Aoki ran as fast as she could. She knew that Ishida was playing a trick on her. She clutched 2 high heels tightly in her hands, ready to pounce at any moment. Ishida continued his pursuit from behind. Looking at Nariko Aoki, who was as helpless as a little white rabbit in front of him, he even whistled and made no preparations in his mind. Finally, having grown tired of the game, he suddenly quickened his pace, preparing to end the chase. He reached out his rough, large hand and tried to grab Nariko Aoki's slender arm. However, this time Nariko Aoki was prepared. Just as Ishida reached out to grab her, she suddenly turned around and slammed the sharp heel of her high heel hard into Ishida's forehead. Ah! Suddenly, a scream pierced the night sky. 957, Chapter 957 Falling into a Coma. Ah! Screams echoed through the night sky. Ishida clutched his bleeding forehead, letting out a painful scream. He never expected that Nariko Aoki would attack his head with the sole of her high heel. The sharp heel nearly smashed a hole in his forehead. If Nariko Aoki weren't just a woman with limited strength, that blow was enough to crack his skull open. However, even so, a small bloody hole was still smashed into the right side of Ishida's forehead at this moment. Flesh and blood were torn apart, and fresh blood kept flowing from the wound, staining his right eye red. He reached out and painfully covered his wound. Upon seeing this, Nariko Aoki turned pale. However, she didn't stop at all, picked up her high heels and ran away into the distance. "You bitch, you slut, I will never forgive you." Ishida let out a ferocious roar. His body trembled with rage, and the bloodshot veins in his blood-soaked eyes made him look exceptionally ferocious, like a demon. He didn't give chase again, but quickly returned to Noriko Aoki's boyfriend's Porsche. He quickly rummaged through the car and found a small first aid kit containing gauze and iodine. He quickly took out a cotton ball, soaked it in iodine, and then applied it to the bleeding wound to disinfect it. Hiss! The intense irritation from the iodine caused Ishida to convulse violently. It was a pain that felt like your soul was being torn apart. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with a dark, furious rage. After treating the wound with iodine, he immediately took out clean gauze to bandage it. Only after this was the bleeding from the wound barely stopped. Noriko Aoki. Ishida's eyes suddenly turned ferocious. This woman actually dared to hurt him with her high heels. He will never let her go. He wanted her to pay 100-fold price. Anger surged within me. Ishida looked into the distance. They discovered that Noriko Aoki was no longer in sight. Clearly, the latter had taken advantage of the time he was away bandaging his wounds to escape a considerable distance. However, she still had at least 2 kilometers to go before she could leave this desolate wilderness. He has plenty of time. Furthermore, he had no intention of continuing to play along with this woman. He's going to make her pay a terrible price right now. Ishida placed the first aid kit on the passenger seat, started the Porsche, floored the gas pedal, and sped off in the direction Noriko Aoki had gone. At this moment, Noriko Aoki was limping away because of the stinging pain in her feet. She suddenly heard the sound of a car engine behind her. Then came a blinding light. Noriko Aoki turned her head and her beautiful eyes widened in shock when she saw the familiar yellow Porsche. Oh no! It was Ishida who caught up with them in her boyfriend's car. Aoki's face turned pale with panic. She ran forward with all her might. However, how can a person's speed compare to that of a car? The Porsche quickly caught up with her in her terrified state. Ishida drove his Porsche to her side. Then, Ishida pushed open the car door. Bang! The car door slammed heavily into Noriko Aoki, sending her flying several meters away. She fell to the ground with a sharp pain, her head hitting the ground hard. Immediately following was a violent spinning sensation. She tried to get up, but couldn't overcome the dizziness and quickly fell into a coma. 958, Chapter 958 Torture. When Noriko Aoki slowly woke up, she felt her mind was completely blank. A sharp, needle-like pain shot through my left forehead. Meanwhile, she felt something behind her, as if she wanted to move her body. She discovered that her hands seemed to be bound behind her back by something sharp, and whenever she moved even slightly, the sharp object would cause her intense pain. She opened her eyes groggily. The world before my eyes is a blurry, double image. She shook her head vigorously again. After a long while, the double images in front of her quickly merged together, and the original illusory image in front of her also became solid and clear. This is a dilapidated warehouse. She's now completely or rather, creaking. Creak. The table beneath her kept creaking and rattling, a sound that suggested it was old, dilapidated, and in disrepair. Where is this place? What exactly happened? Noriko Aoki murmured weakly. She vaguely remembered that before she lost consciousness, Ishida opened the car door and hit her, then she passed out. Where is she now? By the way, where's Ishida? Also, why did she feel a sharp pain in her lower body? A series of questions arose in Noriko Aoki's mind. Hey, you're finally awake, a few minutes later than I expected. At that moment, Aoki let out a wicked laugh. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Noriko Aoki's heart skipped a beat. That's Ishida's voice. That's the voice of that demon. In other words, she hasn't escaped the clutches of that devil yet. She was quickly jolted awake. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over me. She wanted to get up. Bang! At that moment, a large hand behind her slammed her head down as she was about to tilt it back. Ishida's voice was low and menacing. Nariko Aoki's eyes suddenly narrowed.
After regaining consciousness, she also quickly regained sensation in her body. She felt the intense sensation beneath her becoming more pronounced. She felt as if her body was being violently torn apart from the inside by an invisible hand. She realized that she was currently being by Ishida.
No, stop right now. Aoki kept shaking his head.
There was fear and pleading in his eyes, but more than anything, there was disgust.
She is Nariko Aoki. She graduated from a supermodel academy. Every single one of her suitors is a high-achieving, wealthy, and handsome man. Yet, at this moment, she was being defiled by such an ugly creature, something she would normally find disgusting even to look at.
Stop!
Hearing Nariko Aoki's pleading, Ishida's evil glint grew even stronger.
He's been doing all this today because he's been waiting for this moment. Let this woman who always looks down on him, let this woman who framed and slandered him, taste his power.
You dare to slander me. You dare to slander me.
Bad women should be punished. At that moment, with his teeth clenched and his expression ferocious, Ishida was like a surging, rolling wave.
Nariko Aoki was merely a small boat adrift in the raging waves.
With each. 959, Chapter 959 The Terrifying Ishida.
I'm going to punish you.
I'll punish you severely. Bad women should be punished. Inside the abandoned factory, Ishida's venomous curses echoed continuously. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please let me go.
Nariko Aoki kept begging for mercy, pleading with Ishida to let her go.
However, with each of her pleas,
Nariko Aoki let out a sorrowful sob.
You cried?
Ishida grinned.
The other person's crying only further agitated him.
Then cry even louder.
After he finished speaking, the evil light in Ishida's eyes grew even stronger.
Please, Nariko Aoki kept pleading. Now you know to beg me, what are you doing during the day, at the company?
Ishida, however, had no intention of letting Nariko Aoki go. Furthermore, seeing Aoki Nariko, who had previously been aloof and disdainful towards him, now pleading and wailing in front of him, his desire to conquer her intensified to an unprecedented degree.
She felt numb immediately.
Ishida also seemed to be getting bored, and Nariko Aoki felt a chill run down her spine.
But she couldn't resist it. Everything has finally come to an end.
Aoki Nariko's delicate body suddenly stiffened at that moment, and her pupils contracted sharply like pinholes before becoming unfocused. She knew. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Tears of humiliation streamed from the corners of his eyes. Thank you for your hospitality, Aoki. I hope you will take care of me in the future.
Ishida looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, a wicked smile playing on his lips.
After.
Nariko Aoki was startled.
His previously unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened with terror.
Of course, it's such a pity about Aoki. Ishida smiled greedily and said, from now on, I will take your place as your boyfriend. You demon, you scum, you'll go to hell. Nariko Aoki's pretty face trembled, turning pale.
She turned her head away, her eyes filled with resentment as she cursed Ishida.
She couldn't imagine what the future held for her. 960, Chapter 960 Twisted Psychology. Nariko Aoki could not imagine her future. That would be a time of eternal darkness.
She knew that Ishida had no intention of letting her go. She knew that Ishida wanted to imprison her and turn her into his personal plaything for his venting at any time in the future. She had no idea what kind of torment she would suffer at the hands of this perverted man, Ishida, in the days to come. Her mind began to crumble rapidly, and tears streamed down her face from fear.
Ishida saw it all.
Looking into Nariko Aoki's eyes, which were filled with resentment and fear, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. That's the kind of expression I like. I love women with that kind of expression. Don't worry, Aoki, in the days to come, I will cherish you and love every inch of your skin. I will also make you fall in love with this feeling. You bastard, you pervert, let me go. Nariko Aoki screamed in terror. That won't do. If you make a mistake, you should humbly accept the punishment. Ishida shook his head, looking at Nariko Aoki with a sickly smile. How can one instance of your contempt, your insults, and your betrayal ever repay you? If it could be repaid in one go, wouldn't that be too unfair to others? Other people? Nariko Aoki's beautiful eyes widened violently as she looked at Ishida. You've done this to other people too? Hee hee, of course. Ishida gave a cold smile, recalling the past, a hint of nostalgia even appearing on his face. They were all like you, very arrogant at first, and looked down on me. However, in the end, each of them had tears on their faces, and like you, Aoki, they begged me with a humble and fearful expression, begging me to let them go. Hee, but guess what I did to them in the end? At this point, a terrifying smile suddenly appeared on Ishida's lips. Nariko Aoki's delicate body stiffened, and a chill instantly shot straight to the top of her head. She looked at Ishida in shock. You didn't kill them all, did you? Hee, you got it right. Ishida grinned, revealing a sinister smile that sent chills down Aoki Nariko's spine. It turns out that Ishida, whom she had always regarded as an honest person and someone she could easily bully at work, was actually a butcher. So, Miss Aoki, if you don't want to end up like them, you'd better cooperate with me. Perhaps, when I get tired of you, I'll let you go. Ishida gave a sinister smile. A chill ran through Nariko Aoki's entire body. She looked at Ishida with terrified, trembling eyes, pleading, Ishida, please let me go. I promise I won't call the police, and I promise I'll always respect you at the company. Respect me? Ishida laughed. Miss Aoki, it seems you know that you were very disrespectful to me before, so you should make amends for your mistakes in the future. Of course, I won't let you feel lonely. Soon, team leader Katomi will also come to keep you company. At this point, a dark glint appeared in Ishida's eyes. Thinking of the team leader's two-faced nature, and the scene at the company today where he risked being framed to buy her the coffee, only to have it disdainfully poured into the wastebasket by the team leader. A fierce flame of revenge instantly ignited in Ishida's heart. He will treat the team leader the same way he treated Nariko Aoki. He trampled her voluptuous body ruthlessly. 961, Chapter 961 Expelled. Team leader, I'll let you taste what it feels like to have your dignity trampled underfoot. A dark glint flashed across Ishida's eyes. You demon, you'll get your comeuppance. Nariko Aoki was pale and cursed Ishida. Ishida turned to look at Nariko Aoki. Looking at the latter's alluring, naked body, a burning desire surged in his eyes once again. He stretched out his hand and said, Don't touch me. A look of disgust welled up in Nariko Aoki's eyes. She knew she could no longer escape Ishida's grasp. She gave up the idea of begging. All she wants now is to die. Rather than being imprisoned by this bastard and facing endless torture every day, it would be better to just be killed by him. Hee, it seems Miss Aoki hasn't learned her lesson yet. A wicked glint flashed in Ishida's eyes. Aoki gritted his teeth in pain. Ishida's eyes grew increasingly excited. After a period of violent rampage, Aoki witnessed it all, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. This guy's recovery speed is amazing. In addition, her body was completely exhausted after being ravaged by Ishida. His eyes held a look of despair and desolation. And after another half hour of darkness, Nariko Aoki's eyes were unfocused. Ishida saw it all. A masterpiece that I am very satisfied with. After cleaning up the scene, he took Nariko Aoki back to the basement he had secretly built. The next morning, Ishida arrived at the company as usual. Using Nariko Aoki's phone, he sent a text message to his team leader, requesting a week's leave under the pretext of a family funeral. He walked through the company gate and took the elevator to his department. However, a document was being displayed on the list of names posted behind the department's door. It's clearly stated in the document. Because Ishida Ishida from the planning department is suspected of peeping at the entrance of the women's restroom, causing a negative impact within the company. Therefore, the company has decided to dismiss Ishida from his department, effective immediately.
Ishida stared at the announcement on the document, stunned as if struck by lightning. He was fired for allegedly spying. However, the surveillance footage clearly showed yesterday that this did not happen. He rushed to the minister's office to ask the minister for the reason. The result was that the incident had such a negative impact that the company's senior management decided to fire him after discussion. But minister, I clearly didn't do it, and the surveillance footage can prove it. Is it really okay for the company to frame me like this? Ishida roared in his office. This is the company's decision. If you have any objections, you can apply for arbitration. The minister frowned slightly in annoyance and said, but before that, please pack your things and go to the personnel department to complete your resignation procedures. But minister. No buts, this is a company order. As your subordinate, you just need to obey. The minister interrupted coldly. Ishida's eyes flickered. Looking at the minister's stern face, he knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't change the company's decision. Yes, minister. After giving a brief reply, he dragged his weary body away. Upon entering the department, I was met with disapproving and suspicious looks from my colleagues. 962, Chapter 962. Get out of the department right now. Isn't this our Ishida? Heh, you still have the nerve to come to work at the company. If I were you, after what happened yesterday, I wouldn't even have the face to show my face today. Yes, you peeping Tom. Why aren't you explaining, Ishida? Yesterday you were so confident that you didn't spy, and that the department head retrieved the surveillance footage from the security room to prove you didn't. So, please explain what the announcement outside means. The whispers of his colleagues, now filled with biting sarcasm and disgust, pierced Ishida's heart like steel needles. His body trembled, and his fists clenched tightly. I didn't spy, I'm being framed. He muttered to himself, his expression one of utter denial. Criminals usually say they were wronged. Ishida, the company has already issued a statement, what else can you deny? Yeah, hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. Luckily, Aoki isn't here today, otherwise he'd probably be disgusted to death by you. People attacked Ishida with their words and writings. Ishida's body trembled violently, his fingertips digging deep into his palms, bringing a piercing pain. He clearly didn't do that. Why does everyone have to wrong him and misunderstand him? Is it because he's easy to bully? Is it just because he's ugly and old? Those bastards. These bastards all deserve to die. At that moment, a strong killing intent surged within Ishida. His gaze was fixed on every colleague present, with a ferocious bloodshot vein creeping out of his eyes. Ishida, what kind of look is that? You committed a crime and you're not going to admit it. What, you want to kill someone? A pervert is a pervert after all. Get out of here right now, or you'll harm other women. The crowd hurled insults at Ishida. I said I didn't. Ishida's voice was hoarse. He couldn't stand being falsely accused of being a voyeur. He just works diligently every day, hoping to stay at the company and earn a stable salary. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Ishida was in a state of extreme collapse and inner turmoil at this moment. At this moment, team leader Katomi approached Ishida and said with a cold and arrogant expression, Ishida, you'd better pack your things and leave. I don't want our department's image to be affected because of you. The team leader's cold, stern voice rang in his ears, and Ishida's body instantly stiffened. He looked up, staring incredulously at Katomi's icy expression, and said, Team leader, don't even you believe me? You should have seen all the efforts I've made for the department over the past 2 years, right? Also, yesterday you were thirsty, so I went to buy you coffee just as I was about to put the coin in, it rolled away, which is why that misunderstanding happened. Team leader, you should be able to testify for me. Ishida, stop making excuses. You're only making me hate you more. Katomi said coldly. At the company, she only ever treated Ishida as an easy employee to be bossed around.
She never truly respected this guy. Now, this has happened. She felt disgusted just looking at that guy. That's a pervert. Peeping Tom. Get her out of the department right now. 963, Chapter 963. What is this? So, team leader, you just don't trust me, right? Looking at Katomi's cold eyes and expression, Ishida's expression darkened instantly. You think I'm the kind of person who would do such a despicable thing, just like them and Noriko Aoki? That's right. Katomi crossed her arms and answered Ishida without hesitation. Ishida's body trembled violently. After a moment, he whispered, I understand, team leader. So, hurry up and pack your things and leave. If you don't pack, I'll have security come and pack for you. Katomi drove away. Team leader, are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? A cold glint flashed in Ishida's eyes before he looked up at Katomi. Team leader, in all my years at the company, have I helped you solve a lot of problems and done you a lot of work? Do you really despise me that much? Heh, you really know how to flatter yourself, Ishida. Katomi sneered and said, you think it's so great that you did that little thing for me? Besides, you're such a wimp for remembering such trivial things. I'm useless? Ishida paused. He never expected that this was the team leader's true opinion of him. Previously, in order to get his help and to make it easier to order him around, the so-called appreciation and enthusiasm were nothing more than a pretense used by this woman to deceive him. It's ridiculous that he actually believed it. Hee, team leader, I understand. I'll pack my things and leave now. Ishida gave a cold smile, a smile that suddenly sent shivers down Katomi's spine. This guy. Katomi's eyes turned cold. After watching Ishida pack his things, they didn't pay any more attention to him. She didn't believe that this kind of person could cause any trouble. That must have been her imagination. Ishida packed his things and left. After returning home and putting my things away, he went to the basement immediately. Looking at him now, bound to the wall, he thought, you bitch, you've made me get misunderstood by my colleagues. Noriko Aoki's mouth was stuffed with a strip of cloth, and she could only let out mournful sobs. Team leader, you just wait. I'll make you just like this bitch right now. I will make you submit to me. Ishida thought to himself with a sinister glint in his eyes. Thinking about the team leader's attitude towards him during the day, and about the latter's voluptuous and sexy body under her black uniform. A sudden, intense surge of lustful desire erupted in his lower abdomen. Wah-ah! As Ishida's lower abdomen churned with lust, Noriko Aoki beneath him suffered, her whimpers growing more painful. Lin Xian saw all of this. A chill ran through his eyes. Indeed, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. This guy is a complete psychopath. Having been in this strange world for so long, he can now conclude that his consciousness has entered the consciousness of the man in front of him named Ishida, which is why he is seeing these scenes. But who exactly is this guy? Is he really the Shadow Protector? Lin Xian frowned. Just as he was wondering about the other person's identity. Suddenly, the lights in the entire basement flickered on and off. An extremely cold aura suddenly enveloped the entire basement space. A black cloud of gas slowly drifted in through the crack under the door. This is... Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the familiar black mist. 964, Chapter 964 Palace Master. Lin Xian was extremely familiar with this black aura. It was the evil energy that the Shadow Protector had released earlier. Furthermore, compared to the Shadow Protector, the fluctuations of this aura are clearly more evil and purer. Sigh. Black air currents continued to seep in through the cracks in the basement door. Ishida, who was punishing Noriko Aoki, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A deep chill crept up his back, like a venomous snake. What's going on? Ishida's pupils suddenly contracted. When he came to his senses, he found that his body was surrounded by a strange black mist. He. Ishida, it's a pleasure to meet you. Do you want revenge? Do you crave power? The sinister laughter carried through the black mist, terrified Ishida, who immediately cowered, his eyes filled with deep fear. Who is it, who is speaking?
He, don't be so afraid. I am not here to harm you, but to bestow upon you the power and life you desire.
A chilling laugh echoed once more from within the black mist.
Wah!
Nariko Aoki was terrified by the talking black mist before her eyes, which caused her beautiful eyes to tremble violently and her face to turn as pale as paper. She struggled violently, trying to break free of the ropes binding her. She could feel the black mist touching her body. She could feel an unusually cold aura seeping into her body through the pores of her skin, making her blood feel as if it were about to freeze.
Give me the life and power I desire? Compared to Nariko Aoki's fear, Ishida was instantly intrigued by Kurokiri's words. Isn't this exactly what he desires most right now? Only by possessing absolute power can he obtain the life he desires. He didn't want to be looked down upon anymore, and he didn't want to live that kind of dependent life anymore. He wants to become the ruler of this world. He wants to make those who once looked down on him grovel and tremble at his feet. That's right, as long as you are willing to become my protector and serve me, I can grant you unparalleled power and countless riches and honors. At that time, power, status, money, and beautiful women will all be readily available to you. The eerie voice emanated again from the black mist, as if the devil was tempting humanity to open Pandora's box. Real?
A look of fervor and longing welled up in Ishida's eyes.
He needs these things.
Of course. The black mist sneered and said, however, the premise is that you must be loyal to me forever. If you disobey, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
No problem.
Ishida readily agreed, his eyes gleaming with even greater fervor. I'll do anything you ask of me, as long as you can give me everything I want.
I like people like you.
The black mist smiled again, a sinister and eerie smile, and you are precisely the person with a dark soul that I have been searching for, someone who can perfectly match my dark power.
Now, prepare to be baptized by darkness. After the baptism, you will be completely transformed.
You will become a powerful figure, second only to one person and above 10,000 others.
The world will grovel at your feet, haha.
The words fell.
Boom!
The black fog suddenly surged. In an instant, it swallowed Ishida and Nariko Aoki together.
965, Chapter 965, Becoming My First Sacrifice. Ah!
A black mist enveloped his entire body, and Ishida let out a shrill scream. At that moment, he felt as if his whole body was being pierced by countless steel needles, suffering the pain of being pierced by 1,000 arrows.
You lied to me, it hurts so much, I'm going to die.
Ishida roared wildly. He covered his head with both hands, the veins bulging from his skin like writhing dragons, as if trying to break free of his body.
Ah!
He felt as if his soul was being torn apart.
Bastarda!
Ishida's facial features were contorted in pain. At the same time, the black mist that shrouded Ishida seemed to suddenly come to life, clinging to his body like a maggot, and then slowly wriggling and burrowing into his body. From skin pores to eyes to ears.
Black mist continuously poured into Ishida's body. Ah!
His screams grew increasingly shrill.
He collapsed to his knees in agony.
The veins all over his body bulged out thickly, as if they had reached their limit and were about to burst.
Boom!
Finally, after a minute of torture, an extremely cold black demonic energy suddenly erupted from Ishida's body like a geyser.
At the same time,
the screams abruptly stopped. Ishida's body, which had been trembling and struggling wildly, suddenly became completely still, as if frozen in time.
Rumble!
The erupting black demonic energy spread outwards in a ring shape, and then, as if suddenly summoned by some force, quickly retreated back into Ishida's body.
Ishida's body trembled slightly. He knelt down on one knee.
Unlike before, his skin turned completely pale at this moment, as pale as a dead man. His hair has also changed from short hair to long, flowing hair. His long hair, almost reaching his waist, covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of lips that were now tinged with an eerie purple. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The smile held a hint of the eerie, a touch of surprise, a hint of bloodlust, and a hint of madness.
Is this the power that the palace master bestowed upon me?
Ishida slowly extended his palm, feeling the terrifying power surging through his limbs and bones.
His fingertips became incredibly sharp.
A wisp of black demonic energy slowly swirled around the sharp fingertips. Ishida stretched out his finger and gently tapped the corner of the table in front of him.
Laugh. In an instant, the table began to decay and fall into disrepair, starting from its legs.
In the blink of an eye, it turned into black smoke and dissipated.
Ishida was suddenly startled. Is this his current strength? This powerful force of decay is enough to corrupt everything.
Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, his voice filled with madness.
Ishida slowly stood up.
At this moment, Noriko Aoki collapsed to the ground. The ropes binding her and the rag stuffed in her mouth had been completely corroded by the demonic energy from earlier.
However, she was too terrified to move.
Her eyes trembled with terror as she looked at the drastically changed Ishida, her delicate body shrinking wildly like a leaf withering in the cold wind.
You Ishida?
She asked the question in a trembling voice, her face deathly pale. Yes, thanks to you, I was chosen by the palace master and gained supreme power. Ishida smiled sinisterly, and in his eyes, which were hidden by his long hair, a ferocious bloodlust seemed to be surging within them.
So, in return, Noriko Aoki, you will become my first sacrifice.
The demonic energy within me seems to be saying that it likes you very much. As soon as he finished speaking, Ishida stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Immediately, black evil energy swirled around his sharp fingertips as he slowly touched Aoki Noriko's brow.
966, Chapter 966 Being Discovered? Ishida held up his finger.
The sharp fingertips were surrounded by a dense, malevolent black aura, which rapidly magnified in Noriko Aoki's eyes.
Nah, please don't.
A deep terror filled Noriko Aoki's eyes as she desperately pleaded with Ishida. However, at this moment, Ishida was completely consumed by a murderous intent. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light as he gently touched Aoki Noriko's brow with his finger.
Ah! Suddenly, Noriko Aoki let out a scream. Sigh.
The next second, her whole body trembled violently, like a flower that had suddenly withered and died. As her delicate body trembled, it aged and withered at a visible speed, until finally it turned into black ashes and dissipated in the dark basement. Lin Shen saw this and his eyes trembled violently. What powerful corrosive force!
Is this the evil technique of the Japanese heretical sect? Is this the evil, corrupting power? The man named Ishida standing before me is indeed the Shadow Protector. However, he was the Shadow Protector of the past, the Shadow Protector before his heart was completely consumed by darkness. That black demonic energy. The eerie voice emanating from the demonic energy. That voice claimed to be the Temple Master. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was the creator of that mysterious force and the mastermind behind the Lin family massacre. He didn't get a clear look at the other person's face, nor did he have a chance to see it at all. Because the other party came with the black mist and disappeared with the black mist. However, there is one thing he is almost certain of, the other party's identity is definitely related to the evil sect of Japan more than 2,000 years ago. That guy is very likely one of their remaining followers. That guy's goal must be to revive the evil sect of Japan from back then. The thing he had been trying to find in the Lin family, which was called the key, must be related to something that could unlock the seal. If it falls into their hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, Pandora's box will be completely opened. The human world is about to face another unprecedented catastrophe. Lin Xian wanted to stop him. However, with his current state and his soul-like body, he couldn't do anything at all. He didn't know whether he was dead in reality. It's unclear why he entered Ishida's consciousness space, which is also the Shadow Protector's consciousness space. But he was very clear about the situation at the time. His full force attack struck the core of the 9 nether soul devouring array cast by the Shadow Protector.
Subsequently, the formation collapsed, and the Shadow Guardian spirit suffered a huge backlash. He was in an extremely weak state when he was devoured by the black evil energy that went berserk due to the destruction of the formation. I suppose he's dead by now. He still had many things to do and many things to say to Tsubaimo and Wang Cece. However, he probably won't have another chance. Just as Lin Xian was marveling at this, Ishida, after killing Aoki Noriko, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at him. Their eyes met. Beneath the Shadow Protector's long hair, a streak of blood-red light seemed to suddenly appear. Then, a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on his eerie purple lips. Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on his body stood on end as if they had exploded. Was he detected by the other party? 967, Chapter 967 The Dark Temple. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Buzz. And just as his eyes met Ishida's. Boom. He suddenly felt a violent shock in his brain. Ah. He clenched his teeth in pain, feeling as if his entire body was being utterly shattered in an instant. At the same time, his consciousness was plunged into a pitch-black scene. This was not because his consciousness had fallen into darkness again, but because the scene before him was completely black. A boundless darkness, seemingly chaotic. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. After a brief period of turmoil, the soul gradually stabilizes. Then, his gaze pierced through the layers of darkness and saw a towering black palace. The black palace exuded an exceptionally sinister and magnificent aura. What you see is like a small city. Outside the palace, a chilling, black aura lingered. The flowers all around had withered, and not a single blade of grass grew. On the ground are traces of time, corroded by black evil energy. The palace gates were tightly shut, like the gates of a demon with fangs, as if they were connected to the gates of hell. Lin Xian tried to get closer. However, an invisible and irresistible force forced him to retreat continuously. He just watched from a distance. Although he couldn't see inside the palace, the scene before him alone was enough to deeply shock him. Is this really something that exists in the human world? This dark temple must be the base of that mysterious force. However, why, in this age of such advanced communication and reconnaissance, is there still no survey of it? This reminded Lin Xian of the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. The sudden loss of contact with many aircraft and ships, the sudden interruption of communication when passing through the Bermuda Triangle, and the strange, distorted, and blurry images seen by people. All of this seems to prove that there exists a mysterious force in this world that transcends nature and distorts time and space. So-called the Dark Temple be located deep within the Bermuda Triangle? Rather than its location, it is the very existence of the Bermuda Triangle that causes so many strange things and images to occur and appear. Lin Xian was deeply shaken. Buzz. Just then, a vast amount of dark energy suddenly burst forth from the Dark Temple. Dark energy quickly enveloped the entire palace, like layers of demonic clouds, instantly blocking Lin Xian's view. Just as Lin Xian's line of sight was completely cut off, he suddenly felt the space around him begin to shake violently. Amidst the spatial tremors, deep within the layers of demonic clouds, a crimson beam of light suddenly shot towards him. Lin Xian's soul trembled violently. His whole body tensed up instantly, like a taut string. Even though I was just a consciousness at this moment, I could still feel cold sweat pouring down my back. That was a vast and terrifying power. That was a gaze that was completely unlike that of a human. Buzz. As Lin Xian was shocked, the space trembled violently once again, and the demonic clouds that shrouded the palace also began to churn violently. At the same moment, the crimson light hidden deep within the demonic clouds seemed to unleash a terrifying force. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous aura rushed towards Lin Xian. The feeling of suffocation instantly filled Lin Xian's mind. At that moment, he felt as if he were about to be crushed by that oppressive force. His consciousness began to rapidly disintegrate. An indescribable, excruciating pain swept through my entire body. However, he could not make a sound at this moment, only an increasingly intense feeling of suffocation, which was now surging wildly through his body like a raging tide. Click, click, click. Finally, his consciousness, unable to bear the burden, shattered completely. His vision began to blur rapidly. And at the very moment Lin Xian's consciousness completely collapsed. Within the black demonic cloud, those scarlet eyes seemed to suddenly open. Those pupils were enormous. Like a lighthouse at sea. Lin Xian's soul trembled violently. 968, Chapter 968. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Lin Xian's soul jolted violently. These are eyes that are as red as a lighthouse. That's definitely not a human eye. What exactly is that? Lin Xian focused his gaze, trying hard to see through the thick black mist to make out those huge eyes. However, his consciousness was completely shattered under that immense pressure. He could feel his vision blurring. Damn it! With a resentful murmur, Lin Xian's consciousness finally vanished into the dark space. Boom! When he woke up again, Lin Xian was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly opened his eyes. He originally thought that death would be what awaited him. However, the moment he opened his eyes, what he saw was a scene all too familiar. The night was rainy, black demonic energy wafted around, and there was an old mansion. He is not dead. He's back. Lin Xian was startled. The next second, his gaze suddenly turned to his back and he saw the shadow protector clutching his head with both hands, groaning in pain. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the ocean of demonic energy, which had been churning for tens of feet, had completely dissipated after the formation's core was broken. Only a few drifted in the night sky. The torrential rain gradually stopped. The raindrops are getting smaller and smaller. Lin Xian quickly came to his senses and then confirmed it. The images he just saw came from the depths of the shadow protector's consciousness. Clearly, the key to that formation was connected to the shadow protector. Therefore, when he shattered the erase core, he was subjected to a tremendous impact, and his consciousness entered the deepest layer of the Shadow Guardian's consciousness space, where he saw those scenes. So, it seems that the remnants of the evil faction in Japan really do exist. The Shadow Protector is Ishida. In that secluded basement, the guy who gave the Shadow Protector dark power and called himself this hall should be the master of the Dark Hall, a remnant of the evil sect from Japan 2,000 years ago. After a long period of time, they were reborn and gained great power. Furthermore, they are currently secretly and quietly organizing a huge conspiracy. A conspiracy that could upend humanity. He didn't know what the last pair of huge scarlet eyes he saw had to do with the Dark Peak or the evil sects of Japan. But one thing is certain, that guy is definitely not human. Because humans could not possibly have such enormous eyes, much less utter such a beast-like roar. But what exactly is that thing? And where is the Dark Temple located? Is it in a sealed state, or? At this moment, too many questions troubled Lin Xian's mind. You brat! You dared to enter my consciousness space just now, I will absolutely not let you get away with this. Just as Lin Xian was puzzled by this, the Shadow Protector's ferocious voice suddenly rang in Lin Xian's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Lin Xian quickly came to his senses. He looked at the Shadow Protector not far away. Even though the latter's face was covered by a black robe, one could still clearly sense the intense ferocity and killing intent emanating from him. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also had many questions he wanted to ask the other person. However, just as he was about to adjust the internal energy, a pale color suddenly appeared on his face. Snort! A metallic taste rose in his throat, and Lin Xian almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He forgot that he had already used up all his strength to break the formation. In addition, the impact of the formation he had just suffered had displaced all his internal organs. Right now, let alone making a move, even the slightest movement of his body feels like it's falling apart. The situation is quite unfavorable for him. 969, Chapter 969. The Final Resistance.
Shadow Protector, kill that brat. Below, Su Sen's roar was filled with boundless resentment.
Lin Xian's gaze turned cold as he looked down at Su Sen.
That old bastard should have been slapped to death back at Jiufang Pavilion. This protector will certainly not let that brat off easily.
The Shadow Protector spoke, his tone equally chilling. This kid not only possesses a purifying power within him that can counteract corrosive forces, but he also managed to break through his formation, enter the deepest part of his consciousness space, and steal his consciousness.
He absolutely cannot let that kid leave.
Similarly, he wanted to capture that kid and bring him back to the Palace Master. Regardless of whether he actually knows anything about the key, the Palace Master should be very interested in him based on the purifying power he currently possesses. Perhaps, he will receive even more rewards.
Boy, are you going to obediently come with me now, or am I going to smash every single bone in your body and take you back with me?
The Shadow Protector stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flashing with an eerie, blood-red light.
Take me back, you think you can take me back?
Lin Xian's gaze was cold.
Even though he was now completely exhausted, he couldn't let the other party see his weakness.
Otherwise, the Shadow Protector would definitely attack him, and he would inevitably be captured.
Haha kid, do you think your bluffing will be of any use in front of this protector?
The Shadow Protector sneered, his blood-red eyes seemingly piercing through Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly.
Hee, there's no need to pretend in front of me. My eyes can see through the amount of true energy in your body. Kid, you're probably at your last gasp now, aren't you?
The Shadow Protector's purple lips curved into a mocking smile.
Then let's give it a try.
Lin Xian's heart was stirred, but he quickly calmed down, and a cold look surged on his chiseled face.
You're asking for it.
A sinister glint flashed in the Shadow Protector's eyes. Even though he was also seriously injured at the moment, it was still no problem for him to capture a brat who was on his last legs.
Sigh.
Black demonic energy surged from his palm, condensing into a small black vortex. Within the vortex, a powerful corrosive force spread out, making the surrounding air seem to be shrouded in a faint aura of death.
Lin Xian's pupils contracted, and an unpleasant look appeared in his eyes.
He hadn't expected that the Shadow Protector still had so much power remaining. Although the current Shadow Protector is far less powerful than he was at his peak, he still retains some of his power. His strength is still at the peak of the Martial Emperor level or even the level of a half-saint. However, his internal energy had been completely depleted. Aside from using physical strength to fight head-on, they couldn't use any other means at all. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to just sit and wait for his death.
Call. He exhaled a deep breath. The next second, a sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes.
He clenched his fist tightly, deciding to take the initiative. Even if it means using his own body, he will make his opponent lose a layer of skin.
Stubborn and obstinate.
The Shadow Protector sneered. The next second, he suddenly tapped the air with his foot, and his figure transformed into a blur as he rushed towards Lin Xian.
They're here.
Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and he clenched his fist, ready to unleash a final, desperate blow.
Boom!
A surging gust of wind suddenly emerged behind him, heading straight for the Shadow Protector in front of him.
970, Chapter 970 Support. Boom!
The fierce fist wind, carrying a strong energy, headed straight for the Shadow Protector. The blood-red light in the Shadow Protector's eyes trembled violently.
You brat, you actually have spare energy?
An expression of disbelief crossed his eyes. The next second, he retreated rapidly. The force of the punch, accompanied by a low, cracking sound, came crashing down. With a wave of his hand, the Shadow Guardian unleashed a surge of black corrosive power, which neutralized the force of the punch.
This power, something's not right.
The Shadow Protector frowned, sensing that something was wrong.
Just as he was reacting.
Swish, swish, swish.
Suddenly, a series of rapid whooshing sounds filled the air. The next moment,
a dozen or so Martial Venerable level experts and nearly 100 Martial King level experts broke through the gate of the mansion and entered the courtyard. At the same time, a burly figure appeared behind Lin Xian in midair, his powerful voice resounding like thunder. Today, anyone who wants to touch a hair on my son's head will have to step over my dead body. Father! Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, he turned his head and saw a majestic square face staring at the shadow protector with a cold and domineering aura. Xianer, I'm sorry your father is late. Looking at his son, who was covered in wounds, Lin Zhao's eyes softened, and a deep sense of guilt appeared on his face. It was his incompetence as a father that led to his son being left so badly injured. Father, what brings you here? Lin Xian asked. Instead of feeling joy at her father's arrival, she felt anxious. Even though the Shadow Protector is currently seriously injured, his strength is still beyond what his father, a mid-stage martial emperor, can match. Moreover, if father gets involved this time, it will likely drag the entire Lin family into it. This is not the outcome he wanted to see. It was your Aunt Jiang who told me after receiving the news. I immediately brought people over. Lin Xiao answered. Is that Aunt Jiang? Jiang? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, Jiang Wana ran in with a worried look on her face at the entrance of the mansion. His heart skipped a beat, and he murmured, Mom. Jiang Wana, who was below, seemed to have heard this. She looked up at Lin Xian and asked with concern, Xiao Xian, are you alright? I'm fine, Mom. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Xian's heart, but he immediately said, Mom, didn't I tell you not to come back? Why? Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Auntie Mom just stand by and watch you die? Jiang Wana bit her lip and said, Mom. Lin Xian felt a lump in her throat. After experiencing so much, he understood and felt so much. Although Jiang Wana was not his biological mother, she chose to protect him without hesitation in times of crisis. Even when she was almost assaulted by Susan, she never revealed a single piece of information about him. Son, what do you call your Aunt Jiang? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had ever heard Lin Xian address him as such. Mom. Lin Xian said. You little rascal, you finally agreed to accept your Aunt Jiang, huh? Lin Xiao sighed and patted Lin Xian's shoulder hard. Ouch Dad, that hurts. Lin Xian gasped in pain. Sorry I forgot. Lin Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. It's nothing, Dad, it's just that Gui's not easy to deal with. Lin Xian shook his head, and the next moment, his gaze turned to the Shadow Protector not far away, and his expression immediately became serious. 971, Chapter 971 United We Stand. It's alright, leave this to Father, you go and recover from your injuries first. Lin Xiao was in high spirits at this moment, his deep gaze fixed on the Shadow Protector. He hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. 15 years ago, he failed to protect Xianer and his wife. But this time, it won't be like that. Today, even if it costs him his life, he will definitely buy time for Xianer. Lin Xiao raised his head and glanced at the sky. There, in the pitch-black sky, a few stars seemed to twinkle. Gu Yan, are you watching over us from heaven? Lin Xiao murmured to himself. The next moment, his hands, hidden beneath his sleeves, clenched tightly, feeling even more powerful. He knew that Gu Yan was watching over him and his son from heaven. He also knew that Gu Yan's spirit in heaven would surely protect them and keep them safe. Dad, let's all go together, I can still manage. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke up. Lin Xiao was taken aback, then turned to look at Lin Xian. Xianer, but your body is currently. I'm fine, Dottie can reply while I'm typing. Lin Xian wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp glint flashed in his dark eyes. This was the first time the father and son had fought side by side. They haven't been this united in a long time. This feeling made Lin Xian's originally weak body seem to be radiating with a continuous source of power. Alright, then let's fight side by side, father and son. I'll be in charge of the main attack, and you'll be in charge of the feint attack. The Lin family experts below will cooperate with us. Lin Xiao looked into Lin Xian's eyes. At that moment, he did not refuse. A burning fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically, his dark and sharp gaze locking onto the Shadow Protector once again.
A bunch of ants, do you think you can challenge this protector just by joining forces?
The Shadow Protector looked at Lin Xiao and the others in front of him, a deep disdain on his lips. It is you, Lin Xiao, who dared to break the original rules and lead the Lin family to rebel against this protector and against the palace master.
Then you should have been prepared for your entire clan to be wiped out, right?
No need for Protector Shadow to worry about that. Lin Xiao sneered, no longer having any concerns at this moment. Not to mention that he has never been afraid of death. This time, his actions also received the support of all members of the Lin family. Clearly, the events of 15 years ago left every surviving member of the Lin family with a deep-seated resentment. They wanted to get their revenge. They are not afraid of death either.
Hey, Patriarch Lin, what a big mouth you have, don't you know how foolish your actions are?
The Shadow Protector sneered, Patriarch Lin, your decision will only lead to another bloodbath for the Lin family, just like it did 15 years ago.
So, have you thought it through?
Given his current state, facing numerous powerful figures from the Lin family as enemies has put him under considerable pressure. Therefore, this method was also an attempt to shake their resolve.
No one in my Lin family is a coward who clings to life.
Lin Xiao responded sternly. The sound was like thunder, shaking the heavens. The Patriarch is right, there are no cowards in the Lin family who are afraid of death. The Lin family experts below responded immediately to his call. At this moment, everyone is united in purpose. They had waited too long for this moment. In everyone's eyes, there was a fierce spirit and a will to fight. Starting today. They want to repay all the humiliation they suffered 15 years ago.
972, Chapter 972 Kill. Boom boom boom.
A series of powerful auras erupted from below. Despite its decline, and despite the fact that the highest level reached was only the late stage of Martial Venerable. But at this moment, as hundreds of auras overlapped and merged, they gathered into a thick pressure above the mansion, surging like a tide. The Shadow Protector's eyes darkened completely as he watched the scene below.
A bunch of stubborn fools.
The Shadow Protector said coldly. The next second, his gaze fell on Su Xin below, and he asked in a gloomy tone, Su Xin, why are your Su family's experts and army still nowhere to be found? Su Xin's body stiffened. His voice trembled as he replied, Shadow Protector, you'll be there soon, you should be there soon.
Day.
The words fell.
Suddenly, a vast army arrived from afar. There were nearly 200 of them, and each of them exuded a powerful aura.
The name Su was printed on their shoulders. Clearly, they are men from the Su family. Your subordinate, Su Jia, is a step late, please forgive me, master. Commander Su Jia stepped forward, knelt on one knee before Su Xin, and clasped his hands in greeting.
Exempt from guilt.
Su Xin waved his hand, looking at the massive Su family guard, and immediately regained his momentum. Now, you will assist Protector Shadow in wiping out the entire Lin family.
Yes, master.
Su Jia accepted the order.
He.
At this moment, a deep smile appeared in the eyes of the Shadow Protector.
Now, the mere ants of the Lin family can no longer do anything to him.
His only goal now is to bring Lin Xian back. This kid now knows too many secrets about him, and he also possesses a unique power that they fear. Therefore, they absolutely cannot be kept. He's going to take this kid back and hand him over to the palace master for punishment. Lin Xiao, if you are willing to surrender with your people now, this protector can spare your lives. The Shadow Protector looked at Lin Xiao, a flash of bloodlust in his eyes, otherwise, your fate will be the same as that of the Lin family members 15 years ago. Creak. When Lin Xiao mentioned the Lin family members who died tragically 15 years ago, his fists clenched tightly and his body trembled. He recalled that night, and the Lin family members who lay in pools of blood. Their spirits still linger. Boom! Boom! Thinking of this, a surge of energy burst forth from Lin Xiao's body. His gaze was fixed on the Shadow Protector, and his deep anger roared like thunder. All members of the Lin family, listen to my command. Today, fight alongside me at all costs.
Let us avenge our fallen kin. Let their souls find peace in the underworld.
Yes, master. The Lin family members echoed in unison. The sound was like a resounding bell, rumbling and spreading. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned somewhat bloodshot. At that moment, each of them was filled with rage. They wanted to avenge their fallen kin. They wanted to tear the Su family members in front of them, the instigators, to pieces. Even if they die here today. But even before they die, they will skin them alive and drink their blood. They will make the Su family understand the anger they have been suppressing over the years and their determination to avenge their dead clansmen. Kill. At this moment, the Lin family leader let out a sharp shout and took the first step forward. Kill. Immediately, all the experts from the Lin family took a step forward. The enormous sound waves and powerful momentum surged towards the Su family experts like a raging tide. At this moment, even though they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. But when faced with these Lin family experts who had become death warriors, they were filled with fear. He couldn't help but take a step back. 973, Chapter 973 Battle. The Su family expert looked at the Lin family experts before him, whose eyes were bloodshot and who had turned into death warriors, and took a step back in fear. At this moment, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. They have many good days ahead of them, and they don't want to die here. Originally, they thought that with their overwhelming numerical advantage, they could subdue the enemy without a fight. Unexpectedly, the Lin family members are now acting like they've all gone mad, completely disregarding their own lives. Su Sin saw it all. Seeing the retreating Su family experts, his face turned ashen, and he roared at them, "Today, anyone who dares to take another step back, I will be the first to kill him." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Su family's experts trembled violently. They looked at each other in bewilderment. This is a dilemma. Lin family experts, heed my command, follow me and kill them all. At this moment, the Lin family leader let out a sharp shout. Kill. Instantly, a vast, thunderous sound resounded throughout the land once more. Boom boom boom. A series of powerful auras erupted, and the Lin family members, their eyes red, charged towards the Su family experts. Let's go too. Commander Su reluctantly gave the order. Boom boom boom. Similarly, a powerful aura erupted. Although the Su family has an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, at this moment they are at a complete psychological disadvantage. Therefore, when the two sides clashed, they were at a disadvantage for a time. Ah! Countless screams echoed under the night sky. One by one, the corpses fell with their eyes wide open. Most of them came from the Su family. They lived a life of luxury year after year, indulging in extravagance and debauchery almost every day, relying on the Su family's status and endless resources. To enhance their strength, they all rely on miraculous elixirs. Therefore, when faced with real combat, when it truly requires risking one's life for another. In terms of both skill and fighting spirit, they were completely suppressed by the Lin family's experts. In particular, every member of the Lin family's experts disregards life and death. They've waited too long for this day. In order to avenge his people, and to finally vent the anger that had been building up in his heart for 15 years. Aside from sleeping, they spend their days diligently practicing and honing their fighting skills. Therefore, when that day truly arrives, they pressed on almost without hesitation, and each of them was already bloodthirsty. Even if someone is unfortunate enough to lose an arm, they still fight like a tiger in the crowd, their eyes stained with blood and their bodies covered in it. If you lose one hand, use the other. Both of their hands were broken, so they used their teeth to bite them. Even if they only lose one of their ears, they would still have avenged their clansmen from back then. Their momentum grew stronger with each battle. In contrast, the Su family was fighting and retreating simultaneously. Many of them were so frightened by the Lin family expert who charged forward fearlessly that their legs went weak. Su Sen's face turned ashen as he watched the Su family experts fall one after another. Useless idiots, a bunch of useless idiots. He was so angry that he shouted. The Shadow Guardian in the sky watched the scene, his face growing increasingly gloomy.
What are all these experts in the Su family good for? 200 men were being driven back by a mere 100 men. It seems he has to wrap this up as soon as possible. If the battle continues to drag on, then the only option left is to summon Shadow Guards. Even though this will expose some of their weaknesses, it is a last resort. That kid Lin Xian, he's determined to bring him back today no matter what. 974, Chapter 974 cover for me. Kill. The sounds of fighting continued below. The Lin family's experts, their eyes bloodshot, were fearless and undaunted by death. Ah! The Su family's experts were forced into retreat, and screams of agony echoed through the crowd. However, even though the Lin family was powerful, the Su family's forces were twice the size of the Lin family's. Consequently, one after another, experts from the Lin family fell. However, with each member of the clan falling, the Lin family's fighting spirit was further aroused, and their determination to avenge their clan was strengthened. On the other hand, the Su family members fought and retreated, passively defending only to save their lives, and had completely lost their will to fight. They all cowered in the rear, none of them willing to charge forward. Because they are now facing a group of Lin family members who have gone mad and don't even care about their lives. They didn't want to fight this bunch of lunatics. A sense of desolation permeated the courtyard. Lin Xian used this break to recover some of his strength. He stood suspended in mid-air, looking down at the fierce battle below. Each time a member of the Lin family fell, it would cause him a sharp pain in his heart. He must end this battle as soon as possible. He cannot allow any more casualties among the Lin family. Dad, you're in charge of attacking Shadow Protector from the front, making him think you're taking the initiative, confusing him, and buying me a minute of time. Lin Xian's lips moved, and his voice, enveloped in true energy, was forced into a single line that entered Lin Zhao's ears. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seems Xianer has a plan. Kindness. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xian, meaning he understood. Good. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. A faint, hidden white light rapidly condensed in the palm of his right hand. Just now, he used the refined spiritual energy emanating from the jade bracelet in his shirt pocket to recover a significant amount of his strength. Although he is still far inferior to the Shadow Protector at present, if we launch a surprise attack, we can definitely seriously injure him. After all, the holy purification power within him has a strong restraining effect on the evil arts practiced by the Shadow Protector. The two are like light and darkness. If we can strike the opponent when the Shadow Protector is not on guard, we will surely inflict serious injury on him. Dad, let's move. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Kindness. The next second, Lin Zhao nodded emphatically. Boom. The immense true energy within his body surged forth like a tidal wave. Mid-Emperor Wu. Earthly sovereign rank. Lin Zhao unleashed his full power the moment he made his move. Because he knew who the man in front of him was. That's the protector of that mysterious force, possessing the strength of an early-stage martial saint, the Saint Realm. Although he is currently suffering from bed injuries and his internal energy has been greatly weakened, he is still at the heavenly sovereign level, an opponent that he cannot match. Now, I just hope Xianer's plan will succeed. Although he was unaware of Xianer's plans, he trusted his son. Bang! Lin Zhao took a sudden step forward, heading straight for the Shadow Protector in midair. Stubborn fool. A shadowy glint flashed across the Shadow Protector's eyes. Boom! The next second, a chilling black aura surged out of his body, sweeping towards Lin Zhao like a hurricane. Lin Zhao threw a punch, and the force of the punch condensed into a wave of air that rushed towards the black hurricane. Sigh. Upon collision, a powerful corrosive force rapidly spread. Lin Zhao's attack was quickly thwarted. Lin Zhao's expression changed. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by the Shadow Guardian's strength. Lin Xian also witnessed this scene. His eyes flashed rapidly, and in his palm, which he had turned over, a holy white light rapidly condensed like a small vortex. 975, Chapter 975. Leave the rest to me. Buzzing. A faint white light rapidly condensed in Lin Xian's palm. His palms were facing backward, with the backs of his hands directly facing the shadow protector. Therefore, the shadow protector was completely unaware. And at this moment, he was looking at Lin Xiao. Even though Lin Xiao was only at the mid-stage of martial emperor, and there was at least a level difference between him and Lin Xiao, he could not underestimate him. After all, he doesn't have much energy left. A prolonged war of attrition would be extremely disadvantageous for him. He must act quickly, seize the opportunity to defeat Lin Xiao in one fell swoop, and then take down Lin Xian behind him. As for Lin Xian, he doesn't pay much attention to him at the moment. A young man who is already exhausted and out of his depth cannot make any waves in a short period of time. Those experts from the Su family are nothing but a bunch of useless cowards. 200 people were actually defeated and forced to retreat by 100 people from the Lin family. He must end the battle before the Su family's experts are completely defeated. Otherwise, if we get bogged down, we'll have to mobilize the Shadow Guard. This is one of their Black Temple's secret trump cards, and it cannot be easily exposed unless absolutely necessary. Boom! Thinking of this, the blood-red light in the shadow protector's eyes trembled rapidly. With a sudden thought, the boundless black demonic energy surged towards Lin Xiao like a raging tide, wave after wave, attempting to completely engulf him. Lin Xiao looked at the demonic energy that was sweeping in like a monstrous wave tens of feet high. The corrosive power contained within it was terrifying, which made his expression extremely solemn. Call. Lin Xiao let out a deep breath, determined to fight to the death in order to buy Xian'er as much time and opportunity as possible. Quickly stabilizing the violently churning energy within his body from the earlier impact, Lin Xiao unleashed his full power. A surge of true energy erupted from his body like a raging tide, directly condensing into a roaring lion, carrying the momentum to shatter heaven and earth, rushing towards the black demonic wave. Bang! Under the pitch-black night sky, ferocious beasts collide with towering waves. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to tremble violently. Roar! The lion roared, trying to break through the towering waves of demonic energy. Overestimating one's abilities. The shadow protector sneered, and the next second he suddenly flicked his sleeve. Rumble! Instantly, a powerful corrosive force erupted from the black demonic wave. Bang bang bang! As the power of erosion erupted, huge holes burst open on the originally solidified lion's body, as if by an explosion. Roar! A mournful roar rang out. Finally, the lion's body became increasingly ethereal, then exploded with a deafening roar, turning into smoke and dust. Snort! Forced to use his move, Lin Xiao suffered a huge backlash, and a muffled groan escaped his throat. His face quickly turned pale. Disappear from this realm. The shadow protector saw this and a bloodthirsty glint appeared on his lips. He manipulated the towering waves, sending them engulfing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's expression changed, but at this moment he showed no intention of retreating. He glanced at Lin Xian behind him out of the corner of his eye, and instead of retreating, he took a big step forward. 15 years ago, he was unable to do anything for his son or his wife. Now, that won't happen. He will not back down again. Master of the family. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the Lin family experts below turned even redder. They wanted to rescue them, but it was too late. Furthermore, those demonic waves, tens of feet high, were not something they could shake with their own strength. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at that moment. Lin Xiao's face remained expressionless, only resolute. At that moment, he was prepared to die. Just as he clenched his fist, preparing for a final, desperate strike. Behind him, Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Dad, thank you so much for buying me so much time. Leave the rest to me. 976, Chapter 976. How could this be? Dad, let me do it. Lin Xian's soft voice, enveloped in true energy, reached Lin Xiao's ears. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Immediately, he forcefully activated the last of his true energy,
attempting to attract the attention of the Shadow Protector. As expected, the Shadow Protector was also drawn to Lin Xiao after sensing the aura emanating from him. In his view, Lin Xiao was planning a final, desperate fight with him.
Stubborn and inflexible thing.
The Shadow Protector gave a mocking smile, and stretched out his deathly pale hand, reaching out to grab Lin Xiao from afar.
Rumble.
In an instant, the black demonic energy, permeated with a dense corrosive power, swept towards Lin Xiao like a monstrous wave, carrying the momentum to crush everything. Lin Xiao showed no fear as he faced the oncoming raging waves. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from not far behind him. Lin Xian's figure seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing without a trace. However, it was obscured by Lin Xiao's body. Therefore, the Shadow Protector was unaware of it. Furthermore, his attention is now entirely focused on Lin Xiao. In his view, Lin Xian was already at his limit and posed no threat to him. As long as he can defeat Lin Xiao, this troublesome guy, he can easily take Lin Xian away next. He will immediately evacuate the Great Xia Kingdom at that time. As for the life and death of the Su family, that's none of his business. I believe that after learning about what happened today, the Palace Master will be very disappointed in the Su family and will abandon them. As the Shadow Protector thought to himself, his killing intent toward Lin Xiao surged. He glanced down at the ground. At this moment, the Su family's forces had been repeatedly defeated by the Lin family's experts and had completely lost their will to fight. What a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. The Shadow Protector's eyes grew colder, and his gaze immediately fell on Lin Xiao again.
It seems he really needs to speed things up.
Go to hell. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, and the Shadow Protector manipulated a monstrous wave, about to engulf Lin Xiao completely. Buzz. At that moment, a slight trembling sound suddenly came from behind him. That's the sound of air ripples.
Someone has circled around behind him.
The Shadow Protector's blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly turned his head to look.
The next second, a deep look of shock and horror appeared on the face hidden by the black robe.
How could it be you? The Shadow Protector's pupils trembled. Because the person who appeared behind him was none other than Lin Xian, whom he had always ignored and regarded as a spent force. How does this kid still have so much energy left? Hey! Lin Xian looked at the horrified Shadow Protector before him, a cold and bloodthirsty smile spreading across his slightly parted lips. He slowly opened his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, a loud buzzing sound, accompanied by piercing sound waves, suddenly spread out. For a moment, even the Shadow Protector felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. This is? By the time the Shadow Protector reacted, the white light in Lin Xian's palm had already slowly risen, spinning like a small vortex, or like a rising sun. Buzz! The exquisite purifying power spread rapidly like ripples on water.
Among them, the Shadow Protector sensed an extremely dangerous aura.
Oh no! His expression suddenly changed. In a panic, he tried to withdraw the black demonic wave he had unleashed and launch an attack on Lin Xian. However, it was already too late. Lin Xian had no intention of giving Shadow Protector that opportunity. The hand holding the white sun, with a lightning-fast afterimage, pressed down hard on the Shadow Protector's chest. 977, Chapter 977 The Heartbeats of the Crowd. You dare, kid. The Shadow Protector's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinholes. At that moment, a profound chill swept over him from the depths of his heart, rushing straight to the top of his head. Lin Xian remained expressionless, his hands moving without pausing for a moment. Buzz! The holy power in his palm erupted with a dazzling white light, like a small sun, and pressed heavily on the Shadow Guardian's chest. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The next second, a strong wind arose, and a dazzling white light, carrying an immensely surging airwave, swept outwards in all directions like a hurricane.
At that moment, the entire night seemed to be illuminated.
At this moment, the entire world trembled. Everyone covered their eyes with their hands, unable to open them under the blinding light.
Rumble.
The muffled thunderous sound continued to resound.
The earth and sky shook.
This noise lasted for quite a while before gradually subsiding. The light that enveloped the world gradually faded away.
The fierce storm gradually subsided.
Everyone lowered their hands and immediately turned their attention to the center of the explosion. There, the white light had not yet completely dissipated, enveloping Lin Xian and the shadow protector like an eggshell radiating white light. All eyes were fixed on them at that moment.
At that moment, they even forgot about their opponents. Buzzing.
The radiance continued to emanate, but gradually faded.
Finally, in everyone's sight, it completely faded away.
As the light faded, everyone's pupils contracted sharply at that moment.
Hiss hiss hiss. Countless gasps of astonishment echoed across the land.
They saw that the shadow protector, who had been invincible, was now covered in blood. His black robe had been completely ripped apart, revealing half of his face, which was as pale as a dead man's. His face was unusually ferocious, and his pupils were vertically shaped like venomous snakes, flashing with a blood-red light.
This is not a normal person at all. It looks more like a zombie.
This was not the most shocking thing for them. What shocked everyone the most was that the shadow protector's entire exposed right arm was covered with dense surgical stitches, and his fingernails were unusually sharp, like those of a wild beast. It looked as if his arm was pieced together from the torsos of countless people.
Huff huff.
He was breathing heavily, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. The chest that had been struck by the white sun earlier now had a visible blood hole. There, thick blood kept flowing out, and you could even vaguely see the twisted muscles and the stark white bones. However, even with such severe injuries, the shadow protector still did not die. However, his aura undoubtedly became extremely weak at this moment. Even so, it still made everyone, including Lin Xian and Lin Xiao in the sky, feel their hearts tremble.
They're still alive after all that? Lin Zhao's eyes twitched suddenly.
Lin Xian stared at the shadow protector in front of him with his dark eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even after suffering such a severe injury, he could still sense a strong life force within the other party. Furthermore, this guy's body doesn't seem to be his own, it appears to have been modified.
Evil faction from Japan.
Just how terrifying is this being? It's incredible that a living person could be transformed into this state.
978, Chapter 978 Blood Red Token.
Lin Xian was deeply shaken. This relic, dating back more than 2,000 years, is even more chilling. It's incredible that a living person can be transformed like this.
Such evil magic alone is enough to send chills down one's spine.
You brat, you should be grateful that you've pushed me to this point.
Next, I will break your bones one by one and sever your meridians one by one. Then, I'll take you to the palace master.
As Lin Xian was horrified, the shadow protector's sinister voice, filled with a chilling intensity, resounded throughout the land. His eyes, like those of a venomous snake, were now fixed on Lin Xian with a blood-red light. His chest, where Lin Xian had nearly ripped him open, was now a mess of twisted muscles and dripping with blood, making him look utterly wretched.
Thump. Thump.
At this moment, his blood-red heart pounded incessantly in his chest, bursting forth with surging vitality.
The people below were all terrified.
Even Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. This guy's body, every part of it, seems to be pieced together from someone else's body, including his heart. Otherwise, with such severe injuries, even if the shadow protector was a martial saint, he should have already died. However, at this moment he seemed as if he was not injured at all, and there was not much pain visible on his face.
Your name is Ishida, right?
Lin Xian looked at the shadow protector, a sharp glint flashing in his dark eyes. In the shadow protector's memories, he had already seen everything.
Hee, so you have indeed glimpsed my consciousness, then I can't let you live any longer.
The shadow protector gave a sinister smile, and a ferocious killing intent erupted from his blood-red pupils. This child knows too many secrets about them, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live.
Including everyone in front of me.
They must all disappear from this world today. Because they have seen his true colors and learned too much of the truth.
So, where exactly is the temple master you mentioned, and the temple of darkness?
Lin Xian spoke, his tone indifferent.
Where, kid, this protector will take you there in a moment.
The shadow protector's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a blood-red token suddenly appeared on his deathly pale palm.
What is this?
The eyes of the crowd below immediately narrowed. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the blood-red token in the shadow protector's hand.
He sensed an unusual and strange fluctuation from it.
The shadow protector was the focus of countless eyes. His vertically shaped pupils stared intently at Lin Xian, their thick, bloody light surging within them. He never expected that he would be forced to this point by this kid, and almost die here. Kid, from now on, I won't give you any more chances to struggle. The Shadow Guardian spoke in a chilling voice. His gaze swept over Lin Xian, then swept over the crowd below. The sound that followed, imbued with a chilling aura, slowly echoed through the world, settling in everyone's hearts as if stepping on their very souls. Their breath caught in their throats, and their faces turned pale.
It all ends here. May you all disappear from this world.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Protector crushed the red token in his hand.
Boom!
Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The next second, the space around the Shadow Protector began to distort strangely. One by one, figures clad in blood-red armor slowly emerged from the distorted form.
Everyone's pupils constricted. 979, Chapter 979. Disappear from this Dharma Protector. Buzzing. Above the sky, space is distorted. Within each distorted spatial vortex, blood-red figures emerged.
Those figures were clad in blood-red armor, and each of them held a blood-red cleaver in their hand.
You can't sense any signs of life in them. However, powerful and eerie auras surged and spread from their bodies. This is?
Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Lin Xiao and everyone below stared in shock at the strange, blood-red figures that had appeared. A series of extremely eerie and sinister fluctuations emanated from these figures, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. At that moment, it was as if what appeared before them was not a human, but a monster. To be precise, it's more like a soulless shell, a corpse.
What is this?
The Lin family's experts murmured, their hearts trembling uncontrollably.
The same applies to the Su family's experts.
So much so that they had completely forgotten that they had just been fighting.
This is...
Su Sin witnessed the scene in the sky. The next second, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his deep eyes.
This is the Shadow Guard.
It's one of the most powerful trump cards of that mysterious temple.
Su Sen's eyes widened in shock.
He never expected that the Shadow Protector would actually mobilize the Shadow Guard. In this way, the tide of battle will be completely turned.
Ah, Lin Xiao, you're all dead.
The Shadow Protector has mobilized the Shadow Guard this time, none of you will survive. Su Sin laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. At that moment, he seemed to see the scene of victory, and the scene of the Lin family's blood flowing like a river. The Shadow Guard is one of that person's strongest trump cards. Rather than calling them the Shadow Guard, they were more like demons from hell.
None of them felt pain, or even had life.
They were like killing machines, fighting on until their limbs were severed. During this time, even cutting off their heads wouldn't help. They are the real killing machines, the war machines. And what's most terrifying is that this group of tireless and fearless killing machines each possesses the strength of an early-stage martial emperor, which is equivalent to the strength of a supreme human. Furthermore, each Shadow Guard consists of 30 people. A killing squad consisting of 30 supreme-level experts. Such capabilities are sufficient to handle any mission and any harsh environment. This time, the Shadow Protector's mobilization of the Shadow Guard is a crushing defeat for the Lin family.
Shadow Guard?
Lin Xian, who was in the sky, frowned upon hearing this and hissed at Su Sin below.
Su Sin, do you know? Ah, of course I know. Su Sin laughed triumphantly. Now, you're all doomed, ha. What a noisy thing!
The shadow guardian in the sky suddenly became enraged. The chilling voice, carrying a deep anger, resounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The next second, he swung his hand sharply. Instantly, the shadow guards in the sky locked onto Su Sin with their scarlet, murderous eyes.
Shadow Protector, I.
Su Sin's face suddenly turned pale, and a chill ran straight to the top of his head. You useless piece of trash who's good for nothing and good for nothing, disappear from my sight. The Shadow Protector spoke. The next moment, all the shadow guards raised their blood-red broadswords, ready to slash at Su Sin from afar.
No, Shadow Protector, you can't kill me. Please give me a reason.
Su Sin was so frightened that he screamed in terror.
980, Chapter 980 covering the rear. Reason?
The Shadow Protector looked down at Su Sin, who was seeking an explanation from him.
His blood-red eyes were now blazing with deep anger. You useless good-for-nothing, all that training from the Palace Master has been for nothing. You can't even handle the Lin family, and I, the Protector, have to mobilize the Shadow Guard. What use is there for a piece of trash like you to me, the Dharma Protector? Shadow Guards, listen to my command, kill them. Boom boom boom.
Upon hearing this, the Shadow Guard's indifferent pupils suddenly erupted with intense blood-red light.
The next second, dense streams of bloodthirsty energy shot into the sky.
They raised their blood-red broadswords and slashed at Su Sin below.
No!
Su Sin let out a sharp scream. The Shadow Guard's face was as indifferent as a machine, and without the slightest sign of stopping, a massive, blood-red blade of light, several meters in size, erupted forth.
Laugh! A spray of blood mist followed.
Su Sin's screams came to an abrupt halt.
At that moment, the pupils of everyone from the Lin and Su families shrank drastically. Clearly, they hadn't expected that Su Sin would be personally ordered to be eliminated by the Shadow Protector. At this moment, an incomparably cold and desolate aura permeated the air. The Su family's experts stared in shock at the scene before them, their faces completely devoid of the surprise and horror that had appeared on their faces due to the appearance of the Shadow Guards. All that remained was endless paleness and fear. Even the head of the family was ordered to be eliminated by the Shadow Protector. Then they too will surely face the fate of being wiped out. This guy actually killed his own people. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, and he stared at the scene below with a hint of shock. He felt no sympathy for Su Sin. In fact, such a person's death was entirely his own fault. Even if he doesn't die now, he will definitely not let Su Sin go. However, Lin Xian did not expect that the person who ultimately eliminated Su Sin would be the Shadow Protector. It turned out to be the master he had been loyally serving all along. Once they lose their usefulness, they are ruthlessly abandoned like pawns. Kid, you're next.
Just then, the Shadow Guardian's chilling voice resounded through the sky. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his dark eyes looked at the Shadow Protector in front of him, who was covered in blood, his expression extremely solemn. That last strike had already unleashed his full power. Now, facing such a Shadow Guard, he had absolutely no strength left to resist. Furthermore, judging from the driver's expression, the other party did not intend to let any of them leave today.
Call. He exhaled a deep breath.
At this moment, Lin Xian felt unusually heavy-hearted. Son, your father and the clansmen will cover your retreat. Take water and leave as far away as possible. Lin Xiao also saw that the situation was one-sided, and his solemn voice, enveloped in true energy, reached Lin Xian's ears.
Dad!
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat.
Son, listen to your father, otherwise, none of us will leave here today.
Dad is no longer able to lead the Lin family any further, but you are different. So you must live. Remember, you are your father's pride and the last hope for the Lin family's revival. Also, please take good care of Waner for me.
Lin Zhao's voice was solemn, and a resolute look appeared on his face.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a sudden step forward, facing the Shadow Guard directly. At that moment, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Yes, all that remains is the final responsibility and duty as a father and husband.
981, Chapter 981 Tragic.
We swear to follow our clan leader to the death. The Lin family members below were filled with fighting spirit.
A smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face.
At this moment, he may not be a good husband or a good father.
But at least he was a clan leader recognized by his people. Thank you everyone. Everyone, follow me. Today, we live and die together.
Lin Zhao took a step forward, his momentum soaring to the sky.
Kill. The Lin family's experts responded in unison, their voices like thunder.
At this moment, the blood of men flowed in their eyes. There were no deserters in the Lin family. They swore to follow the clan leader to the death and protect the young clan leader.
Good.
Lin Zhao's voice was firm and resolute.
Boom.
As soon as he finished speaking, his inner energy exploded. Clan Chief Lin, please allow us to join us. At this moment, facing the imposing Lin family members, the remaining 60-odd Su family experts also joined in. They were impressed by the Lin family's imposing presence. With their clan leader killed, they have become expendable pawns, and if they do not resist today, they will also face certain death.
Therefore, it was a decision to fight to the death. Good.
Lin Zhao waved his hand without refusing, then everyone, come with me to fight. At this moment, they made no distinction between friend and foe. At this moment, they all share a common enemy, the Shadow Protector and the Shadow Guard.
Let's attack together.
The commander of the Su family's guard gave the order. Instantly, the auras of marshaled venerable experts burst forth. This scene was witnessed by the Shadow Guardian in the sky, whose eyes immediately flashed with deep contempt. Ha, a bunch of ignorant fools.
Shadow Guards, listen to my command, today, leave no one alive. Boom boom boom.
As the Shadow Protector uttered the last word, a surge of overwhelming bloodthirsty energy erupted from the bodies of the 50 Shadow Guards. They were as indifferent as machines, simply following orders from beginning to end, never uttering a single word.
But it is precisely this eerie feeling that makes people feel even more terrified.
Because they seemed not to be living people. It looks more like it was made from a dead person's corpse. They are more like puppets that have a breath but no life. However, this left no room for people to think. Right now, they have no choice but to fight a desperate battle. Even if they were to unite their strength, it would likely be a drop in the ocean. But at this moment, only a desperate gamble can save oneself.
To break this extreme imbalance, the only way is to capture the Shadow Protector. To catch the thief, first catch the king.
Furthermore, with the Shadow Protector now severely injured in the back, he has little strength left to resist, making it the best time to strike.
Let's all charge.
Lin Zhao gave a sharp shout and took the lead in moving out. His eyes were only on the Shadow Protector. Kill. The experts below obeyed the order and charged towards the Shadow Protector.
Oh.
A look of disdain and sinister intent flashed across the Shadow Protector's eyes. He knew, of course, that these people were after him. However, trying to bypass the Shadow Guards and capture him was simply wishful thinking. A bunch of ants, may you all disappear from this world forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Protector stretched out his deathly pale hand and gently touched Lin Zhao and the others. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, the blood-red broadswords of the 50 Shadow Guards in front of him burst forth with a dense crimson light. They raised their broadswords high and slashed fiercely at Lin Zhao and his men who were coming towards them.
In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled.
One after another, massive, blood-red sword energies, each 10 feet in size, tore through the night sky and enveloped Lin Zhao and his companions.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. At this moment, many less skilled experts, unable to dodge in time, were directly hit by the blade energy and instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A chilling atmosphere filled the night sky. Lin Xian watched, his hands clenched tightly, his body trembling.
982, Chapter 982 Anomaly. Ah!
Blood mist filled the sky, and screams echoed through the night. Countless experts from the Lin and Su families were blasted into blood mist by that massive, blood-red blade aura, which was tens of feet long.
Creak!
Lin Xian clenched his fists, a blood-red killing intent flashing in his eyes.
Shadow Protector. Lin Xian's body trembled. He cannot stand idly by.
He couldn't bear to watch the Lin family members, to see his father fight for him, to see rivers of blood flow for him.
He can still fight. There must be a way. We can definitely accumulate even more strength.
Lin Xian's 10 fingers were deeply embedded in his palms, and a faint white light shone faintly on the surface of his body.
Hiss.
The light was very faint, and Lin Xian's face turned pale. It's clear that his body is completely exhausted.
Damn it, give me a little more strength, body, give me a little more strength. Lin Xian clenched his teeth.
Buzz. At a certain moment, the sacred power deep within his dantian seemed to respond to his call, and suddenly emitted a buzzing sound.
Buzz. The next moment, more and more white light, like fireflies, slowly emerged from the surface of Lin Xian's body.
Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise.
Because at that very moment, he felt his body suddenly become incredibly light.
However, his dantian remained completely depleted, like a pond that had dried up entirely. However, at this moment, strange energies emerged from somewhere in his body, like the light of fireflies, gently enveloping him.
Whoosh!
Just then, another blood-red blade of energy slashed down towards a Lin family expert.
The Lin family expert's pupils suddenly contracted.
But at this moment, he felt no fear whatsoever. His inner energy surged and he charged angrily toward the blade energy. From the moment he chose to protect the young clan leader as he left, he was prepared to die.
A bunch of stubborn ants.
Behind the shadow guards, the shadow protector's lips curled into a sinister sneer.
Buzz.
However, at that very moment, just as the blade energy was about to strike the Lin family expert, a sharp buzzing sound suddenly rang in his ears.
The sound was like a high-frequency compression vibration of a cyclone.
The next second, Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost.
It's the young clan leader. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Xianer?
Lin Xiao was startled when he saw Lin Xian reappear on the battlefield. Lin Xian's expression was cold and stern, a deep and sharp glint flashing in his dark eyes. He raised his fist, preparing to unleash the blade's energy with a single punch.
Whoosh! The next second, the force of the punch shot out like a rainbow.
In terms of size, it is far inferior to that sword energy. One is only 100 meters long, while the other is several dozen feet long. However, the seemingly insignificant gust of wind from the fist caused the bloodfiend blade energy to pause abruptly upon contact.
Click, click, click. The next second, cracks began to spread across the blade's energy. Bang! Then, it exploded with a deafening roar. This? The sudden scene shocked everyone present.
Even the shadow protector, upon seeing this, showed a look of disbelief in his beast-like blood-red eyes.
How could that kid still have so much energy left? And what's with all that white fluorescence on his body? Is there still his scent? Why is it so calm? 983, Chapter 983, The Heart-Pounding Shadow Protector.
The shadow protector was startled.
What's going on? He could no longer sense any true energy within Lin Xian's body. But why did this kid suddenly unleash such speed?
Just now, even he didn't see Lin Xian's movements clearly, or when he appeared in front of the shadow guards. What shocked him the most was why the boy's aura was so calm.
It was eerily calm. The calmness sent chills down his spine. This is an extremely unusual calm. Boom!
As a sense of fear rose in the shadow protector's heart, the shadow guards, whose attacks had just been blocked by Lin Xian, suddenly unleashed a monstrous aura of bloodlust. His eyes were dull and devoid of any emotion, as if he were nothing more than a modified killing machine.
Tired and fearless. Anyone who stands in his way is someone he intends to eliminate.
Buzz! The shadow guard raised his blood-red cleaver and slashed down at Lin Xian in front of him. Instantly, a blade of energy several dozen feet long, carrying extremely dense bloodlust and sharpness, slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. Such power was so great that even ordinary early-stage martial emperor experts dared not confront it head-on.
Son, be careful.
Lin Xiao stared in horror at the crimson blade energy heading straight for Lin Xian and cried out in shock.
Young clan leader.
The Lin family expert who was being protected by Lin Xian also let out a low growl of horror. However, despite the gasps of the crowd and the intensely lethal crimson blade energy, Lin Xian remained completely unfazed. His expression remained as calm as before, like a deep pool in the mountains.
His dark eyes remained unmoved as he watched the rapidly descending blade energy.
Within it, a faint white light flickered, like a dancing elf's flame.
He watched as the crimson blade energy descended.
At this moment, the sword energy that was originally as fast as lightning seemed to have been slowed down countless times in his eyes.
He could even clearly see the trajectory of the falling blade energy and the aftershocks that made the air tremble.
Lin Xian gently raised his palm. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he caught the blade's energy steadily with his bare hands.
What? Everyone's pupils contracted, and they gasped in surprise. Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Xian gently clenched the hand holding the sword energy. Bang!
Instantly, the entire blade energy was shattered effortlessly, just like before.
Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air.
Lin Xiao and Jiang Wan'er below stared intently at Lin Xian, their eyes flashing with disbelief.
What exactly happened? What changes have occurred in Lin Xian? What exactly is going on?
At this moment, even the Shadow Protector's gaze underwent a drastic change. If he hadn't expected Lin Xian to appear suddenly, then he hadn't sensed him carefully. But just now, he had a clear sense of both the moment Lin Xian received the sword energy and the moment he dispersed it. He couldn't sense any signs of true qi being activated within Lin Xian's body.
However, there is no boost from true qi. Even though Lin Xian has entered the Sate realm and his physical strength is extraordinary, it is still impossible for him to withstand and crush the full-force attack of a martial emperor in the early stage with his bare hands. In particular, Lin Xian is not at his peak right now. He was injured too.
However, judging from his performance, he is even more powerful than when he broke through to the martial Sate realm.
The methods used are even more bizarre. What exactly happened? What exactly changed about him?
At this moment, the Shadow Protector felt a chill run down his spine.
984, Chapter 984. The Palace Master will decide personally.
In midair, the Shadow Protector looked at Lin Xian with a heart full of fear.
What's going on with this kid? Where does that power come from?
Lin Xian remained expressionless. In his dark eyes, a faint light flickered like fireflies. He was unusually calm. He was calm, which surprised even himself. At this moment, it was as if nothing in the world could stir any emotion in his heart. His perception of this world and the things around him seemed to become exceptionally clear at this moment. Even though he wasn't turning around, he could still sense what was behind him, and even feel the faint sound of air movement. This feeling was as if his body had gained a 360 degrees field of vision with no blind spots. However, the field of vision is relatively limited, only within a range of 10 meters. Further outwards, this perception becomes increasingly blurred. Within this 10-meter range, Lin Xian felt that the movements of everything were slowed down several times in his eyes, or rather, in his senses. He didn't understand what was happening to him. But at this moment, he was completely immersed in this strange state. Buzzing. A faint white light emanated from the surface of his body. He slowly stepped out into the air. This step was taken without any movement, as if it were just a simple step. Swish. However, his figure appeared behind the Shadow Guard in the next second. The Shadow Guard's burly body trembled.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The next second, countless drops of blood spurted from his body.
His burly body collapsed with a thud, like pieces of meat cut into even pieces.
The cut surface of the wound was as smooth as a mirror. What just happened?
At this moment, everyone's eyes showed unprecedented shock.
What exactly is going on?
Even the Shadow Protector's blood-red pupils shrank to the size of pinholes at this moment.
Even he hadn't clearly seen Lin Xian's move. What exactly happened?
He took a single, unremarkable step, without even the slightest burst of true energy from his body. However, even he couldn't fathom that speed. This is a level of strength that surpasses even the initial stage of Martial Saint.
Could it be that this kid?
At one moment, a terrifying thought suddenly popped into the Shadow Protector's mind.
Impossible. This kid has absolutely no chance of reaching the mid-stage of Martial Saint. However, he dismissed the idea the next second. Not to mention that the gap between each level of Martial Saint is like a chasm.
Even if Lin Xian's talent is unprecedented, it is impossible for him to fill the gap in just a few hours.
That's like a vast ocean.
It will take a long time to cultivate. Moreover, and most importantly, he did not sense any fluctuations from the Saint realm from Lin Xian.
In other words, he didn't activate his true energy at all. Because his internal energy had long been depleted. But what's with the faint white light flowing over his body surface without him activating his true energy? Just how many trump cards is this kid hiding? No. He must inform the temple master about this.
The Shadow Protector's mind was unusually grave. Faced with such a major and unexpected event. At that moment, he knew that his next move would disturb the palace master's seclusion. However, he had no choice but to report the matter to the palace master for a decision.
985, Chapter 985 Unusually Scorching Heat.
The Shadow Protector's eyes flickered, and he decided to temporarily retreat and return to report the situation to the palace master. The secrets Lin Xian possessed had already exceeded his expectations. He turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Xian realized the Shadow Protector's intentions.
He can't let this guy leave today. Buzz. A strange fluctuation rippled around him. The next second, Lin Xian's figure vanished into the world like a phantom. Such speed.
The blood-red light in the Shadow Protector's eyes trembled violently. Even though he is now seriously injured and his cultivation has fallen to the level of Martial Emperor, he is still a Martial Saint. His perception is still at the Saint level. However, at this moment he was completely unable to detect Lin Xian's movements.
What exactly happened to this kid? Shadow Protector gritted his teeth.
Buzz. Just then, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him.
The next second, Lin Xian's vanished figure reappeared in front of him.
The Shadow Protector's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running through his heart.
Block him!
The Shadow Protector roared fiercely.
Boom! Boom boom!
The next second, streaks of bloodthirsty energy shot into the sky. The Shadow Guard's dull eyes showed no emotion whatsoever, and they stood in front of the Shadow Protector like fearless machines.
Whoosh!
Lin Xian's expression remained calm as he looked at the Shadow Guards who had formed a human wall in front of him, and his fist blasted out like a rainbow.
Bang!
Instantly, 2 Shadow Guards were shot through the chest and fell rapidly from mid-air.
Boom boom boom!
However, the other Shadow Guards remained fearless, wielding their broadswords and bringing them down hard on Lin Xian's head.
Lin Xian's figure left afterimages as he easily dodged the attack. Whoosh!
Immediately, his fist flew like lightning, knocking down 2 more Shadow Guards.
This scene, witnessed by the crowd below, evoked deep shock. The young clan leader actually possesses such strength?
With a single, effortless punch, he simultaneously killed 2 Shadow Guards who were at the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Lin Xiao watched this scene with disbelief in his eyes. He didn't know what had happened to Xian'er, but at this moment, Xian'er gave him a very strange feeling.
He didn't sense any fluctuation of true energy within Xian'er's body. On the contrary, it was scorching hot. A faint, calm heat.
The pale white light flowing around Xian'er contained an indescribable, scorching power. Furthermore, as time went on, and with each move Xian'er made, the heat within that light was rapidly intensifying and becoming abnormal. Xian'er's aura, which had been as calm as still water, began to become increasingly scorching. As a result of this intense heat, the space around him began to gradually become blurred. He didn't know whether this burning sensation was good or bad. He didn't know whether this intensified heat would cause harm to Xian'er's body. Just as Lin Xiao was closely monitoring Lin Xian's physical condition, Lin Xian, who had just killed 2 shadow guards with another punch, suddenly paused his hand as he was about to throw another punch. His sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Xian looked down at his right fist. Sigh. There, wisps of white smoke rose from the surface of the skin, indicating it was being roasted. He felt his body begin to feel heavy at that moment. Has it reached its limit so quickly? Lin Xian murmured to himself. His dark eyes pierced through the wall of shadow guards, locking onto the shadow protector. 986, Chapter 986. The attack is ineffective. Lin Xian's dark eyes locked onto the shadow protector. We must finish this quickly. He felt that his body was about to reach its limit. This abnormal heat, this sudden increase in the physical burden, including the sudden disruption of his internal energy flow. All these signs indicate that this unknown force seems to be nearing the limit of what his body can withstand. He didn't know where this force came from. But one thing he was clear about was that as time went on, this power would become increasingly scorching, putting a tremendous strain on his body and causing damage. Even with his current physical condition, it seems unlikely that he can withstand this pressure for long. Take a deep breath. Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. Buzz. A wave of intense heat rippled across his body as he hurtled toward the shadow protector behind the human wall. Block him. A look of horror appeared in the eyes of the shadow protector. This kid wanted to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing this, the remaining 40 shadow guards formed a human wall in front of the shadow protector, unleashing an astonishing aura of bloodlust. However, Lin Xian easily broke through their defenses thanks to his absolute speed advantage. He didn't attack as he had before, but instead reserved his strength, using his superior agility to bypass the human wall and finally reach the shadow protector. Oh no! The shadow protector's pupils suddenly contracted. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Xian's rapidly moving figure appeared in front of the shadow protector as if by teleportation. It was only 2 or 3 meters away from the latter. At this distance, it is enough to launch a deadly attack. The chilling aura emanating from the shadowy protector shot straight to the top of the head. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's expression was no longer as calm as before when facing the shadow protector. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Creak. A strange, oppressive sound seemed to emanate from between the bones at that moment. He felt as if his body was under immense pressure at that moment. The pressure felt as if it were going to crush his body. Sigh. Furthermore, the white light flowing over his body's surface became exceptionally hot at this moment, as if it were about to melt his body. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure of his body being crushed, raised his right hand, and then threw a punch at the shadow protector in front of him. Whoosh! The fist strike was as fast as lightning, carrying a scorching gust of wind, and hurtled towards the shadow protector. Shadow Guardian's pupils contracted sharply, and the fear of death swept over his heart like a tidal wave. At that distance and at that speed, with his current broken body, it was impossible for him to dodge, much less block. He could only watch helplessly as the powerful punch struck him squarely in the chest, letting out a terrified scream. Ah! Hit! Lin Xiao and the others watched as the fist struck the shadow protector, and their eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. This way, at least the major threat of the shadow protector can be dealt with first. However, Lin Xian's expression turned unusually serious the moment the fist struck the shadow protector. He sensed something was wrong and stared intently at the shadow protector. There, the white light slowly dissipated. The Shadow Guardian, who had been struck hard by the fist earlier, was now standing unharmed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Shadow Protector's face was extremely pale, and he was breathing heavily in fear. He looked at his unharmed body. At that moment, even he himself found it incredible. That attack clearly hit him, so why is he completely unharmed? What? How is this possible? The surprise on everyone's faces turned to horror as they looked at the unharmed Shadow Protector. Only Lin Xian seemed to understand what was going on, and his expression turned ugly at that moment. 987, Chapter 987 Who Dares to Hurt Mr. Lin? Lin Xian's expression was grim. Sigh. The white light emanating from his body became increasingly intense at this moment, so much so that even the air was scorched and quickly distorted. It's so hot. A look of pain appeared on Lin Xian's face. He could already feel the white light burning his body. After the recent combat experience, he probably understands the side effects of this power. That is, as time goes by and with the number of times he makes a move, this power will change from its original calm to become increasingly scorching. This feeling is similar to a high-powered engine running at full capacity. When the engine temperature gets too high, it will affect the transmission power. Furthermore, the higher the temperature, the greater the load. His body is currently facing this situation. Call. Lin Xian's eyes froze as he exhaled a breath of hot white air. That opportunity was the only chance to kill the Shadow Protector. However, he failed. The force of his punches appears terrifying. However, due to the increased heat, his punches actually contained no power. Furthermore, as he continues to use this power, his body is now facing a tremendous burden. Snort. Lin Xian frowned, and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He tried to resist the scorching heat. However, it seems to have failed. In addition to feeling an abnormal burning sensation in his skin and muscles, he now felt as if his internal organs were being burned by flames. He didn't know where this power came from. But now it seems very likely that this outburst from a desperate situation is like a last gasp before death. Therefore, although this force is exceptionally powerful in its initial stages, it has extremely poor endurance and will cause enormous damage to the body over time. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't know the right method. After all, this was the first time he had used such power. He didn't even know where this power came from. Whoosh! Lin Xian's chest heaved. He wanted to persevere and find a way to break out of this situation. After all, the only way to kill the Shadow Protector right now is by relying on this power. However, things did not go as planned. Only 10 seconds passed. Lin Xian felt that not only his internal organs, but even his blood was beginning to boil and burn. He had to stop this force. Otherwise, before he could even think of a solution, his body would have already been destroyed by this mysterious and violent force. Damn it! With a reluctant murmur in his heart, Lin Xian had no choice but to withdraw the power. And so, under Lin Xian's mental control, the white light rapidly dissipated from the surface of his body. As the light faded, the unusual heat that had enveloped Lin Xian's body also quickly dissipated. The surrounding space returned to normal. However, Lin Xian's face turned even paler at this moment. At this moment, with his internal energy depleted and the last trace of mysterious power dissipated, Lin Xian, like a bird with broken wings, plummeted rapidly from mid-air. Oh no! Lin Xian's expression changed. Son! Lin Xiao shouted urgently and was about to rush forward. Shadow guards, now's the time, move out. The Shadow Protector seized the opportunity and let out a fierce roar. Boom boom boom. Instantly, a monstrous aura of bloodlust erupted. The Shadow Guards raised their blood-red broadswords high, unleashing massive, 10-foot-long sword energies that cleaved the sky and swept towards the direction from which Lin Xian was about to fall. Asshole! Lin Zhao's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he roared. However, with his strength, he simply couldn't withstand such a number of attacks. The Crimson Blade energy was about to strike Lin Xian, but he was powerless to stop it. Lin Zhao's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, revealing a ferocious look. Boom! However, at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the sky not far away, directly forming a barrier that enveloped Lin Xian. The next second, a sharp shout, like thunder from a broken pot, resounded throughout the world.
Who dares to hurt Mr. Lin? 988, Chapter 988 Reinforcements arrive. Who dares to lay a finger on Mr. Lin?
An incomparably domineering voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, like thunder.
Boom boom boom. The next second, incredibly powerful auras swept in from the distant horizon.
In just a few breaths, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. The leader. He was a man with graying temples, wearing a black overcoat and a square face. At this moment, his aura surged, and he had already reached the early stage of Martial Emperor.
Black Emperor? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I'm late.
The Black Emperor turned around, looked at his master who was now seriously injured, and his face was full of apology. After receiving the distress call from Zhao Zhanxiu and Miss Cece, he immediately organized a team to come and provide assistance.
However, they arrived too late, leaving their owner in a predicament of serious injury. Hee, you've come at just the right time.
Lin Xian smiled slightly, showing no sign of blame. As he spoke, his gaze also fell upon the remaining 40 shadow guards in front of him.
Mr. Lin. At that moment, another unified and powerful voice rang out. The next second, 4 burly and imposing figures appeared in front of Lin Xian.
Their faces were filled with unruliness and arrogance, but when they faced Lin Xian, they were filled with deep awe.
They are 4 of the 8 kings of the Dark Web Organization. Kiba, Tiankui, Xingxiu, Dolong.
Previously, they were ordered by their master to stay behind and assist the Black Emperor in managing the 9 Directions Pavilion. Each of them possesses the strength of a mid-stage martial emperor, placing them at the earthly supreme level.
Kiba, Dolong, I didn't expect even you two to come.
Lin Xian smiled and shook his head.
Master Mr. Lin, we apologize for being late.
The 4 were filled with trepidation, and the master almost blurted out a word. Their delay in arriving to rescue their master, which put him in danger, was a dereliction of duty.
Hee, you've done a great job.
Lin Xian smiled calmly, showing no sign of blame.
Damn it, Su Sin, how dare you poison Mr. Lin? At that moment, another angry shout rang out. Rumble.
Han Feng, the pavilion master of Jiufang Pavilion, dressed in a green robe, arrived with 9 elders and 10,000 members of Jiufang Pavilion. Mr. Lin, where's Su Sen? Where's that son of a bitch? I'll cripple him first. Han Feng arrived at the battlefield and scanned the air around, but did not find Su Sen's figure, which immediately surprised him.
He is dead.
Lin Xian said indifferently.
His indifference was not directed at Han Feng, but at Su Sen. Dead? Han Feng was taken aback, then asked, did Mr. Lin kill him? It's that guy.
Lin Xian looked at the shadow protector behind the human wall. Han Feng also looked over, and his pupils immediately contracted sharply.
It was actually the shadow protector.
Unexpectedly, this matter alarmed the shadow protector.
No wonder Su Sin was so fearless.
No wonder he dared to kidnap Zhao Zhanxiao, Tang Lan, and Wang Cixi and poison Mr. Lin. It turns out there was a shadow protector backing them up. However, Su Sen's life was truly tragic. He actually died at the hands of the shadow protector, whom he served most loyally.
Fortunately, he pulled back from the brink and chose to seek refuge with Mr. Lin.
Otherwise, his fate would probably not have been much better than Su Sen's. Just as Han Feng looked at the shadow protector, the other party's gaze also turned towards Han Feng. Immediately, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes, and a chilling voice slowly escaped his lips. Han Feng, are you planning to betray the palace master? You should know what the consequences are for betraying your master.
989, Chapter 989 Declaring Resolve. Betray?
Han Feng curled his lips into a sneer as he looked at the shadow protector, who appeared extremely disheveled, and said, let's not even talk about how our relationship was originally just a cooperative one.
Su Sin was so loyal to you, even like a dog, but in the end, wasn't he easily discarded after you had used him up? So, isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to tell me about the consequences of betrayal now? Han Feng, so you've decided to become an enemy of the Lord?
The Shadow Protector's eyes were gloomy.
That's right.
Han Feng answered without hesitation. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Shadow Protector narrowed his eyes, a strong killing intent emanating from the blood-red light in his pupils.
Then let's give it a try. Han Feng remained unfazed and prepared for battle. Lin Xian.
At this moment, Zhao Lingshan and her two companions also arrived at the scene.
Huff huff.
They were panting heavily. However, upon seeing the massive formation in the sky, and especially upon seeing Lin Xian's pale face, a deep sense of worry immediately appeared on his face.
Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang, Cici, why are you all here too?
Lin Xian felt a surge of nervousness as he looked at the three women who had arrived. This battle involves too much, and he was afraid that Wang Cici and the others would be caught in the crossfire. He is currently struggling to protect himself, so he obviously has no way to spare any effort to protect them.
We're worried about you.
Wang Cici bit her lip and said. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan also cast worried glances at Lin Xian.
They knew that what they were doing was risky and could even be a burden. But they just couldn't help it.
They had already made up their minds that even if they died, they would die together with Lin Xian.
You?
Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He knew what Wang Cici and the others meant. Lin Xian, you won't blame us, will you? Wang Cici's beautiful eyes trembled. She knew what they were doing was irrational, but
won't.
Lin Xian smiled gently. I'm very happy that you could come. However, the impact of the battle may be quite significant later, so you should stay far away.
Black Emperor?
Lin Xian looked at the Black Emperor.
Mr. Lin.
The Black Emperor clasped his hands in a fist salute, his expression solemn.
You are responsible for protecting Cici and the others.
Lin Xian spoke each word clearly.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor immediately came to Wang Cici and the other two women. The three women were startled as they looked at the Black Emperor, who obeyed Lin Xian's every command. How do you view the relationship between Lin Xian and the Black Emperor? Rather than Lin Xian having saved the Black Emperor's life, it seems more like a master-servant relationship. However, they weren't given time to think. At this point, the Shadow Protector had decided to take the initiative. Right now, as more and more people arrive at the battlefield, he can feel the situation tilting back in Lin Xian's favor. He must end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation will become increasingly complicated, and it may even require the attention of the Palace Master.
This is something the Shadow Protector doesn't want to see.
If this matter requires the attention of the Palace Master and his intervention, then it would mean that he has failed in his duty.
He can't let the adults down. He will personally end this battle and bring Lin Xian back to the Dark Temple. Shadow Guards, move out.
The Shadow Protector let out a fierce shout, his voice filled with a chilling aura.
Boom boom boom.
Instantly, the Shadow Guards raised their broadswords, and a bloodthirsty aura soared into the sky.
Let's go too.
Seeing this, Han Feng was not to be outdone.
Today is his best chance to show his determination to Mr. Lin and his master. 990, Chapter 990. Come back with me. Boom boom boom. A powerful roar resounded between heaven and earth.
Led by Han Feng, the Nine Directions Pavilion's experts, along with Tian Kuei, Do Long, and 4 other earthly supreme experts, fought a fierce battle with the Shadow Guard.
In terms of numbers, Han Feng and his group have an absolute advantage.
5 earthly sovereign powerhouses led by Han Feng and Tian Kuei, along with 9 human sovereign-level elders from the Nine Directions Pavilion, plus over 10,000 martial venerable experts. Such power, once it spreads throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom, will be a disruptive force. Which powerful family or force could produce 5 earthly supreme experts and 9 human supreme experts in one go? On the other side, the Shadow Guard is equally formidable. Although they only had 40 men left, each of them possessed a powerful aura, filled with a bloodthirsty energy. energy. Furthermore, each of them possesses the strength of an early-stage martial emperor, which is equivalent to the human supreme level. In addition, their bodies are special, making them seem incapable of feeling pain, turning them into killing machines. Therefore, for a time, the situation became extremely difficult to resolve. Lin Xian had already anticipated the outcome. However, the Shadow Protector's expression grew increasingly grim at this moment. What he wanted to see was the Shadow Guard defeating Han Feng and his group, not the current evenly matched situation. It seems he must recover his strength as much as possible, and then capture Lin Xian in one fell swoop while the Shadow Guards hold off Han Feng and the others. That kid harbors too many secrets and possesses a power that makes him wary. He absolutely must bring this boy back to the palace and await the palace master's personal decision. Even if things get really bad, he absolutely cannot let this child live. Even if it means killing him. Even if killing him means the key might be lost forever, he still has to do it. At the age of 26 or 27, his strength has already reached this level. If we allow him to grow any further, he might even threaten the existence of the palace master in the future. A deep killing intent flashed through his mind. The Shadow Protector squinted his eyes. Then, he took out a dark red pill that he had treasured for a long time and swallowed it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth rushed into the Shadow Protector's body, quickly transforming into pure true energy and forming a vortex. After that, his injuries gradually healed, and his internal energy became abundant again. In the dim light, he had once again reached the late stage of Martial Emperor, reaching the level of Heavenly Sovereign. Of course, this power doesn't last long. At most, it can only last for 5 minutes under the influence of the medicine. However, 5 minutes was enough for him to capture Lin Xian and change the course of the battle. Boom! The Shadow Protector suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura erupted. What's going on? Han Feng and the others were immediately taken aback. The Black Emperor, who was protecting Zhao Lingshan and the other 2 women below, also showed a solemn expression. The Shadow Protector's strength has recovered so quickly that it surpasses that of everyone present. Lin Xian sensed the sudden burst of Shadow Protector's aura, and his gaze sharpened instantly. Judging from the appearance, it should be related to the dark red pill that guy just took. This Black Palace truly hides too many mysterious methods. Such profound secrets are contained in just one pill. Boom! Before the crowd could have much time to be surprised, the Shadow Protector's aura surged once more. Whoosh! The next second, his blood-red, sinister gaze locked onto Lin Xian, and then his figure transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards Lin Xian. Protect Mr. Lin! Upon seeing this, Han Feng and Heidi immediately shouted out. However, it was too late. The Shadow Protector, whose strength had reached the Heavenly Supreme level, had already broken through the human wall and was less than 5 meters away from Lin Xian. Boy, come back with me. The Shadow Protector's eyes flashed with ferocity as he extended his eagle-like hand and reached for Lin Xian's throat. 991, Chapter 991. The wait for this day has been too long. Oh no! Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Especially Lin Xiao, Heidi, Han Feng, and the others. They looked at the distance between the Shadow Protector and Lin Xian, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. They never expected that the Shadow Protector would have such a hidden method. Creak! In the sky, Lin Xian looked at the Shadow Protector who appeared before him like a ghost, and his fists clenched tightly at that moment. He knew that in his current state, it was impossible for him to defeat the Shadow Protector. But there is absolutely no way he will surrender. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Xian's dark eyes. Then, he was about to throw a punch. A stubborn resistance. The Shadow Protector had long seen that Lin Xian had no power left in his body. A look of contempt flashed across his lips as his sharp hand, like an eagle's claw, went straight for Lin Xian's throat. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. They were about to succeed. Boom! At this moment, 2 sharp gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, like cannonballs, and blasted towards the Shadow Protector. The sudden attack caused the Shadow Protector to pause for a moment. He looked up at the fierce fist rushing towards him, the power contained within it forcing him to take countermeasures. He could not ignore it. Asshole! Shadow Guardian gritted his teeth and threw a punch, having to focus his attention on dealing with the sudden attack. Bang! The fierce fists collided in the night sky, immediately unleashing a surging ripple of energy, and both were annihilated. Swish! As the Shadow Protector dealt with the sudden attack, two sharp whooshing sounds suddenly rang out behind Lin Xian. Then, two figures dressed in red and yellow robes suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian. They were none other than Su Lai, the patriarch of the Su family, and Wang Xiong, the patriarch of the Wang family. Uncle Su, Uncle Wang? The moment the two appeared, Lin Xian's gaze fell in surprise. How did those two know he was here? Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was filled with surprise and doubt, two clear and melodious voices rang out from below. Lin Xian looked down and saw two beautiful figures quickly passing through the courtyard gate and running into the courtyard. By Mo, Yutong? Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The people who arrived were Su Baimo and Wang Yutong. Lin Xian, are you alright? Su Baimo looked up at Lin Xian, his usually cold eyes filled with worry. Brother Lin Xian, they didn't hurt you, did they? Wang Yutong's alluring, peach blossom-like eyes were also filled with tension. I'm fine, but what brings you all here? Lin Xian shook his head bitterly. Right now, his problem has dragged everyone around him into it. I heard it from Wang Yutong. I came from Zhao Zhanxiao. The two women answered. At this moment, they temporarily put aside their prejudices against each other and their jealousy towards Lin Xian, and worked together to face the current predicament. You? Lin Xian smiled gently, a warm feeling washing over him. Su Lai, Wang Xiong, you two, it's been a long time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak when he saw the two people who came to help. Yes, it's been a full 15 years since we last had a proper conversation or fought side by side. Su Lai and Wang Xiong also expressed their feelings. Since the Lin family suffered a disaster 15 years ago, their connection has been severed. Although we are in the same city of Yinjing, it feels like we are in a completely different place. Yes. Lin Xiao exhaled a deep breath. A feeling of remembrance lingers in my heart. Lin Xiao, today, let the three of us join forces once again and relive that feeling from back then. At this moment, Su Lai spoke. In fact, he had been trying his best to kill the enemy, but he was outnumbered and outmatched. Now, the time has finally come. Good. Lin Xiao and Wang Xiong responded emphatically. They, too, have been feeling stifled for far too long. We've been waiting for this day for so long. 992, Chapter 992 Settle the accounts properly. Boom. The crowd's spirit soared. The Shadow Protector's expression turned extremely ugly at this moment. Su Lai, Wang Xiong, you. He never expected that the Su family and the Wang family would choose to make a move at this time. In this way, the balance is completely broken. Protector Shadow, today, let's settle that score from 15 years ago. Su Lai and Wang Xiong both sneered. They had waited too long for this day. Shadow Protector. At this moment, Lin Xiao also let out an angry shout. Boom! His aura suddenly erupted, and then he flashed and appeared in front of Lin Xian, next to the two clan leaders, Su Lai and Wang Xiong. Lin Xiao. The blood-red light in the Shadow Protector's eyes froze. Today, let's settle the blood feud between the Lin family members from 15 years ago. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, and a fierce aura surged into the sky. 15 years. 15 years. For the past 15 years, he has spent not a single day without suffering and guilt. Not a day goes by that he doesn't think about avenging his clansman who died 15 years ago. However, he wasn't strong enough. The Lin family was severely weakened after the upheaval that year, and is far from its peak. Therefore, he could only choose to lie low and endure. But now, that opportunity has finally arrived. With Xianer's help.
Both the Jiufeng Pavilion and the Su Wang family have chosen to stand on their side.
In addition, there are 4 earthly supreme experts, including the Black Emperor and Tian Kuei. With such a lineup, they can go toe-to-toe with the Dark Temple behind the Shadow Guardians.
Haha Lin Xiao, do you think that with these people helping you, you can contend with the Lord and the Black Palace behind me?
However, facing Lin Xiao's overwhelming rage, the Shadow Protector's eyes still showed a hint of contempt. Contempt. Let me tell you, in front of the adults, you are nothing but a bunch of frogs in a well. With your mere martial emperor strength, my lord could annihilate you with the flick of his finger. Therefore, I advise you to surrender obediently. In that case, I can ask your excellency to show mercy and ask him to spare you as he did 15 years ago.
Heh, you're letting us off the hook? Lin Xiao sneered. Back then, you joined forces with other powerful families in Yanjing to besiege my Lin family, and you still have the nerve to say you'll let us go? The reason we weren't killed is simply because the old head of state intervened back then. Do you think that's your achievement, or the achievement of your master behind you? As for you, if you were truly capable back then, why would you have hidden yourselves? I think the reason you're acting this way is because you have some kind of fear or apprehension, right? Are they afraid of our great Xia kingdom, or something our Lin family possesses, so they dare not easily set foot in our country and only dare to do these petty thefts? You may lead your Black Palace's many experts and launch a full-scale invasion against us. Lin Xiao, what did you say? The Shadow Protector's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Haha, a bunch of Japanese scoundrels.
Lin Xiao sneered again, his words devoid of any politeness.
The Xia dynasty and the Eastern Kingdom were inherently irreconcilable enemies. So, Lin Xiao, I'll tear your mouth apart today.
The Shadow Protector was enraged.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically. The next second, he moved swiftly and appeared in front of Lin Xiao, raising his palm and slamming it hard into Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiaoyi remained undaunted. Despite being weaker than the Shadow Protector, he still chose to confront him head-on, unleashing a powerful palm strike with his inner energy.
You're asking for it.
A ferocious glint flashed in the Shadow Protector's eyes as he prepared to severely injure Lin Xiao.
Boom!
At this moment, Su Lai and Wang Xiong, who were standing to the side, unleashed their power, and their palm strikes went straight for the Shadow Protector.
You!
The Shadow Protector's expression suddenly changed. 993, Chapter 993 Decision to inform the Palace Master.
Su Lai, Wang Xiong, you.
The Shadow Protector's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched his teeth. He never expected that these two guys would actually dare to stop him from making a move.
Shadow Protector, we have already said that you cannot harm young friend Lin Xin today.
Su Lai and his companion stared intently at the Shadow Protector, showing no sign of backing down.
Especially when they learned that the power behind the Shadow Protector, the Black Palace, came from the former evil sect of Japan, and was a remnant of that evil sect. They will certainly spare no effort to exterminate them. In particular, the Great Xia Kingdom and the Eastern Ing Kingdom already have a deep-seated blood feud.
Good, very good.
The Shadow Protector laughed in fury. It seems you're determined to oppose the Lord today. Don't blame us for ending up like the Lin family back then.
Hee, you should worry about yourself first.
Su Lai and his companion gave a cold laugh.
Lin Xiao's gaze became extremely sharp at this moment. He had waited too long for this day. Today, he will personally kill Shadow Protector for the sake of the Lin family members from back then.
Boom!
Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, he reached the peak of the mid-stage martial emperor realm.
Patriarch Su, Patriarch Wang, please lend me a hand.
Lin Xiao stood in mid-air, taking a step forward with a terrifying aura. He had not yet entered the realm of sainthood, and therefore could not stand in mid-air with the ease of Shadow Protector. However, supported by his powerful aura, he could manage to do so for the time being. All we need to do is kill the Shadow Protector as soon as possible.
No problem.
Upon hearing this, Su Lai and the other man unleashed their inner power.
A bunch of overconfident fools.
A ferocious glint flashed in the Shadow Protector's blood-red eyes. These guys, relying on their mere mid-stage martial emperor strength, dare to challenge him. Although he is currently only at the late stage of martial emperor level, supported by elixirs, his strength is far from his peak. However, dealing with these three ants in front of us is still no problem. With intense killing intent filling his eyes, the Shadow Protector had no intention of holding back. Boom! A powerful aura surged forth from within him. Immediately, the fierce palm wind, like a world-destroying thunderbolt, carrying an astonishing aura, slammed towards Lin Xiao and the other two in front of them. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Lin Xiao and his two companions dared not be negligent in the slightest. They all unleashed their full power to respond. Boom boom boom. The three fierce palm strikes converged, their momentum like thunder, and collided heavily with the Shadow Protector. Thump! The sound of thunder resounded, and the entire world seemed to tremble. The Shadow Protector remained completely unmoved, thanks to his formidable strength. In contrast, Lin Xiao and his two companions took several steps back. However, they did not back down at all, instead, their eyes burned with fighting spirit. After stabilizing the surging qi and blood within the body, one can rise again. The Shadow Protector grew impatient with being entangled by these three ants. As his progress slowed down and the energy generated by the pills within him was being continuously depleted, he still failed to capture Lin Xian. At this moment, Shadow Protector couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Furthermore, the shadow guards he summoned by crushing the jade fragments suffered astonishing casualties under the combined attack of numerous experts. If this continues, even he might not be able to escape unscathed. It seems we can't delay any longer. Although he knew that his next decision would disturb the Palace Master's seclusion. But now, he can only inform the Palace Master about this matter. Let the Palace Master personally take charge. Thinking of this, the Shadow Protector flipped his hand. Suddenly, a black jade piece appeared in his palm. 994, Chapter 994 Crushing the Jade Piece. It seems this matter must be brought to the attention of the Palace Master. The Shadow Protector's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he looked at the black jade piece in his hand. This is? At that moment, Lin Xiao, Lin Xian, and the others in the sky also noticed the black fragment in the Shadow Protector's hand. The fragments were entirely black. They sensed an unusually cold and eerie fluctuation emanating from it. Especially Lin Xian. When he sensed that aura from the jade piece, his eyes suddenly trembled. The dark fluctuations contained in this fragment were exactly the same as the aura of the mysterious dark power he sensed when his consciousness entered the depths of the Shadow Guardian's consciousness. At the time, we were in the basement. The strange black mist that suddenly appeared bestowed upon Ishida, now known as the Shadow Guardian, powerful dark energy, which transformed him from a perverted assassin into the incredibly strong but also strangely disfigured Shadow Guardian. This guy could he be thinking of? At one moment, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart trembled violently. Thinking back to when the Shadow Protector crushed the red spatial jade piece, he summoned the Shadow Guard army in front of him. Now that this guy has taken out a black jade piece, could it be that he wants to? Dad, Uncle Su, stop him. Lin Xian spoke in a low voice. Although he also wanted to see the true face of the Lord of the Dark Temple, he was simply unable to resist in his current state. If the Dark Lord, whose power is unfathomable, were to appear at this moment, I'm afraid. Old Su, Old Wang, come with me. Lin Xiao sensed the urgency from his son and immediately gave a low shout. Boom! Lin Xiao unleashed his full power, charging towards the Shadow Protector with a burst of energy from within his body. Boom! Behind him, Su Lai and Wang Xiong also unleashed their full power, launching a fierce attack on the Shadow Protector. They were quite powerful, and thus they also noticed something amiss from the black jade piece. Although they didn't know what would happen after crushing the jade piece, they had to stop it. You think you can stop me, the Protector? The Shadow Protector's eerie purple lips curled into a mocking smile as aura suddenly erupted, and the powerful shockwave forced Lin Xiao and the other two back. Although his current strength is only at the late stage of Martial Emperor, he is still not as capable as Lin Xiao and the other two who are at the mid-stage of Martial Emperor and can be easily contended with. He was unable to kill the three, but just as the three could not easily get close to him. However, as time passed and the power of the elixir within his body weakened, the Shadow Protector could sense that the aura within him was constantly weakening. If this continues, we'll probably be at a disadvantage sooner or later. Therefore, after repelling Lin Xiao and the other two, he did not hesitate any longer. He directly crushed the black jade piece in his palm. Click! With a crisp cracking sound, the entire jade piece shattered into pieces in an instant. Buzz! As the jade fragment shattered, beams of cold, dark light burst forth from the broken pieces of jade. A black light appeared. In an instant, the surrounding moonlight seemed to be swallowed up. Where the black light shone, space itself became eerily distorted. Click, click, click. At the same moment, fine cracks suddenly spread out in the space behind the Shadow Protector. The feeling was like a mirror that couldn't withstand the pressure and started to shatter. Wah-ah! As space gradually crumbled, gusts of eerie wind began to blow from nowhere between heaven and earth. A cold wind blew over everyone, sending a deep chill through their hearts for no apparent reason. Goosebumps instantly appeared on the surface of my skin. Oh no! Lin Xian felt this familiar, chilling aura, and his pupils suddenly contracted. 995, Chapter 995 The Dark Lord Descends. Wah-ah! A chilling wind howled. The entire night sky seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying shadow at this moment. This is... At that moment, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. A dark aura seeped out from the ever-spreading spatial rifts. Oh no! Lin Xian clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, he sensed a familiar fluctuation from the dark aura seeping out of the spatial rift. It was that dark power that he sensed in the Shadow Guardian's consciousness space. That Shadow Protector guy, the black jade shard he crushed, can indeed summon the Dark Lord. Wah-ah! The cold wind continued to howl. Click, click, click. The spatial rifts behind the Shadow Protector grew larger and larger, spreading and climbing like countless spider webs. Heh, you bunch of ants, now you're all going to die. As the Shadow Guardian sensed the increasingly powerful dark energy behind him, a fierce and malevolent glint appeared in his blood-red eyes. This is what those arrogant fools forced him into. It was they who forced him to crush the spatial jade piece. Rumble. As the Shadow Protector's sinister laughter spread, thunderous sounds echoed in the space behind him. Wah-ah! More and more eerie winds raged across the land, causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. In particular, when the cold wind touched them, it instantly caused goosebumps to rise on their skin. It's as if I'd been invaded by cold air. This was a feeling they hadn't experienced in a long time. It should be noted that among those present were many powerful figures at the martial emperor level. However, they still could not resist the corrosive influence of this eerie wind. Their eyes were fixed on the space behind the Shadow Protector. There, the cracks in space grew larger and larger, and deep, bottomless black cracks tore open from the space. More and more dark energy burst forth from it. In the end. Rumble. With a deafening roar. The space behind him suddenly shattered. A gigantic, abyssal maw, like a black hole, was revealed at this moment. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of horror enveloped their hearts, making their hands and feet instantly turn ice cold. Just as everyone was feeling terrified and apprehensive about this. Within that black hole, it seemed as if a series of low, deep footsteps were echoing from that extremely distant other end of space. The footsteps grew closer and clearer. Wah-ah! More and more eerie winds howled out from the black hole. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the cold wind howled, it was accompanied by a torrent of darkness pouring down like a flood. Although the other party has never shown up. But at this moment, a chilling and terrifying aura had already enveloped the world. The entire surroundings became unusually oppressive and heavy. Everyone's hands were clenched tightly, and sweat was seeping from their palms. Da-day-day. The footsteps grew closer. From the darkness where demonic energy surged, everyone could vaguely see a blurry figure slowly emerging. The figure seemed to have emerged from darkness, exuding an unfathomable and sinister aura. In his presence, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Clatter! Finally, the last footstep fell. Boom! A boundless aura of darkness swept out from the shattered void. A figure shrouded in black demonic mist slowly stepped out of the black hole. They're here! Everyone's expression changed drastically, and a sense of horror suddenly rose in their hearts. 996, Chapter 996 Just a clone? Rumble. The sound of thunder echoed in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped an area spanning several kilometers. Under that terrifying pressure, the sky seemed unable to withstand the oppression and began to become distorted and illusory. Wah-ah! A chilling wind swept through the sky. From the bottomless spatial rift, which resembled a black hole, a figure shrouded in black demonic mist slowly stepped out. Thump! Instantly, the entire world trembled violently. A black ripple spread from the figure's feet, rapidly expanding in a ring shape. Snort! Those whose cultivation level was below Martial Emperor all felt a tightness in their chest and frown in pain. Under that oppressive force, they felt their own energy being suppressed and unable to flow. It hurts. Tsubaimo, Wang Sisi, and the other women clutched their chests in pain. Even martial arts masters would find it difficult to withstand this terrifying pressure, let alone ordinary people like them. Lin Xian noticed this, his expression immediately changed, and he shouted to the Black Emperor below, "Black Emperor, take them away from here first." "Yes, Mr. Lin." The Black Emperor accepted the order and said to Tsubaimo and the other women, "Gentlemen, please follow me quickly." Kindness. Tsubaimo and the other women nodded. They knew the seriousness of the situation, staying would only hinder Lin Xian, so they left with the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor quickly left the scene with the women. The figure in the sky, with its eerie purple eyes shrouded in black mist, merely glanced down at the scene before ignoring it completely. His gaze fell on the disheveled Shadow Protector beside him, and his deep tone carried a hint of profundity and impatience. "Shadow Protector, give me an explanation. I should have said that unless it is an extremely important matter, you should not disturb my seclusion." "Your Highness, I understand." The Shadow Protector's body stiffened, and shock appeared in his eyes. "However, this matter is of great importance, which is why I have disturbed you." "Speak, what is it?" The figure spoke in an exceptionally indifferent tone, as if devoid of any emotion. "That's right, Lord Palace Master." The Shadow Protector explained the whole story to the Palace Master. "Oh, that's interesting." A rare fluctuation appeared in the Dark Lord's voice. His gaze pierced through the battlefield and locked onto Lin Xian. Boom! Locked onto by the Dark Lord's gaze, Lin Xian's brain went blank, and he felt dizzy. Such powerful pressure. A single glance contained such immense pressure. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? It seems that he has already reached the late stage of the Supreme Martial Saint realm. That's a realm second only to the God of War. That was a realm that had not appeared in the human world for hundreds of years. The God of War is merely a legend. In other words, the mysterious man before us possesses strength that stands at the very top of the pyramid. Even the old monsters of the ancient martial arts world might not be able to contend with him. In particular, the figure in front of him gave Lin Xian a very strange feeling. That guy stood in this world, yet he couldn't sense any signs of life in him. This gave Lin Xian a certain feeling. The terrifying figure before us might just be an avatar of the Dark Lord. Even a single clone is this powerful. So, has his true form already surpassed the late stage of Martial Saint? Thinking about this. At this moment, even someone as composed as Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a deep chill in his heart. 997, Chapter 997 Come back with me. Lin Xian, is that right? The Dark Lord spoke slowly, his blood-red eyes beneath the black mist locking onto Lin Xian indifferently. Come back with me obediently, I still have many questions for you. Ask me?
Lin Xian's gaze was icy as he looked at the Dark Lord. Was the massacre of the Lin family back then orchestrated by you?
Good. The Lord of the Black Palace answered.
Lin Xian's gaze deepened.
Creak. Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly at this moment. Clearly, he was reminded of the tragic incident that befell the Lin family years ago. Back then, rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses piled up.
So, you were the one who caused my mother's death?
Lin Xian asked again, but his voice was even colder and lower.
That's right. The Dark Lord answered without any hesitation.
Asshole. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Why did you do this?
There is no reason.
The Black Palace Master answered without a ripple in his voice, and looked at Lin Xian as if he were an ant.
Creak.
Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly, and a fierce glint spread from his bloodshot eyes. I'm going to kill you.
With you?
The Dark Lord seemed to raise an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying contempt and an immense, overwhelming pressure. I advise you not to waste your energy. Come back with me obediently. I have something to ask you.
Is it about the key? Lin Xian asked the question, forcibly suppressing his inner anger. Because he knew that anger would be useless at this moment. So you know?
The Black Palace Master spoke calmly. I suspected back then that the key was very likely on your possession, and I never expected it to be true. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I really don't know anything about that kind of thing.
Lin Xian said coldly. So, what exactly is the key?
Oh, looks like you don't know yet. The Black Palace Master let out a soft a hint of interest playing on his lips. Interesting, you clearly already possess that power within you, yet you still don't know what the key is. However, that doesn't matter anymore. After I take you back, I will naturally get what I want from you.
Xianer, run!
At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted. He could sense the power of the Black Palace Master. It is right in front of you, yet it seems not to exist, giving you a sense of unreality and disorientation. However, this was not a figment of the other party's imagination.
Rather, it's an absolute and enormous disparity in strength. Trying to leave?
Upon hearing this, the Black Palace Master's lips curled into a sinister smile.
Cover Mr. Lin's retreat. Protect our young friend Lin Xian.
At this moment, Han Feng, Su Lai and the others saw this and immediately flew to Lin Xian, forming a human wall. As mid-stage martial emperors and earthly sovereigns, they could clearly sense the terror emanating from the Black Palace Master before them. In particular, having experienced what happened back then, they understand even more how terrifying the other side's strength is.
But at this moment, they did not back down. Because the person in front of you is very likely a remnant of the evil faction from Japan back then.
As citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom and as martial artists, they should shoulder their responsibilities. They cannot allow the key on Lin Xian to fall into the hands of the Black Palace Master. Otherwise, the world will likely be plunged into another bloodbath.
You think you can stop me with just a few of you?
However, despite everyone's obstruction, the Black Palace Master simply smiled faintly. He looked down at his palm, which was shrouded in demonic mist, then clenched it lightly, his chilling voice spreading, "Don't waste my time, all of you come at me at once.
None of you will leave here today." 998, Chapter 998. Could it be a jade bracelet? Wah-ah!
A chilling wind howled across the sky. The entire world was shrouded in an exceptionally terrifying pressure.
A powerful, chilling dark wave enveloped an area spanning several kilometers like an invisible cage.
Within this area, everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and the flow of their internal energy seemed to be suppressed, becoming extremely slow.
Xianer, hurry up and go.
Lin Zhao's expression was extremely solemn. With his back to Lin Xian, he spoke in a low voice.
Dad.
Lin Xian was about to speak. Hurry up, even if all of us go today, we might not be able to hold him off. Lin Zhao's tone was extremely solemn. You have something that guy needs on you, so you absolutely cannot fall into his hands. Besides, that guy probably didn't come in his main body this time, so we should be able to hold out for a while longer.
Let's go. Trying to leave?
At this moment, the Black Palace Master spoke in a chilling tone. With his formidable strength, he could hear every whisper of anyone. Within this radius of several kilometers, there were no secrets for him.
As I have said, none of you will leave here today. Leave them all for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Palace Master stretched out his hand, which was shrouded in black mist, and gently grabbed in the direction where Lin Xian and the others were.
Buzz! Suddenly, an overwhelming and powerful aura emerged from that direction.
Under that aura, the entire space exhibited a violent distortion. Lin Xian was even more shocked to discover this. His body was completely immobilized at that moment.
Space lockdown?
Lin Xian was suddenly startled. This is a technique that only a late-stage martial saint can use. This wasn't the most surprising thing for him. What truly surprised Lin Xian was that the other party had only sent a secondary avatar this time. However, the power of this sashimi is still terrifying, as it can directly seal off space. A mere secondary body already possesses such strength. Just how terrifying is that master's strength? Could it bet he has already reached the realm of martial god? Thinking about this, even Lin Xian's heart trembled violently at this moment. This reminded him of the scene he had seen in the Shadow Guardian's consciousness space not long ago. At that time, shrouded in endless black fog, he saw a mysterious dark palace. And deep within that palace, a pair of crimson eyes, as large as a city, were revealed. What kind of monster is that? That's definitely not human. Could it bet it is the true form of the Black Palace Master before us? Xianer, run! Just as Lin Xian was shocked, Lin Zhao's low shout rang out again. He, along with Su Lai, Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others, used all their true energy to forcefully push Lin Xian out of the sealed space. Dad! The intense pressure surrounding him dissipated, and Lin Xian finally looked up at Lin Zhao. At that moment, he knew he could no longer stay. Because he possesses the key that the Dark Lord desires. Even now, he still doesn't know what that key is. But since the Dark Lord has already pinpointed the location, the item must be on him. He absolutely could not let this item fall into the other party's hands. Otherwise, the world might face a catastrophe. Oh, right. Could it be the jade bracelet his mother left him? At one moment, Lin Xian suddenly remembered something, and his heart tightened. 999, Chapter 999 Warm Light. Could it be that the key the Black Palace Master mentioned is the jade bracelet? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. Because this was the only thing his mother left him, and it was also the thing that brought him back to life when he was in dire straits. Moreover, it seems that he only has this one magical item on him right now. At that time, after seeing his jade bracelet, Wang Yutong pointed out its extraordinary nature. However, Wang Yutong was unsure of the bracelet's magical properties and needed to consult relevant ancient books and materials to find an answer. However, Wang Yutong warned him not to take out the jade bracelet in front of anyone, let alone mention it. Something that Wang Yutong, from a family of jade artisans, takes so seriously must be something extraordinary. This time, the jade bracelet played a decisive role in his ability to recover from the deadly poison of the soul-stealing powder, break through the final barrier of the Saint Realm, and successfully enter the martial Saint Realm. If it weren't for this jade bracelet, he would have died when he was unconscious in the basement. Although he didn't know what changes had occurred to his body during his coma, or what effect the jade bracelet had. But one thing he was sure of was that when he woke up, he felt a warm sensation in his chest. The source of this warm feeling is the jade bracelet. He guessed that it was the rich spiritual energy contained within the jade bracelet that saved him. And that's not even the most amazing part. The most amazing thing is, since his breakthrough to martial saint, a mysterious power, filled with divine energy, has appeared in his dantian. This power possesses the ability to purify the filth of heaven and earth, forming a stark contrast and restraint with the evil energy within the Shadow Guardian's body, which possesses extremely strong corrosive power. This is also the source of the Shadow Protector Sphere. He guessed. The generation of this purifying power comes from the help of the Jade Bracelet. It was the Jade Bracelet that released some kind of power while he was unconscious, purifying the strong toxicity of the soul-stealing powder in his body, and merging into his body at the same time as he broke through his cultivation level. Therefore, he gained such power within his body.
However, this force is currently too weak to be widely applicable.
Perhaps it's because he recently broke through to the Saint Realm and hasn't yet mastered the skills. After this incident passes, he will take the time to study it carefully.
Let's investigate this mysterious power and the origin of the Jade Bracelet.
Of course, all of this is predicated on the fact that he can get through this hurdle.
Call. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a deep breath.
He looked up at the Black Palace Master, who was shrouded in black demonic mist not far away. Although it was only a secondary body, one could feel a terrifying pressure emanating from him, as if it were an abyss. With just a wave of the hand, one can seal off a space.
This is the strength of a late-stage martial saint.
Lin Xian felt a heavy weight in his heart. He wanted to activate that divine power again, attempting to contend with the Black Palace Master's secondary body.
However, his completely dried-up Dantian extinguished all hope for him.
Kid, don't try to struggle, come back with me. At this moment, the Black Palace Master's somber voice rang out again. He seemed to see through Lin Xian's thoughts, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips, hidden by the black mist. Immediately, he raised his palm and aimed it at Lin Xian's position again, grabbing at him from a distance. Click! Instantly, the space around Lin Xian was forcibly squeezed and shattered. Hateful!
Lin Xian gritted his teeth.
Buzz! Suddenly, the jade bracelet in his arms emitted a warm light.
1000, Chapter 1000 responding.
Buzzing. Warm light surged in Lin Xian's chest.
At that moment, he understood that the jade bracelet was working its magic. Just as Lin Xian was surprised by the warm light suddenly emanating from the jade bracelet. The Lord of the Black Palace also noticed this.
Beneath the black mist, a pair of blood-red pupils were fixed on Lin Xian, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey, exuding a strong killing intent.
This is what he's been looking for.
What he had been searching for so desperately.
Sure enough, it's this kid. Boom!
A strong thought arose in his mind, and at that moment, an exceptionally terrifying pressure swept out from the Black Palace Master's body.
Sigh.
A chilling wind howled, and a vast expanse of black demonic mist surged forth from his body like a raging tide, rumbling and engulfing the world.
Shinner, let's go!
Lin Xiao let out a sharp shout, and a surge of energy rushed from his palm, pushing hard towards Lin Xian's direction.
Boom!
At the same time, Lin Xiao's true energy surged, and he stomped his foot hard on the void. His figure transformed into a sharp arrow, tearing through the night sky and shooting towards the Black Palace Master. He knew that the other party had completely locked onto Lin Xian as their target. He absolutely could not let Shinner fall into the hands of the Black Palace Master, even if it cost him his life.
Let's attack together.
Upon seeing this, Su Lai, Han Feng, Tian Kuei, and the others also let out a deep shout.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, streams of powerful true energy soared into the sky. Each one possesses the level of a supreme being, with the power to shake mountains and rivers.
Overestimating one's abilities.
However, the Shadow Protector saw this and a deep sneer appeared on his lips. In his view, even if all these supreme experts were combined, they would be nothing more than ants in the eyes of the Palace Master.
Boom boom boom.
In the sky, countless fierce attacks transformed into raging waves, roaring towards the location of the Black Palace Master. Wherever the energy passed, the space itself seemed to distort slightly. However, faced with a powerful offensive that would make even a Saint Realm expert retreat, the Black Palace Master seemed not to even lift an eyelid. He simply raised his palm slightly and then made a grabbing motion towards the void.
Bang!
Instantly, the once peaceful void shattered like broken glass.
That's not even the scariest part.
Even more terrifying, as the void shattered, the surrounding space twisted violently as if it could not bear the weight, and then muffled explosions continued to emanate like thunder.
Bang bang bang.
Space collapses. Along with it, the combined attack of Lin Xiao and his group, which they had put all their effort into, was also annihilated. Lin Xiao and the others were shaken.
Is this the strength of a late-stage martial saint? Is this the strength of a peak Saint Realm expert?
With just a wave of his hand, he shattered the space. With just a wave of his hand, he easily thwarted their combined attack.
A bunch of ants, get out of my way.
With a single move, the Black Palace Master dismantled everyone's attack, letting out a low murmur of impatience. Right now, his only target is Lin Xian, and the key hidden on his body. Once the key is obtained, the revival of dark power will enter its final stage. Thinking of this, the Black Palace Master was already bursting with excitement. His hand, shrouded in black mist, suddenly slapped hard at Lin Xiao and the others who were in his way.
Boom!
In an instant, a violent storm surged forth, carrying endless dark power, and roared towards Lin Xiao and his companions like a raging prehistoric beast.
Retreat quickly!
Lin Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated rapidly.
As Lin Xian watched this scene, his eyes couldn't help but gleam.
The jade bracelet on his chest was now radiating an even warmer power. It seemed as if at this moment, I sensed some kind of intense crisis.